nationalism, and ignores the many other, and in some respects no less significant, manifestations of nationalism, such as cultural nationalism and ethnic nationalism. The core feature of nationalism is therefore not its narrow association with self-government and the nation-state, but its broader link to movements and ideas that in whatever way acknowledge the central importance to political life of the nation. Second, nationalism is sometimes portrayed as an essentially psychological phenomenon, usually as loyalty towards one's nation or dislike of other nations, instead of as a theoretical construct. Undoubtedly, one of the key features of nationalism is the potency of its affective or emotional appeal, but to understand it in these terms alone is to mistake the ideology of nationalism for the sentiment of patriotism. Political nationalism. A form of nationalism that regards the nation as a natural political community, usually expressed through the idea of national self-determination. Cultural nationalism. A form of nationalism that places primary emphasis on the regeneration of the nation as a distinctive civilization rather than on self-government. Ethnic nationalism. A form of nationalism that is fueled primarily by a keen sense of ethnic distinctiveness and the desire to preserve it. Third, nationalism has a schizophrenic political character. At different times, nationalism has been progressive and reactionary, democratic and authoritarian, rational and irrational, and left-wing and right-wing. It has also been associated with almost all the major ideological traditions. In their different ways, liberals, conservatives, socialists, fascists, and even communists have been attracted to nationalism, perhaps only anarchism, by virtue of its outright rejection of the state, is fundamentally at odds with nationalism. Nevertheless, although nationalist doctrines have been used by a bewildering variety of political movements and associated with sometimes diametrically opposed political causes, a bedrock of nationalist ideas and theories can be identified. The most important of these are the nation, organic community, self-determination, culturalism. The nation. The basic belief of nationalism is that the nation is, or should be, the central principle of political organization. However, much confusion surrounds what nations are and how they can be defined. In everyday language, words such as nation, state, country, and even race are often confused or used as if they are interchangeable. Many political disputes, moreover, are really disputes about whether a particular group of people should be regarded as a nation, and should therefore enjoy the rights and status associated with nationhood. This applies, for instance, to the Tibetans, the Kurds, the Palestinians, the Basques, the Tamils, and so on. On the most basic level, nations are cultural entities, collections of people bound together by shared values and traditions, in particular a common language, religion, and history, and usually occupying the same geographical area. From this point of view, the nation can be defined by objective factors. People who satisfy a requisite set of cultural criteria can be said to belong to a nation, those who do not can be classified as non-nationals or members of foreign nations. However, to define a nation simply as a group of people bound together by a common culture and traditions raises some very difficult questions. Although particular cultural features are commonly associated with nationhood, notably language, religion, ethnicity, history, and tradition, there is no blueprint nor any objective criteria that can establish where and when a nation exists. Language is often taken to be the clearest symbol of nationhood. A language embodies distinctive attitudes, values, and forms of expression that produce a sense of familiarity and belonging. German nationalism, for instance, has traditionally been founded on a sense of cultural unity, reflected in the purity and survival of the German language. Nevertheless, at the same time, there are peoples who share the same language without having any conception of a common national identity. Americans, Australians, and New Zealanders may speak English as a first language, but certainly do not think of themselves as members of an English nation. Other nations have enjoyed a substantial measure of national unity without possessing a national language, as is the case in Switzerland where, in the absence of a Swiss language, three major languages are spoken: French, German and Italian. Ethnicity. A sentiment of loyalty towards a particular population, cultural group, or territorial area, bonds that are cultural rather than racial. Religion is another major component of nationhood. Religion expresses common moral values and spiritual beliefs. In Northern Ireland, people who speak the same language have been divided along religious lines. Most Protestants regard themselves as Unionists and wish to preserve their links with the UK, while many in the Catholic community favor a united Ireland. Islam has been a major factor in forming national consciousness in much of North Africa and the Middle East. On the other hand, religious beliefs do not always coincide with a sense of nationhood. Divisions between Catholics and Protestants in mainland UK do not inspire rival nationalisms, nor has the remarkable religious diversity found in the USA threatened to divide the country into a collection of distinct nations. At the same time, countries such as Poland, Italy, Brazil, and the Philippines share a common Catholic faith but do not feel that they belong to a unified Catholic nation. Nations have also been based on a sense of ethnic or, in certain circumstances, racial unity. This was particularly evident in Germany during the Nazi period. However, nationalism usually has a cultural rather than a biological basis. It reflects an ethnic unity that may be based on race, but more usually draws on shared values and common cultural beliefs. The nationalism of U.S. blacks, for example, is based less on color than on their distinctive history and culture. Nations thus usually share a common history and traditions. Not uncommonly, national identity is preserved by recalling past glories, national independence, the birthdays of national leaders or important military victories. The USA celebrates Independence Day and Thanksgiving. Bastille Day is commemorated in France. In the UK, ceremonies continue to mark Armistice Day. However, nationalist feelings may be based more on future expectations than on shared memories or a common past. This applies in the case of immigrants who have been naturalized, and is most evident in the USA, a land of immigrants. The journey of the Mayflower and the War of Independence have no direct relevance for most Americans, whose families arrived centuries after these events occurred. The cultural unity that supposedly expresses itself in nationhood is therefore very difficult to pin down. It reflects a varying combination of cultural factors, rather than any precise formula. Ultimately, therefore, nations can only be defined subjectively, by their members, not by any set of external factors. In this sense, the nation is a psychopolitical entity, a group of people who regard themselves as a natural political community and are distinguished by shared loyalty or affection in the form of patriotism. Objective difficulties such as the absence of land, a small population or lack of economic resources are of little significance if a group of people insists on demanding what it sees as national rights. Latvia, for example, became an independent nation in 1991 despite having a population of only 2.6 million, barely half of whom are ethnic Lats, no source of fuel and very few natural resources. Likewise, the Kurdish peoples of the Middle East have nationalist aspirations, even though the Kurds have never enjoyed formal political unity and are at present spread over parts of Turkey, Iraq, Iran, and Syria. Perspectives on nation. Liberals subscribe to a civic view of the nation that places as much emphasis on political allegiance as on cultural unity. Nations are moral entities in the sense that they are endowed with rights, notably an equal right to self-determination. Conservatives regard the nation as primarily an organic entity, bound together by a common ethnic identity and a shared history. As the source of social cohesion and collective identity, the nation is perhaps the most politically significant of social groups. Socialists tend to view the nation as an artificial division of humankind whose purpose is to disguise social injustice and prop up the established order. Political movements and allegiances should therefore have an international, not a national, character. Anarchists have generally held that the nation is tainted by its association with the state, and therefore with oppression. The nation is thus seen as a myth, designed to promote obedience and subjugation in the interests of the ruling elite. Fascists view the nation as an organically unified social whole, often defined by race, which gives purpose and meaning to individual existence. However, nations are pitted against one another in a struggle for survival in which some are fitted to succeed and others to go to the wall. The fact that nations are formed through a combination of objective and subjective factors has given rise to rival concepts of the nation. While all nationalists agree that nations are a blend of cultural and psychopolitical factors, they disagree strongly about where the balance between the two lies. On the one hand, exclusive concepts of the nation stress the importance of ethnic unity and a shared history. By viewing national identity as given, unchanging and indeed unchangeable, this implies that nations are characterized by common descent and so blurs the distinction between nations and races. Nations are thus held together by primordial bonds, powerful and seemingly innate emotional attachments to a language, religion, traditional way of life and a homeland. To different degrees, conservatives and fascists adopt such a view of the nation. On the other hand, inclusive concepts of the nation, as found in civic nationalism, highlight the importance of civic consciousness and patriotic loyalty. From this perspective, nations may be multiracial, multi-ethnic, multi-religious, and so forth. This, in turn, tends to blur the distinction between the nation and the state, and thus between nationality and citizenship. Liberals and socialists tend to adopt an inclusive view of the nation. These different approaches to the nation are illustrated in Figure 6.1. Primordialism. The belief that nations are ancient and deep-rooted, fashioned variously out of psychology, culture, and biology. Civic nationalism. A form of nationalism that emphasizes political allegiance based on a vision of a community of equal citizens, allowing for significant levels of ethnic and cultural diversity. Figure 6.1 Views of the nation. Organic community. Although nationalists may disagree about the defining features of the nation, they are unified by their belief that nations are organic communities. Humankind, in other words, is naturally divided into a collection of nations, each possessing a distinctive character and separate identity. This, nationalists argue, is why a higher loyalty and deeper political significance attaches to the nation than to any other social group or collective body. Whereas, for instance, class, gender, religion and language may be important in particular societies, or may come to prominence in particular circumstances, the bonds of nationhood are more fundamental. National ties and loyalties are found in all societies, they endure over time, and they operate at an instinctual, even primordial, level. Nevertheless, different explanations have been provided for this, the most significant being based on the ideas of primordialism, modernism, and constructivism. Primordialist approaches to nationalism portray national identity as historically embedded. Nations are rooted in a common cultural heritage and language that may long predate statehood or the quest for independence, and are characterized by deep emotional attachments that resemble kinship ties. All nationalists, in that sense, are primordialists. Anthony Smith, 1986, highlighted the importance of primordialism by stressing the continuity between modern nations and pre-modern ethnic communities, which he called ethnies. This implies that there is little difference between ethnicity and nationality, modern nations essentially being updated versions of long-established ethnic communities, although Smith rejected the idea that these proto-nations have existed from time immemorial. In contrast, modernist approaches to nationalism suggests that nation identity is forged in response to changing situations and historical challenges. Ernest Gellner, 1983, thus emphasized the degree to which nationalism is linked to modernization, and in particular to the process of industrialization. He stressed that, while pre-modern or agro-literate societies were structured by a network of feudal bonds and loyalties, emerging industrial societies promoted social mobility, self-striving, and competition, and so required a new source of cultural cohesion. This was provided by nationalism. Although Gellner's theory suggests that nations coalesced in response to particular social conditions and circumstances, it also implies that the national community is deep-rooted and enduring, as a return to pre-modern loyalties and identities is unthinkable. Benedict Anderson, 1983, also portrayed modern nations as a product of socio-economic change, in his case stressing the combined impact of the emergence of capitalism and the advent of modern mass communications, which he dubbed print capitalism. In his view, the nation is an imagined community, in that, within nations, individuals only ever meet a tiny proportion of those with whom they supposedly share a national identity. The idea that nations are imagined, not organic, communities has nevertheless been seized on by critics of nationalism. Constructivist approaches to nationalism regard national identity as very largely an ideological construct, usually serving the interests of powerful groups. The Marxist historian Eric Hobsbawm, 1983, for example, highlighted the extent to which nations are based on invented traditions. Hobsbawm argued that a belief in historical continuity and cultural purity is invariably a myth, and, what is more, a myth created by nationalism itself. Constructivism suggests that nationalism creates nations, not the other way round. In the case of Marxism, nationalism has been viewed as a device through which the ruling class counters the threat of social revolution by ensuring that national loyalty is stronger than class solidarity, thereby binding the working class to the existing power structure. Constructivism. The theory that meaning is imposed on the external world by the beliefs and assumptions we hold, reality is a social construct. Self-determination. Nationalism as a political ideology only emerged when the idea of national community encountered the doctrine of popular sovereignty. This occurred during the French Revolution and was influenced by the writings of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, sometimes seen as the father of modern nationalism. Although Rousseau did not specifically address the question of the nation, or discuss the phenomenon of nationalism, his stress on popular sovereignty, expressed in the idea of the general will, was the seed from which nationalist doctrines sprang. As a result of the Polish struggle for independence from Russia, he came to believe that this is vested in a culturally unified people. Rousseau argued that government should be based not on the absolute power of a monarch, but on the indivisible collective will of the entire community. During the French Revolution, these beliefs were reflected in the assertion that the French people were citizens possessed of inalienable rights and duties, no longer merely subjects of the crown. Sovereign power thus resided with the French nation. The form of nationalism that emerged from the French Revolution was therefore based on the vision of a people or nation governing itself. In other words, the nation is not merely a natural community, it is a natural political community. Sovereignty. The principle of absolute or unrestricted power expressed either as unchallengeable legal authority or unquestionable political power. General will. The genuine interests of a collective body, equivalent to the common good, the will of all, provided each person acts selflessly. In this tradition of nationalism, nationhood and statehood are intrinsically linked. The litmus test of national identity is the desire to attain or maintain political independence, usually expressed in the principle of national self-determination. The goal of nationalism is therefore the founding of a nation-state. To date, this has been achieved in one of two ways. First, it may involve a process of unification. German history, for instance, has repeatedly witnessed unification. This occurred in medieval times under Charlemagne through the Holy Roman Empire, in the 19th century under Bismarck, and when the two Germanies, East Germany and West Germany, were reunited in 1990. Second, nation-states can be created through the achievement of independence. For example, much of Polish history has witnessed successive attempts to achieve independence from the control of various foreign powers. Poland ceased to exist in 1793 when the Poles were partitioned by Austria, Russia, and Prussia. Recognized by the Treaty of Versailles of 1919, Poland was proclaimed in 1918 and became an independent republic. However, in accordance with the Nazi-Soviet Pact of 1939, Poland was invaded by Germany and repartitioned, this time between Germany and the Soviet Union. Although Poland achieved formal independence in 1945, For much of the post-war period it remained firmly under Soviet control. The election of a non-communist government in 1989 therefore marked a further liberation of the country from foreign control. For nationalists, the nation-state is the highest and most desirable form of political organization. The great strength of the nation-state is that it offers the prospect of both cultural cohesion and political unity. When a people who share a common cultural or ethnic identity gain the right to self-government, nationality and citizenship coincide. Moreover, nationalism legitimizes the authority of government. Political sovereignty in a nation-state resides with the people or the nation itself. Consequently, nationalism represents the notion of popular self-government, the idea that government is carried out either by the people or for the people, in accordance with their national interest. This is why nationalists believe that the forces that have created a world of independent nation-states are natural and irresistible, and that no other social group could constitute a meaningful political community. The nation-state, in short, is the only viable political unit. However, it would be misleading to suggest that nationalism is always associated with the nation-state or is necessarily linked to the idea of self-determination. Some nations, for instance, may be satisfied with a measure of political autonomy that stops short of statehood and full independence. This can be seen in the case of Welsh nationalism in the UK and Breton and Basque nationalism in France. Nationalism is thus not always associated with separatism, but may instead be expressed through federalism, CP 39, or devolution. Nevertheless, it is unclear whether devolution, or even federalism, establishes a sufficient measure of self-government to satisfy nationalist demands. The granting of wide-ranging powers to the Basque region of Spain has failed to end a separatist campaign. Similarly, the creation of a Scottish Parliament in the UK in 1999 has not ended the Scottish National Party's, SNP's, campaign to achieve an independent Scotland, which continues despite the failure of the 2015 independence referendum. Separatism. The quest to secede from a larger political formation with a view to establishing an independent state. Culturalism. Although classical nationalism is associated with political goals, most commonly the pursuit, or defense, of independent statehood, other forms of nationalism are related more closely to ethno-cultural aspirations and demands. This applies particularly in the case of cultural nationalism and ethnic nationalism. Cultural nationalism is a form of nationalism that emphasizes the strengthening or defense of cultural identity over overt political demands. Its principal stress is on the regeneration of the nation as a distinctive civilization, with the state being viewed as a peripheral, if not as an alien, entity. Whereas political nationalism is rational and may be principled, cultural nationalism tends to be mystical, in that it is based on a romantic belief in the nation as a unique historical and organic whole. Typically, cultural nationalism is a bottom-up form of nationalism that draws more on popular rituals, traditions, and legends than on elite or higher culture. Although it usually has an anti-modern character, cultural nationalism may also serve as an agent of modernization, providing a people with a means of recreating itself. Whereas Rousseau is commonly seen as the father of political nationalism, Johann Herder, CP 184, is usually viewed as the architect of cultural nationalism. Herder, together with writers such as Johann Fichte, 1762–1814, and Friedrich John, 1778–1852, highlighted what they believed to be the uniqueness and superiority of German culture, in contrast to the ideas of the French Revolution. Herder believed that each nation possesses a Volksgeist which reveals itself in songs, myths, and legends, and provides a nation with its source of creativity. Herder's nationalism therefore amounts to a form of culturalism. In this light, the role of nationalism is to develop an awareness and appreciation of national traditions and collective memories rather than to provide the basis for an overtly political quest for statehood. The tendency for nationalism to be expressed through cultural regeneration was particularly marked in 19th-century Germany, where it was reflected in the revival of folk traditions and the rediscovery of German myths and legends. The Brothers Grimm, for example, collected and published German folk tales, and the composer Richard Wagner, 1813–83, based many of his operas on ancient myths. Although cultural nationalism has often emerged within a European context, with early German nationalism sometimes being viewed as its archetypal form, cultural nationalism has been found in many parts of the world. It was, for instance, evident in black nationalism in the USA, as articulated by figures such as Marcus Garvey, CP 185, and by groups such as the Black Panthers and the Black Muslims, later the Nation of Islam. Similarly, it has been apparent in India, in forms of nationalism that have been based on the image of India as a distinctively Hindu civilization. It is also evident in modern China in the increasing prominence given by party and state officials to the idea of Chineseness, expressed, among other things, in a revival of traditional cultural practices and an emphasis on Chinese principles and moral values. Volksgeist. German, literally, the spirit of the people, the organic identity of a people reflected in their culture and particularly in their language. Culturalism. The belief that human beings are culturally defined creatures, culture being the universal basis for personal and social identity. However, there has been disagreement about the implications of viewing nations primarily as cultural communities rather than political communities. On the one hand, cultural forms of nationalism have been viewed as being tolerant and consistent with progressive political goals, in which case it clearly differs from ethnic nationalism, even though the terms culture and ethnicity overlap. Ethnicity refers to loyalty towards a distinctive population, cultural group, or territorial area. The term is complex because it has both racial and cultural overtones. Members of ethnic groups are often seen, correctly or incorrectly, to have descended from common ancestors, suggesting that ethnic groups are extended kinship groups, united by blood. A further indication of ethnic belonging is a link with an ancient or historic territory, a homeland, as in the case of Zionism, CP 176. As it is not possible to join an ethnic group, except perhaps through intermarriage, ethnic nationalism has a clearly exclusive character and tends to overlap with racism, CP 210. On the other hand, cultural and ethnic forms of nationalism have been viewed as closely related, even as part of the same phenomenon, commonly termed ethno-cultural nationalism. In this view, a distinction is drawn between inclusive or open political nationalism and exclusive or closed cultural nationalism. Cultural nationalism, from this perspective, is often taken to be, either implicitly or explicitly, chauvinistic or hostile towards other nations or minority groups, being fueled by a mixture of pride and fear. To the extent that cultural nationalism is associated with demands for assimilation and cultural purity, it becomes incompatible with multiculturalism. The relationship between multiculturalism and nationalism is examined in greater depth in Chapter 11. Tensions within nationalism. 1. Civic nationalism vs. Ethno-cultural nationalism. Political nation. Cultural/historical nation. Inclusive. Exclusive. Universalism. Particularism. Equal nations. Unique nations. Rational/principled. Mystical/emotional. National sovereignty. National spirit. Voluntaristic. Organic. Based on citizenship. Based on descent. Civic loyalty. Ethnic allegiance. Cultural diversity. Cultural unity. Key concept. Zionism. Zionism, Zion is Hebrew for the kingdom of heaven, is the movement for the establishment of a Jewish homeland, usually seen as being located in Palestine. The idea was first advanced in 1897 by Theodor Herzl, 1860–1904, at the World Zionist Congress in Basel, as the only means of protecting the Jewish people from persecution. Early Zionists had secularist and nationalistic aspirations, often associated with socialist sympathies. Since the foundation of the State of Israel in 1948, however, Zionism has come to be associated both with the continuing promise of Israel to provide a home for all Jews, and with attempts to promote sympathy for Israel and defend it against its enemies. In the latter sense, it has been recruited to the cause of fundamentalism, and, according to Palestinians, it has acquired an expansionist, anti-Arab character. Types of nationalism. Political nationalism is a highly complex phenomenon, being characterized more by ambiguity and contradictions than by a single set of values and goals. For example, nationalism has been both liberating and oppressive, it has brought about self-government and freedom, and it has led to conquest and subjugation. Nationalism has been both progressive and regressive, it has looked to a future of national independence or national greatness, and it has celebrated past national glories and entrenched established identities. Nationalism has also been both rational and irrational, it has appealed to principled beliefs, such as national self-determination, and it has bred from non-rational drives and emotions, including ancient fears and hatreds. This ideological shapelessness is a product of a number of factors. Nationalism has emerged in very different historical contexts, been shaped by contrasting cultural inheritances, and it has been used to advance a wide variety of political causes and aspirations. However, it also reflects the capacity of nationalism to fuse with and absorb other political doctrines and ideas, thereby creating a series of rival nationalist traditions. The most significant of these traditions are liberal nationalism, conservative nationalism, expansionist nationalism, anti-colonial and post-colonial nationalism, liberal nationalism. Liberal nationalism is the oldest form of nationalism, dating back to the French Revolution and embodying many of its values. Its ideas spread quickly through much of Europe and were expressed most clearly by Giuseppe Mazzini, CP 184, often thought of as the prophet of Italian unification. They also influenced the remarkable exploits of Simón Bolívar, who led the Latin American independence movement in the early 19th century and expelled the Spanish from much of Hispanic America. Woodrow Wilson's, CP 184, 14 points, proposed as the basis for the reconstruction of Europe after the First World War, were also based on liberal nationalist principles. Moreover, many 20th-century anti-colonial leaders were inspired by liberal ideas, as in the case of Sun Yat-sen, 1866–1925, one of the leaders of China's 1911 revolution, and Jawaharlal Nehru, 1889–1964, the first Prime Minister of India. The ideas of liberal nationalism were clearly shaped by J.J. Rousseau's defense of popular sovereignty, expressed in particular in the notion of the general will. As the 19th century progressed, the aspiration for popular self-government was fused progressively with liberal principles. This fusion was brought about by the fact that the multinational empires against which nationalists fought were also autocratic and oppressive. Mazzini, for example, wished the Italian states to unite, but this also entailed throwing off the influence of autocratic Austria. For many European revolutionaries in the mid-19th century, liberalism and nationalism were virtually indistinguishable. Indeed, their nationalist creed was largely forged by applying liberal ideas, initially developed in relation to the individual, to the nation and to international politics. Liberalism was founded on a defense of individual freedom, traditionally expressed in the language of rights. Nationalists believed nations to be sovereign entities, entitled to liberty, and also possessing rights, the most important being the right of self-determination. Liberal nationalism is therefore a liberating force in two senses. First, it opposes all forms of foreign domination and oppression, whether by multinational empires or colonial powers. Second, it stands for the ideal of self-government, reflected in practice in a belief in constitutionalism, CP 37, and representation. Woodrow Wilson, for example, argued in favor of a Europe composed not only of nation-states, but also one in which political democracy rather than autocracy ruled. For him, only a democratic republic, on the US model, could be a genuine nation-state. Furthermore, liberal nationalists believe that nations, like individuals, are equal, at least in the sense that they are equally entitled to the right of self-determination. The ultimate goal of liberal nationalism is, therefore, the construction of a world of independent nation-states, not merely the unification or independence of a particular nation. John Stuart Mill, CP 53, expressed this as the principle that the boundaries of government should coincide in the main with those of nationality. Mazzini formed the clandestine organization Young Italy to promote the idea of a united Italy, but he also founded Young Europe in the hope of spreading nationalist ideas throughout the continent. At the Paris Peace Conference, Woodrow Wilson advanced the principle of self-determination not simply because the breakup of the European Empire served U.S. national interests, but because he believed that the Poles, Czechs, Hungarians, and so on all had the same right to political independence that Americans already enjoyed. Key concept: internationalism. Internationalism is the theory or practice of politics based on transnational or global cooperation. It is rooted in universalist assumptions about human nature that put it at odds with political nationalism, the latter emphasizing the degree to which political identity is shaped by nationality. However, internationalism is compatible with nationalism in the sense that it calls for cooperation or solidarity between or among pre-existing nations, rather than for the removal or abandonment of national identities altogether. Internationalism thus differs from cosmopolitanism, CP 191, the latter implying the displacement of national allegiances by global allegiances. Weak forms of internationalism can be seen in doctrines such as feminism, racism, and religious fundamentalism, which hold that national ties are secondary to other political bonds. Strong forms of internationalism have usually drawn on the universalist ideas of either liberalism or socialism. Liberals also believe that the principle of balance or natural harmony applies to the nations of the world, not just to individuals within society. The achievement of national self-determination is a means of establishing a peaceful and stable international order. Wilson believed that the First World War had been caused by an old order, dominated by autocratic and militaristic empires. Democratic nation-states, on the other hand, would respect the national sovereignty of their neighbors and have no incentive to wage war or subjugate others. For a liberal, nationalism does not divide nations from one another, promoting distrust, rivalry and possibly war. Rather, it is a force that is capable of promoting both unity within each nation and brotherhood among all nations on the basis of mutual respect for national rights and characteristics. At heart, liberalism looks beyond the nation to the ideas of cosmopolitanism, CP 176, and internationalism, CP 178. Liberal internationalism is grounded in a fear of an international state of nature. Liberals have long accepted that national self-determination is a mixed blessing. While it preserves self-government and forbids foreign control, it also creates a world of sovereign nation-states in which each nation has the freedom to pursue its own interests, possibly at the expense of other nations. Liberal nationalists have certainly accepted that constitutionalism and democracy reduce the tendency towards militarism and war, but when sovereign nations operate within conditions of international anarchy, self-restraint alone may not be sufficient to ensure what Kant, CP 52, called perpetual peace. Liberals have generally proposed two means of preventing a recourse to conquest and plunder. The first is national interdependence, aimed at promoting mutual understanding and cooperation. This is why liberals have traditionally supported the policy of free trade. Economic interdependence means that the material costs of international conflict are so great that warfare becomes virtually unthinkable. Second, liberals have proposed that national ambition should be checked by the construction of international organizations capable of bringing order to an otherwise lawless international scene. This explains Woodrow Wilson's support for the first, if flawed, experiment in world government, the League of Nations, set up in 1919, and far wider support for its successor, the United Nations, founded by the San Francisco Conference of 1945. Liberals have looked to these bodies to establish a law-governed state system to make possible the peaceful resolution of international conflicts. Tensions within. Nationalism, 2. Liberal nationalism vs. Expansionist nationalism. National self-determination. National chauvinism. Inclusive. Exclusive. Voluntaristic. Organic. Progressive. Reactionary. Rational/principled. Emotional/instinctive. Human rights. National interest. Equal nations. Hierarchy of nations. Constitutionalism. Authoritarianism. Ethnic/cultural pluralism. Ethnic/cultural purity. Cosmopolitanism. Imperialism/militarism. Collective security. Power politics. Supranationalism. International anarchy. Free trade. A system of trading between states that is unrestricted by tariffs or other forms of protectionism. However, critics of liberal nationalism have sometimes suggested that its ideas are naive and romantic. Liberal nationalists see the progressive and liberating face of nationalism. Their nationalism is rational and tolerant. However, they perhaps ignore the darker face of nationalism, the irrational bonds or tribalism that distinguish us from a foreign and threatening them. Liberals see nationalism as a universal principle, but have less understanding of the emotional power of nationalism, which has, in times of war, persuaded individuals to kill or die for their country, regardless of the justice of their nation's cause. Liberal nationalism is also misguided in its belief that the nation-state is the key to political and international harmony. The mistake of Wilsonian nationalism was the belief that nations live in convenient and discrete geographical areas, and that states can be constructed that coincide with these areas. In practice, all so-called nation-states comprise a range of linguistic, religious, ethnic, or regional groups, some of which may also consider themselves to be nations. For example, in 1918 the newly created nation-states of Czechoslovakia and Poland contained a significant number of German speakers, and Czechoslovakia itself was a fusion of two major ethnic groups, the Czechs and the Slovaks. The former Yugoslavia, also created by Versailles, contained a bewildering variety of ethnic groups: Serbs, Croats, Slovenes, Bosnians, Albanians and so on, which have subsequently realized their aspiration for nationhood. In fact, the ideal of a politically unified and culturally homogeneous nation-state can only be achieved by forcibly deporting minority groups and imposing an outright ban on immigration. Tribalism. Group behavior characterized by insularity and exclusivity, typically fueled by hostility towards rival groups. Conservative nationalism. In the early 19th century, conservatives regarded nationalism as a radical and dangerous force, a threat to order and political stability. However, as the century progressed, conservative statesmen such as Disraeli, Bismarck, and even Tsar Alexander III became increasingly sympathetic towards nationalism, seeing it as a natural ally in maintaining social order and defending traditional institutions. In the modern period, nationalism has become an article of faith for most conservatives in most parts of the world. Conservative nationalism tends to develop in established nation-states, rather than in those that are in the process of nation-building. Conservatives care less for the principled nationalism of universal self-determination and more about the promise of social cohesion and public order embodied in the sentiment of national patriotism. For conservatives, society is organic. They believe that nations emerge naturally from the desire of human beings to live with others who possess the same views, habits, and appearance as themselves. Human beings are thought to be limited and imperfect creatures, who seek meaning and security within the national community. Therefore, the principal goal of conservative nationalism is to maintain national unity by fostering patriotic loyalty and pride in one's country, especially in the face of the divisive idea of class solidarity preached by socialists. Indeed, by incorporating the working class into the nation, conservatives have often seen nationalism as the antidote to social revolution. Charles de Gaulle, French president 1959–69, harnessed nationalism to the conservative cause in France with particular skill. De Gaulle appealed to national pride by pursuing an independent, even anti-American, defense and foreign policy, and by attempting to restore order and authority to social life and build up a powerful state. In some respects, Thatcherism in the UK amounted to a British form of Gaullism, in that it fused an appeal based on nationalism, or at least national independence within Europe, with the promise of strong government and firm leadership. The conservative character of nationalism is maintained by an appeal to tradition and history. Nationalism thereby becomes a defense for traditional institutions and a traditional way of life. Conservative nationalism is essentially nostalgic and backward-looking, reflecting on a past age of national glory or triumph. This is evident in the widespread tendency to use ritual and commemoration to present past military victories as defining moments in a nation's history. It is also apparent in the use of traditional institutions as symbols of national identity. This occurs in the case of British, or, more accurately, English nationalism, which is closely linked to the institution of monarchy. Britain, plus Northern Ireland, is the United Kingdom. Its national anthem is God Save the Queen, and the royal family plays a prominent role in national celebrations such as Armistice Day, and on state occasions such as the opening of Parliament. Conservative nationalism is particularly prominent when the sense of national identity is felt to be threatened or in danger of being lost. The issues of immigration and supranationalism have therefore helped to keep this form of nationalism alive in many modern states. Conservative reservations about immigration stem from the belief that cultural diversity leads to instability and conflict. As stable and successful societies must be based on shared values and a common culture, immigration, particularly from societies with different religious and other traditions, should either be firmly restricted or minority ethnic groups should be encouraged to assimilate into the culture of the host society. This puts conservative nationalism clearly at odds with multiculturalism, as discussed in Chapter 10. Conservative nationalists are also concerned about the threat that supranational bodies, such as the EU, pose to national identity and so to the cultural bonds of society. This is expressed in the UK in the form of Euroscepticism, particularly strong within the Conservative Party, with similar views being expressed in continental Europe by a variety of far-right groups such as the French National Front. Eurosceptics not only defend sovereign national institutions and a distinctive national currency on the grounds that they are vital symbols of national identity, but also warn that the European project is fatally misconceived because a stable political union cannot be forged out of such national, language, and cultural diversity. Thatcherism. The free market/strong state ideological stance associated with Margaret Thatcher, the UK version of the New Right political project. Supranationalism. The ability of bodies with transnational or global jurisdictions to impose their will on nation-states. Although conservative politicians and parties have derived considerable political benefit from their appeal to nationalism, opponents have sometimes pointed out that their ideas are based on misguided assumptions. In the first place, conservative nationalism can be seen as a form of elite manipulation. The nation is invented and certainly defined by political leaders who may use it for their own purposes. This is most evident in times of war or international crisis, when the nation is mobilized to fight for the fatherland by emotional appeals to patriotic duty. Furthermore, conservative nationalism may also serve to promote intolerance and bigotry. By insisting on the maintenance of cultural purity and established traditions, conservatives may portray immigrants, or foreigners in general, as a threat, and in the process promote, or at least legitimize, racist and xenophobic fears. The revival of national conservatism in the 21st century is discussed on p. 92. Expansionist nationalism. In many countries the dominant image of nationalism is one of aggression and militarism, quite the opposite of a principled belief in national self-determination. The aggressive face of nationalism became apparent in the late 19th century as European powers indulged in a scramble for Africa in the name of national glory and their place in the sun. The imperialism of the late 19th century differed from earlier periods of colonial expansion in that it was supported by a climate of popular nationalism. National prestige was linked increasingly to the possession of an empire, and each colonial victory was greeted by demonstrations of public approval. In the UK, a new word, jingoism, was coined to describe this mood of popular nationalism. In the early 20th century, the growing rivalry of the European powers divided the continent into two armed camps, the Triple Entente, comprising the UK, France, and Russia, and the Triple Alliance, containing Germany, Austria, and Italy. When World War eventually broke out in August 1914, after a prolonged arms race and a succession of international crises, it provoked public rejoicing in all the major cities of Europe. Aggressive and expansionist nationalism reached its high point in the interwar period when the authoritarian or fascist regimes of Japan, Italy, and Germany embarked on policies of imperial expansion and world domination, eventually leading to war in 1939. What distinguished this form of nationalism from earlier liberal nationalism was its chauvinism, a term derived from the name of Nicolas Chauvin, a French soldier who had been fanatically devoted to Napoleon. Nations are not thought to be equal in their right to self-determination. Rather, some nations are believed to possess characteristics or qualities that make them superior to others. Such ideas were clearly evident in European imperialism, which was justified by an ideology of racial and cultural superiority. In 19th century Europe, it was widely believed that the white peoples of Europe and America were intellectually and morally superior to the black, brown and yellow peoples of Africa and Asia. Indeed, Europeans portrayed imperialism as a moral duty. Colonial peoples were the white man's burden. Imperialism supposedly brought the benefits of civilization, and in particular Christianity, to the less fortunate and less sophisticated peoples of the world. Militarism. The achievement of ends by military means, or the extension of military ideas, values, and practices to civilian society. Jingoism. A mood of nationalist enthusiasm and public celebration provoked by military expansion or imperial conquest. More particular varieties of national chauvinism have developed in the form of pan-nationalism. In Russia this took the form of panslavism, sometimes called Slavophile nationalism, which was particularly strong in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The Russians are Slavs, and enjoy linguistic and cultural links with other Slavic peoples in Eastern and Southeastern Europe. Panslavism was defined by the goal of Slavic unity, which many Russian nationalists believed to be their country's historic mission. In the years before 1914, such ideas brought Russia into growing conflict with Austro-Hungary for control of the Balkans. The chauvinistic character of panslavism derived from the belief that the Russians are the natural leaders of the Slavic people, and that the Slavs are culturally and spiritually superior to the peoples of Central or Western Europe. Panslavism is therefore both anti-Western and anti-liberal. Forms of panslavism have been reawakened since 1991 and the collapse of communist rule in Russia. Traditional German nationalism also exhibited a marked chauvinism, which was born out of defeat in the Napoleonic Wars. Writers such as Johann Fichte and Friedrich John reacted strongly against France and the ideals of its revolution, emphasizing instead the uniqueness of German culture and its language, and the racial purity of its people. After unification in 1871, German nationalism developed a pronounced chauvinistic character with the emergence of pressure groups such as the Pan-German League and the Navy League, which campaigned for closer ties with German-speaking Austria and for a German empire, Germany's place in the sun. Pan-Germanism was an expansionist and aggressive form of nationalism that envisaged the creation of a German-dominated Europe. German chauvinism found its highest expression in the racialist and anti-Semitic doctrines developed by the Nazis. The Nazis adopted the expansionist goals of Pan-Germanism with enthusiasm, but justified them in the language of biology rather than politics. This is examined more fully in Chapter 7, in connection with racism. National chauvinism breeds from a feeling of intense, even hysterical nationalist enthusiasm. The individual as a separate, rational being is swept away on a tide of patriotic emotion, expressed in the desire for aggression, expansion, and war. Charles Maurras, CP 185, called such intense patriotism integral nationalism. Individuals and independent groups lose their identity within an all-powerful nation, which has an existence and meaning beyond the life of any single individual. Such militant nationalism is often accompanied by militarism. Military glory and conquest are the ultimate evidence of national greatness and have been capable of generating intense feelings of nationalist commitment. The civilian population is, in effect, militarized. It is infected by the martial values of absolute loyalty, complete dedication, and willing self-sacrifice. When the honor or integrity of the nation is in question, the lives of ordinary citizens become unimportant. Such emotional intensity was amply demonstrated in August 1914, and perhaps also underlies the emotional power of jihad, crudely defined as holy war, from the viewpoint of militant Islamist groups. Pan-nationalism. A style of nationalism that is dedicated to unifying a disparate people either through expansionism or political solidarity. Pan means all or every. Key figures in nationalism: Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712–78, a Geneva-born French moral and political philosopher. Rousseau is commonly viewed as the architect of political nationalism, but also influenced liberal, socialist, anarchist and, some claim, fascist thought. In The Social Contract, 1762, Rousseau argued that natural man could only throw off the corruption, exploitation, and domination imposed by society and regain the capacity for moral choice through a radical form of democracy, based on the general will. This subordinates the individual to the collective and promises political liberty and equality for all. Johann Gottfried Herder, 1744–1803, a German poet, critic, and philosopher. Herder is often portrayed as the father of cultural nationalism. A leading intellectual opponent of the Enlightenment, Herder's emphasis on the nation as an organic group characterized by a distinctive language, culture, and spirit helped both to found cultural history and to give rise to a form of nationalism that emphasizes the intrinsic value of the national culture. Herder's major work was Reflections on the Philosophy of the History of Mankind, 1784–91. Giuseppe Mazzini, 1805–72, an Italian nationalist, often portrayed as the prophet of Italian unification. Mazzini practiced a form of liberal nationalism that fused a belief in the nation as a distinctive language and cultural community with the principles of liberal republicanism. In this view, nations are effectively sublimated individuals endowed with the right to self-government, a right to which all nations are equally entitled. Mazzini was also one of the earliest thinkers to link nationalism to the prospect of perpetual peace. Woodrow Wilson, 1856–1924, a U.S. historian and political scientist and later politician. Wilson was the 28th President of the USA, 1913–21. His 14 points, laid down in 1918 as the basis for peace after World War I, proposed to reconstruct Europe according to the principle of national self-determination, and to ban secret diplomacy, expand trade, and achieve security through a general association of nations. Wilsonian liberalism is usually associated with the idea that constructing a world of democratic nation-states, modeled on the USA, is the surest way of preventing war. Charles Maurras, 1868–1952, a French political thinker and leading figure within the political movement Action Française. Maurras was a key exponent of right-wing nationalism and an influence on fascism. His idea of integral nationalism emphasized the organic unity of the nation, fusing a clearly illiberal rejection of individualism with a stress on hierarchy and traditional institutions, in his case, the French monarchy and the Roman Catholic Church. His insular and exclusionary nationalism articulated hostility towards, among others, Protestants, Jews, Freemasons and foreigners in general. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, 1869–1948, an Indian spiritual and political leader, called Mahatma, Great Soul, Gandhi campaigned tirelessly for Indian independence, which was finally achieved in 1947. His ethic of nonviolent resistance, satyagraha, reinforced by his ascetic lifestyle, gave the movement for Indian independence enormous moral authority. Derived from Hinduism, Gandhi's political philosophy was based on the assumption that the universe is regulated by the primacy of truth, or satya, and that humankind is ultimately one. Gandhi was a trenchant opponent of both Hindu and Muslim sectarianism. Marcus Garvey, 1887–1940, a Jamaican political thinker and activist, and founder of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, Garvey was an early advocate of black nationalism. Placing a particular emphasis on establishing black pride, Garvey's vision of Africa as a homeland provided the basis for a Pan-African philosophy and an associated political movement. Although his call for a return to Africa to redeem it from European colonialism was largely ignored, his views provided the basis for the later Black Power movement and helped to inspire Rastafarianism. Frantz Fanon, 1925–61, a Martinique-born French revolutionary theorist, Fanon is best known for his views on the anti-colonial struggle. In his classic work on decolonization, The Wretched of the Earth, 1965, he drew on psychiatry, politics, sociology, and the existentialism of Jean-Paul Sartre in arguing that only total revolution and absolute violence can help black or colonized people to liberate themselves from the social and psychological scars of imperialism. Fanon's other works include Black Skin, White Masks, 1952, and Towards the African Revolution, 1964. National chauvinism has a particularly strong appeal for the isolated and powerless, for whom nationalism offers the prospect of security, self-respect, and pride. Militant or integral nationalism requires a heightened sense of belonging to a distinct national group. Such intense nationalist feeling is often stimulated by negative integration, the portrayal of another nation or race as a threat or an enemy. In the face of the enemy, the nation draws together and experiences an intensified sense of its own identity and importance. National chauvinism therefore breeds from a clear distinction between them and us. There has to be a them to deride or hate in order to forge a sense of us. In politics, national chauvinism has commonly been reflected in racist ideologies, which divide the world into an in-group and an out-group, in which the out-group becomes a scapegoat for all the misfortunes and frustrations suffered by the in-group. It is therefore no coincidence that chauvinistic political creeds are a breeding ground for racist ideas. Both panslavism and pangermanism, for example, have been characterized by virulent antisemitism, CP 210. Political ideologies in action. Independence for India and Pakistan. Events. On August 15, 1947, the Indian Independence Act took effect, providing for the creation of two new sovereign states in the form of India and Pakistan. In so doing, it brought to an end 200 years of British rule. The unraveling of the British Raj occurred at a pace that defied most participants' expectations, coming, as it did, less than 2 years after the British Empire in Asia had survived the challenge of Japanese expansionism. The partition of the Indian subcontinent into two independent countries nevertheless had dramatic repercussions, sparking a frantic scramble as millions of Indian Muslims fled to Pakistan, while many Hindus and Sikhs headed in the opposite direction. Around 500,000 people died in the violence, and 10 to 15 million were left as refugees. Significance: independence for India and Pakistan is widely interpreted as a consequence of the rising tide of nationalism, Britain's hand having been forced by the emergence of an independence movement that threatened to make the maintenance of empire politically and economically unfeasible. The most influential body campaigning for independence was the Indian National Congress, founded in 1883, which pursued a moderate strategy. During the 1920s, Congress was converted to Gandhi's policy of nonviolent civil resistance, its protests and demonstrations escalating significantly during World War II, especially with the instigation of the Quit India campaign in 1942. Although formally a secular party that had previously attracted support from Hindus and Muslims, From the late 1930s onwards, Congress developed a more pronounced Hindu orientation, as the various Muslim political groupings came to be effectively dominated by Muhammad Ali Jinnah's Muslim League. Nevertheless, factors other than rising nationalism also helped to support the cause of independence. These included the success of the Labour Party, traditionally committed to Indian self-rule, in the 1945 UK general election, the need for the UK, exhausted by war, to focus on issues closer to home, and the USA's firm opposition to a continuation of European colonialism. The Hindu-Muslim violence that came in the wake of independence has also provoked debate. Although sometimes seen as evidence of the hatred and tribalism that, critics allege, lie under the surface of nationalism, it is perhaps better understood as a consequence of the British policy of divide and rule, which politicized religious differences between groups that had previously lived together in conditions of relative peace. Anti-colonial and post-colonial nationalism. Nationalism may have been born in Europe, but it became a worldwide phenomenon thanks to imperialism. The experience of colonial rule helped to forge a sense of nationhood and a desire for national liberation among the peoples of Asia and Africa, and gave rise to a specifically anti-colonial form of nationalism. During the 20th century, the political geography of much of the world was transformed by anti-colonialism. Although Versailles applied the principle of self-determination to Europe, it was conveniently ignored in other parts of the world, where German colonies were simply transferred to UK and French control. However, during the interwar period, independence movements increasingly threatened the overstretched empires of the UK and France. The final collapse of the European empires came after World War II. In some cases, a combination of mounting nationalist pressure and declining domestic economic performance persuaded colonial powers to depart relatively peacefully, as occurred in India and Pakistan in 1947, CP 186, and in Malaysia in 1957. However, decolonization in the post-1945 period was often characterized by revolution, and sometimes periods of armed struggle. This occurred, for instance, in the case of China, 1937–45, against Japan, Algeria, 1954–62, against France, and Vietnam, 1946–54, against France, and 1964–75, against USA. In a sense, the colonizing Europeans had taken with them the seed of their own destruction, the doctrine of nationalism. For example, it is notable that many of the leaders of independence or liberation movements were Western educated. It is therefore not surprising that anti-colonial movements sometimes articulated their goals in the language of liberal nationalism, reminiscent of Mazzini or Woodrow Wilson. However, emergent African and Asian nations were in a very different position from the newly created European states of the 19th and early 20th centuries. For these African and Asian nations, the quest for political independence was closely related to their awareness of economic underdevelopment and their subordination to the industrialized states of Europe and North America. Anti-colonialism thus came to express the desire for national liberation in both political and economic terms, and this has left its mark on the form of nationalism practiced in the developing world. Some forms of anti-colonial nationalism nevertheless distanced themselves more clearly from Western political traditions by constructing non-European models of national liberation. This had a range of implications, however. For example, Gandhi, CP 185, advanced a political philosophy that fused Indian nationalism with an ethic of nonviolence and self-sacrifice that was ultimately rooted in Hinduism. Home rule for India was thus a spiritual condition, and not merely a political one, a stance underpinned by Gandhi's anti-industrialism, famously embodied in his wearing of homespun clothes. In contrast, Frantz Fanon, CP 185, emphasized links between the anti-colonial struggle and violence. His theory of imperialism stressed the psychological dimension of colonial subjugation. For Fanon, 1965, colonization was not simply a political process, but also one through which a new species of human is created. he argued that only the cathartic experience of violence is powerful enough to bring about this psychopolitical regeneration. Key concept: religious fundamentalism. Religious fundamentalism is defined by the belief that religion cannot and should not be confined to the private sphere, but finds its highest and proper expression in the politics of popular mobilization and social regeneration. Although often related, religious fundamentalism should not be equated with scriptural literalism, as the fundamentals of a creed are often extracted through a process of dynamic interpretation by a charismatic leader. Religious fundamentalism also differs from ultra-orthodoxy, in that it advances a program of moral and political regeneration of society in line with religious principles, as opposed to a retreat from corrupt secular society into the purity of faith-based communal living. Ruthven, 2007, associated religious fundamentalism with a search for meaning in a world of growing doubt and uncertainty. However, most of the leaders of Asian and African anti-colonial movements were attracted to some form of socialism, ranging from the moderate and peaceful ideas represented by Gandhi and Nehru in India, to the revolutionary Marxism espoused by Mao Zedong in China, Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam and Fidel Castro in Cuba. On the surface, socialism is more clearly related to internationalism than to nationalism. This reflects the stress within socialism, first, on social class loyalties having an intrinsically transnational character, and, at a deeper level, on the idea of a common humanity. Marx, CP 124, thus declared in the Communist Manifesto that working men have no country. Socialist ideas nevertheless appealed powerfully to nationalists in the developing world. This was partly because socialism embodies values such as community and cooperation that are deeply entrenched in traditional, pre-industrial societies. More important, socialism, and in particular Marxism, provided an analysis of inequality and exploitation through which the colonial experience could be understood and colonial rule challenged. During the 1960s and 1970s, in particular, developing world nationalists were drawn to revolutionary Marxism, influenced by the belief that colonialism is in practice an extended form of class oppression. Lenin, CP 124, had earlier provided the basis for such a view by portraying imperialism as essentially an economic phenomenon, a quest for profit by capitalist countries seeking investment opportunities, cheap labor and raw materials, and secure markets. Lenin, 1916–1970. The class struggle thus became a struggle against colonial exploitation and oppression. As a result, the overthrow of colonial rule implied not only political independence, but also a social revolution which would bring about economic as well as political emancipation. In some cases, developing world regimes have openly embraced Marxist-Leninist principles. On achieving independence, China, North Korea, Vietnam, and Cambodia moved swiftly to seize foreign assets and nationalize economic resources. They founded one-party states and centrally planned economies, closely following the Soviet model. In other cases, states in Africa and the Middle East have developed a less ideological form of nationalistic socialism, as has been evident in Algeria, Libya, Zambia, Iraq, and South Yemen. The socialism proclaimed in such countries usually took the form of an appeal to a unifying national cause or interest, in most cases economic or social development, as in the case of so-called African socialism, embraced, for instance, by Tanzania, Zimbabwe and Angola. The post-colonial period has thrown up quite different forms of nationalism, however. With the authority of socialism and especially the attraction of Marxism-Leninism, declining significantly since the 1970s, nation-building in the post-colonial period has been shaped increasingly by the rejection of Western ideas and culture more than by the attempt to reapply them. If the West is regarded as the source of oppression and exploitation, post-colonial nationalism must seek an anti-Western voice. In part, this has been a reaction against the dominance of Western, and particularly U.S., culture and economic power in much of the developing world. The principal vehicle for expressing such views has been religious fundamentalism. Although Islam in particular has thrown up a comprehensive program of political renewal, in the form of Islamism, discussed in Chapter 11, most fundamentalist religious movements have been more narrowly concerned with helping to clarify or redefine national or ethnic identity, examples being associated with Hinduism, Sikhism, Judaism, and Buddhism. Hindu fundamentalism has been expressed in calls for the Hinduzation of Muslim, Sikh and other communities in India. The Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, has been the largest party in the Indian Parliament since 1996, articulating, as it does, the newly prosperous middle class's ambivalence towards modernity and, particularly, its concerns about a weakening of national identity. The more radical World Hindu Council preaches India for the Hindus, while its parent body, the RSS, Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, aims to create a greater India, stretching from Burma to Iraq. Sikh fundamentalism is associated with the struggle to found an independent nation-state, Khalistan, located in present-day Punjab, with Sikhism as the state religion and its government obliged to ensure its unhindered flourishing. Jewish fundamentalists have transformed Zionism into a defense of the greater land of Israel, characterized by territorial aggressiveness. In the case of Israel's best-known fundamentalist group, Gushman Emunim, Bloc of the Faithful, this has been expressed in a campaign to build Jewish settlements in territory occupied in the Six-Day War of 1967. Buddhist nationalism has been evident in both Sri Lanka and Burma, in the former case being associated with the Sinhalization of national identity and the war waged against Tamil separatism, finally crushed in 2009. Nationalism in a global age. One of the ironies of nationalism is that just as it was completing its greatest accomplishment, bringing about the collapse of the world's major empires, the last of which, the Soviet Empire, was destroyed by the revolutions of 1989 to 91, the nation-state was being undermined, some would say fatally, by the advance of globalization, CP20. The challenges that globalization has posed to nationalism have been many and varied. They include the tendency of economic globalization to diminish the nation-state's capacity to function as an autonomous economic unit, and the trend for cultural globalization to weaken the cultural distinctiveness of the nation-state. However, two developments deserve particular attention. First, the growth of global interconnectedness, the process that lies at the heart of globalization, has arguably reconfigured our sense of political community and, in the process, expanded our moral sensibilities. This has led some to suggest that nationalism is in the process of being superseded by cosmopolitanism, CP 191. In this view, the narrowing of political allegiances and moral responsibilities only to people within our own society has become increasingly unsustainable in a world characterized by interconnectedness and interdependence. Transborder information and communication flows, particularly the impact of television, means that the strangeness or remoteness of people and societies on the other side of the globe has substantially diminished. This is the sense in which the world has shrunk. Although political cosmopolitanism is widely viewed as an unfeasible and, because it is linked to the possibly tyrannical notion of world government, undesirable, a form of moral cosmopolitanism may be developing through which people view themselves as global citizens, rather than as merely national citizens. Ethical nationalism has thus been eroded as we recognize that, increasingly, we live in a world of global cause and effect. For example, purchasing decisions in one part of the world affect job opportunities, working conditions, and poverty levels in other parts of the world. For cosmopolitans, this reflects a recognition that national divisions have always been arbitrary and are sustained largely by ignorance, suggesting that humankind has the capacity to evolve beyond nationalism. Ethical nationalism. The theory that the rights of, and obligations towards, members of one's own nation should enjoy moral priority over those related to members of other nations, a stance that implies moral relativism. Second, the advent of a global age has affected nationalism because it has been accompanied by an upsurge in international migration, greatly increasing levels of cultural and ethnic diversity in most, if not all, modern societies. The culturally cohesive nation-state may therefore have become a thing of the past, meaning that national identity is in the process of being displaced by rival forms of identity, linked, for instance, to ethnicity, culture or religion. The increase in international migration in recent decades has been fueled by war, ethnic conflict, and political upheaval, particularly in parts of Africa, the Middle East and Central Asia, and by the tendency of economic globalization to pull people from their countries of origin through the prospect of better job opportunities and higher living standards elsewhere. The general consequence of this has sometimes been portrayed as a shift from nationalism to multiculturalism, although this may also be viewed as the emergence of multicultural nationalism. In some respects, nevertheless, political identities have been reshaped in ways that are difficult to accommodate within the traditional bounds of nationalism. This applies, for instance, in the case of the growth of transnational communities, which challenge the nation-state ideal by weakening the link between politico-cultural identity and a specific territory or homeland. Transnational communities can therefore be thought of as deterritorialized nations or global tribes. Nevertheless, transnational communities typically have multiple attachments, as allegiances to a country of origin do not preclude the formation of attachments to a country of settlement, creating a form of differentiated citizenship. Key concept: cosmopolitanism. Cosmopolitanism literally means a belief in a cosmopolis or world state. Moral cosmopolitanism is the belief that the world constitutes a single moral community, in that people have obligations, potentially, towards all other people in the world, regardless of nationality, religion, ethnicity, and so on. All forms of moral cosmopolitanism are based on a belief that every individual is of equal moral worth, most commonly linked to the doctrine of human rights, CP 58. Political cosmopolitanism, sometimes called legal or institutional cosmopolitanism, is the belief that there should be global political institutions, and possibly a world government. However, most modern political cosmopolitans favor a system in which authority is divided between global, national, and local levels. However, there is little empirical evidence to suggest that predictions of the death of nationalism are close to being realized. For example, although international organizations, ranging from the UN and the EU to the WTO and the IMF, have undoubtedly become more important in terms of global policy making, none of them, including the EU, the only one to have some form of democratic framework, has come anywhere close to rivaling the nation-state in terms of its ability to attract political affiliation or emotional allegiance, still less love. Indeed, there are reasons to believe that the advent of a global age may be leading to a revival, rather than a decline, of nationalism. The resurgence of nationalism since the final decades of the 20th century can be explained in at least three ways. Transnational community. A community whose cultural identity, political allegiances, and psychological orientations cut across or transcend national borders. First, increased national self-assertion has become a strategy of growing significance for powerful states, especially in the light of the fluid nature of world order in the post-Cold War world. Nationalism has thus, once again, proved its capacity for investing the drive for economic and political development with an ideological impetus rooted in a vision of strength, unity, and pride. For instance, China's remarkable economic revival has been accompanied by clear evidence of rising nationalism, apparent, among other things, in increased pressure being brought to bear on Taiwan, and in a firm and sometimes forceful response to independence movements in Tibet and Xinjiang. Similar tendencies have been found in India, particularly associated with Hindu nationalism, as well as in Russia. Second, from the 1990s onwards, forms of cultural, and particularly ethnic, nationalism have flourished. This was evident in a series of wars in the former Yugoslavia, which also featured programs of ethnic cleansing and the worst massacres in Europe since World War II. Other examples of ethnic assertiveness include secessionist uprisings in Chechnya and elsewhere in the Caucasus, and the genocidal bloodshed that broke out in Rwanda in 1994, when between 800,000 and 1 million Tutsis and moderate Hutus were slaughtered in an uprising by militant Hutus. Ethnic cleansing. A euphemism that refers to the forcible expulsion of an ethnic group or groups in the cause of racial purity, often involving genocidal violence. Finally, there is clear evidence that nationalism has revived as a reaction against globalization and the deep economic, cultural, and political changes it brings about. Nationalism has often prospered in conditions of fear, insecurity, and social dislocation, its strength being its capacity to stand for unity and certainty. The forms of nationalism that develop in such circumstances provide ideological opportunities for generally right-wing parties or movements to mount campaigns against conventional politics. This has been most apparent since the 1980s in the rise of far-right anti-immigration parties, such as the Front National in France, the Freedom Party in Austria, Alternative for Germany, the Northern League in Italy and the Danish People's Party. Perhaps the most dramatic demonstration of the potency of this form of nationalism came with the victory of the Leave camp in the UK's 2016 referendum on EU membership. Where nationalism draws from anxieties about immigration, national identity tends to be defined in terms of a backward-looking and culturally, and perhaps ethnically, pure model. In these cases, nationalism is defined by its rejection of diversity and cultural mixing. Fascism. Preview. Origins and development. Core themes: strength through unity. Fascism and the state. Fascism and racism. Fascism in a global age. Questions for discussion. Further reading. Preview. The term fascism derives from the Italian word fasces, meaning a bundle of rods with an axe blade protruding that signified the authority of magistrates in imperial Rome. By the 1890s, the word fascia was being used in Italy to refer to a political group or band, usually of revolutionary socialists. It was not until Mussolini employed the term to describe the paramilitary armed squads he formed during and after the First World War that fascismo acquired a clearly ideological meaning. The defining theme of fascism is the idea of an organically unified national community, embodied in a belief in strength through unity. The individual, in a literal sense, is nothing. Individual identity must be entirely absorbed into the community or social group. The fascist ideal is that of the new man, a hero, motivated by duty, honor, and self-sacrifice, prepared to dedicate his life to the glory of his nation or race, and to give unquestioning obedience to a supreme leader. In many ways, fascism constitutes a revolt against the ideas and values that dominated Western political thought from the French Revolution onwards. In the words of the Italian fascist slogan, 1789 is dead. Values such as rationalism, progress, freedom, and equality were thus overturned in the name of struggle, leadership, power, heroism and war. Fascism therefore has a strong anti-character. It is anti-rational, anti-liberal, anti-conservative, anti-capitalist, anti-bourgeois, anti-communist, and so on. Fascism has nevertheless been a complex historical phenomenon, encompassing, many argue, two distinct traditions. Italian fascism was essentially an extreme form of statism that was based on absolute loyalty towards a totalitarian state. In contrast, German fascism, or Nazism, was founded on racial theories, which portrayed the Aryan people as a master race and advanced a virulent form of anti-Semitism. Origins and development. Whereas liberalism, conservatism, and socialism are 19th-century ideologies, fascism is a child of the 20th century, some would say specifically of the period between the two world wars. Indeed, fascism emerged very much as a revolt against modernity, against the ideas and values of the Enlightenment and the political creeds that it spawned. The Nazis in Germany, for instance, proclaimed that 1789 is abolished. In fascist Italy, slogans such as believe, obey, fight and order, authority, justice replaced the more familiar principles of the French Revolution, liberty, equality, and fraternity. Fascism came not only as a bolt from the blue, as O'Sullivan, 1983, put it, but also attempted to make the political world anew, quite literally to root out and destroy the inheritance of conventional political thought. Although the major ideas and doctrines of fascism can be traced back to the 19th century, they were fused together and shaped by World War I and its aftermath, in particular by a potent mixture of war and revolution. Fascism emerged most dramatically in Italy and Germany. In Italy, a fascist party was formed in 1919, its leader, Benito Mussolini, CP 213, was appointed prime minister in 1922 against the backdrop of the March on Rome, CP 206, and by 1926 a one-party fascist state had been established. The National Socialist German Workers' Party, known as the Nazis, was also formed in 1919 and, under the leadership of Adolf Hitler, CP 213, it consciously adopted the style of Mussolini's fascists. Hitler was appointed German Chancellor in 1933 and in little over a year had turned Germany into a Nazi dictatorship. During the same period, democracy collapsed or was overthrown in much of Europe, often being supplanted by right-wing, authoritarian, or openly fascist regimes, especially in Eastern Europe. Regimes that bear some relationship to fascism have also developed outside Europe, notably in the 1930s in Imperial Japan and in Argentina under Perón, 1945–55. The origins and meaning of fascism have provoked considerable historical interest and often fierce disagreements. No single factor can, on its own, account for the rise of fascism. Rather, fascism emerged out of a complex range of historical forces that were present during the interwar period. In the first place, democratic government had only recently been established in many parts of Europe, and democratic political values had not replaced older, autocratic ones. Moreover, democratic governments, representing a coalition of interests or parties, often appeared weak and unstable when confronted by economic or political crises. In this context, the prospect of strong leadership brought about by personal rule cast a powerful appeal. Second, European society had been disrupted by the experience of industrialization, which had particularly threatened a lower middle class of shopkeepers, small businessmen, farmers, and craftsmen, who were squeezed between the growing might of big business, on the one hand, and the rising power of organized labor, on the other. Fascist movements drew their membership and support largely from such lower middle class elements. In a sense, fascism was an extremism of the center, Lipset, 1983, a revolt of the lower middle classes, a fact that helps to explain the hostility of fascism to both capitalism and communism. Third, the period after World War I was deeply affected by the Russian Revolution and the fear among the propertied classes that social revolution was about to spread throughout Europe. Fascist groups undoubtedly drew both financial and political support from business interests. As a result, Marxist historians have interpreted fascism as a form of counter-revolution, an attempt by the bourgeoisie to cling onto power by lending support to fascist dictators. Fourth, the world economic crisis of the 1930s often provided a final blow to already fragile democracies. Rising unemployment and economic failure produced an atmosphere of crisis and pessimism that could be exploited by political extremists and demagogues. Finally, World War I had failed to resolve international conflicts and rivalries, leaving a bitter inheritance of frustrated nationalism and the desire for revenge. Nationalist tensions were strongest in those have-not nations that had either, like Germany, been defeated in war, or had been deeply disappointed by the terms of the Versailles peace settlement, for example, Italy and Japan. In addition, the experience of war itself had generated a particularly militant form of nationalism and imbued it with militaristic values. Fascist regimes were not overthrown by popular revolt or protest but by defeat in World War II. Since 1945, fascist movements have achieved only marginal success, encouraging some to believe that fascism was a specifically interwar phenomenon, linked to the unique combination of historical circumstances that characterized that period. Nolte, 1965. Others, however, regard fascism as an ever-present danger, seeing its roots in human psychology, or as Erich Fromm, 1984, called it, the fear of freedom. Modern civilization has produced greater individual freedom but, with it, the danger of isolation and insecurity. At times of crisis, individuals may therefore flee from freedom, seeking security in submission to an all-powerful leader or a totalitarian state. Political instability or an economic crisis could therefore produce conditions in which fascism could revive. Fears, for example, have been expressed about the growth of neo-fascism in parts of Eastern Europe following the collapse of communist rule, 1989–91. The prospects for fascism in the light of the advance of globalization, CP 20, are discussed in the final section of the chapter. Core themes: strength through unity. Fascism is a difficult ideology to analyze, for at least two reasons. First, it is sometimes doubted if fascism can be regarded, in any meaningful sense, as an ideology. Lacking a rational and coherent core, fascism appears to be, as Hugh Trevor Roper put it, an ill-assorted hodgepodge of ideas. Wolff, 1981. Hitler, for instance, preferred to describe his ideas as a Weltanschauung, rather than a systematic ideology. In this sense, a worldview is a complete, almost religious, set of attitudes that demand commitment and faith, rather than invite reasoned analysis and debate. Fascists were drawn to ideas and theories less because they helped to make sense of the world, in rational terms, but more because they had the capacity to stimulate political activism. Fascism may thus be better described as a political movement or even a political religion, rather than an ideology. Weltanschauung. German, literally, a worldview, a distinctive, even unique, set of presuppositions that structure how a people understands and engages emotionally with the world. Second, so complex has fascism been as a historical phenomenon that it has been difficult to identify its core principles or a fascist minimum, sometimes seen as generic fascism. Where does fascism begin and where does it end? Which movements and regimes can be classified as genuinely fascist? Doubt, for instance, has been cast on whether Imperial Japan, Vichy France, Franco's Spain, Perón's Argentina, and even Hitler's Germany can be classified as fascist. Controversy surrounds the relationship between modern radical right groups, such as the Front National in France and the British National Party in the UK, and fascism. Are these groups fascist, neo-fascist, post-fascist, extreme nationalist or whatever? Among the attempts to define the ideological core of fascism have been Ernst Nolte's, 1965, theory that it is a resistance to transcendence, A.J. Gregor's, 1969, belief that it looks to construct the total charismatic community, Roger Griffin's, 1993, assertion that it constitutes palingenetic ultranationalism, palingenesis meaning rebirth, and Roger E. Twell's, 2003, assertion that it is a holistic national radical third way. While each of these undoubtedly highlights an important feature of fascism, it is difficult to accept that any single sentence formula can sum up a phenomenon as resolutely shapeless as fascist ideology. Perhaps the best we can hope to do is to identify a collection of themes that, when taken together, constitute fascism's structural core. The most significant of these include anti-rationalism, struggle, leadership and elitism, socialism, ultranationalism, anti-rationalism. Although fascist political movements were born out of the upheavals that accompanied World War I, they drew on ideas and theories that had been circulating since the late 19th century. Among the most significant of these were anti-rationalism and the growth of counter-Enlightenment thinking generally. The Enlightenment, based on the ideas of universal reason, natural goodness, and inevitable progress, was committed to liberating humankind from the darkness of irrationalism and superstition. In the late 19th century, however, thinkers had started to highlight the limits of human reason and draw attention to other, perhaps more powerful, drives and impulses. For instance, Friedrich Nietzsche, CP 212, proposed that human beings are motivated by powerful emotions, their will rather than the rational mind, and in particular by what he called the will to power. In Reflections on Violence, 1908-1950, the French syndicalist Georges Sorel, 1847-1922, highlighted the importance of political myths, and especially the myth of the general strike, which are not passive descriptions of political reality but expressions of the will that engaged the emotions and provoked action. Henry Bergson, 1859-1941, the French philosopher, advanced the theory of vitalism. This suggests that the purpose of human existence is therefore to give expression to the life force, rather than to allow it to be confined or corrupted by the tyranny of cold reason or soulless calculation. Vitalism. The theory that living organisms derive their characteristic properties from a universal life force. Vitalism implies an emphasis upon instinct and impulse rather than intellect and reason. Although anti-rationalism does not necessarily have a right-wing or proto-fascist character, fascism gave political expression to the most radical and extreme forms of counter-Enlightenment thinking. Anti-rationalism has influenced fascism in a number of ways. In the first place, it gave fascism a marked anti-intellectualism, reflected in a tendency to despise abstract thinking and revere action. For example, Mussolini's favorite slogans included "action not talk" and "inactivity is death." Intellectual life was devalued, even despised, it is cold, dry, and lifeless. Fascism, instead, addresses the soul, the emotions, the instincts. Its ideas possess little coherence or rigor, but seek to exert a mythic appeal. Its major ideologists, in particular Hitler and Mussolini, were essentially propagandists, interested in ideas and theories largely because of their power to elicit an emotional response and spur the masses to action. Fascism thus practices the politics of the will. Second, the rejection of the Enlightenment gave fascism a predominantly negative or destructive character. Fascists, in other words, have often been clearer about what they oppose than what they support. Fascism thus appears to be an anti-philosophy. It is anti-rational, anti-liberal, anti-conservative, anti-capitalist, anti-bourgeois, anti-communist, and so on. In this light, some have portrayed fascism as an example of nihilism. Nazism, in particular, has been described as a revolution of nihilism. However, fascism is not merely the negation of established beliefs and principles. Rather, it is an attempt to reverse the heritage of the Enlightenment. It represents the darker underside of the Western political tradition, the central and enduring values of which were not abandoned but rather transformed or turned upside down. For example, in fascism, freedom came to mean unquestioning submission, democracy was equated with absolute dictatorship, and progress implied constant struggle and war. Moreover, despite an undoubted inclination towards nihilism, war, and even death, fascism saw itself as a creative force, a means of constructing a new civilization through creative destruction. Indeed, this conjunction of birth and death, creation and destruction, can be seen as one of the characteristic features of the fascist worldview. Third, by abandoning the standard of universal reason, fascism has placed its faith entirely in history, culture, and the idea of organic community. Such a community is shaped not by the calculations and interests of rational individuals but by innate loyalties and emotional bonds forged by a common past. In fascism, this idea of organic unity is taken to its extreme. The national community, or as the Nazis called it, the Volksgemeinschaft, was viewed as an indivisible whole, all rivalries and conflicts being subordinated to a higher, collective purpose. The strength of the nation or race is therefore a reflection of its moral and cultural unity. This prospect of unqualified social cohesion was expressed in the Nazi slogan, "Strength through unity." The revolution that fascists sought was thus revolution of the spirit, aimed at creating a new type of human being, always understood in male terms. This was the new man or fascist man, a hero, motivated by duty, honor, and self-sacrifice, and prepared to dissolve his personality in that of the social whole. Struggle. The ideas that the UK biologist Charles Darwin, 1809–82, developed in On the Origin of Species, 1859–1972, popularly known as the theory of natural selection, had a profound effect not only on the natural sciences, but also, by the end of the 19th century, on social and political thought. The notion that human existence is based on competition or struggle was particularly attractive in the period of intensifying international rivalry that eventually led to war in 1914. Social Darwinism also had a considerable impact on emerging fascism. In the first place, fascists regarded struggle as the natural and inevitable condition of both social and international life. Only competition and conflict guarantee human progress and ensure that the fittest and strongest will prosper. As Hitler told German officer cadets in 1944, victory is to the strong and the weak must go to the wall. If the testing ground of human existence is competition and struggle, then the ultimate test is war, which Hitler described as an unalterable law of the whole of life. Fascism is perhaps unique among political ideologies in regarding war as good in itself, a view reflected in Mussolini's belief that war is to men what maternity is to women. Natural selection. The theory that species go through a process of random mutations that fit some to survive, and possibly thrive, while others become extinct. Darwinian thought also invested fascism with a distinctive set of political values, which equate goodness with strength, and evil with weakness. In contrast to traditional humanist or religious values, such as caring, sympathy and compassion, fascists respect a very different set of martial values: loyalty, duty, obedience, and self-sacrifice. When the victory of the strong is glorified, power and strength are worshipped for their own sake. Similarly, weakness is despised and the elimination of the weak and inadequate is positively welcomed. They must be sacrificed for the common good, just as the survival of a species is more important than the life of any single member of that species. Weakness and disability must therefore not be tolerated, they should be removed. This was illustrated most graphically by the program of eugenics, introduced by the Nazis in Germany, whereby mentally and physically handicapped people were first forcibly sterilized and then, between 1939 and 1941, systematically murdered. The attempt by the Nazis to exterminate European Jewry from 1941 onwards was, in this sense, an example of racial eugenics. Eugenics. The theory or practice of selective breeding, achieved either by promoting procreation amongst fit members of a species or by preventing procreation by the unfit. Finally, fascism's conception of life as an unending struggle gave it a restless and expansionist character. National qualities can only be cultivated through conflict and demonstrated by conquest and victory. This was clearly reflected in Hitler's foreign policy goals, as outlined in Mein Kampf, 1925–1969, Lebensraum, living space in the East, and the ultimate prospect of world domination. Once in power in 1933, Hitler embarked on a program of rearmament in preparation for expansion in the late 1930s. Austria was annexed in the Anschluss of 1938, Czechoslovakia was dismembered in the spring of 1939, and Poland invaded in September 1939, provoking war with the UK and France. In 1941, Hitler launched Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union. Even when facing imminent defeat in 1945, Hitler did not abandon social Darwinism, but declared that the German nation had failed him and gave orders, never fully carried out, for a fight to the death and, in effect, the annihilation of Germany. Leadership and elitism. Fascism also stands apart from conventional political thought in its radical rejection of equality. Fascism is deeply elitist and fiercely patriarchal. Its ideas were founded on the belief that absolute leadership and elitism are natural and desirable. Human beings are born with radically different abilities and attributes, a fact that emerges as those with the rare quality of leadership rise, through struggle, above those capable only of following. Fascists believe that society is composed, broadly, of three kinds of people. First, and most important, there is a supreme, all-seeing leader who possesses unrivaled authority. Second, there is a warrior elite, exclusively male and distinguished, unlike traditional elites, by its heroism, vision, and the capacity for self-sacrifice. In Germany, this role was ascribed to the SS, which originated as a bodyguard but developed during Nazi rule into a state within a state. Third, there are the masses, who are weak, inert, and ignorant, and whose destiny is unquestioning obedience. Elitism. A belief in rule by an elite or minority. Elite rule may be thought to be desirable, the elite having superior talents or skills, or inevitable, egalitarianism simply being impractical. Such a pessimistic view of the capabilities of ordinary people puts fascism starkly at odds with the ideas of liberal democracy, CP 40. Nevertheless, the idea of supreme leadership was also associated with a distinctively fascist, if inverted, notion of democratic rule. The fascist approach to leadership, especially in Nazi Germany, was crucially influenced by Friedrich Nietzsche's idea of the Übermensch, the overman or superman, a supremely gifted or powerful individual. Most fully developed in Thus Spoke Zarathustra, 1884-1961, Nietzsche portrayed the Superman as an individual who rises above the herd instinct of conventional morality and lives according to his own will and desires. Fascists, however, turned the Superman ideal into a theory of supreme and unquestionable political leadership. Fascist leaders styled themselves simply as the leader. Mussolini proclaimed himself to be Il Duce, while Hitler adopted the title Der Führer, precisely in order to emancipate themselves from any constitutionally defined notion of leadership. In this way, leadership became exclusively an expression of charismatic authority emanating from the leader himself. While constitutional, or, in Max Weber's term, legal rational authority operates within a framework of laws or rules, charismatic authority is potentially unlimited. As the leader was viewed as a uniquely gifted individual, his authority was absolute. At the Nuremberg rallies, the Nazi faithful thus chanted Adolf Hitler is Germany, Germany is Adolf Hitler. In Italy, the principle that Mussolini is always right became the core of fascist dogma. Charisma. Charm or personal power, the ability to inspire loyalty, emotional dependence, or even devotion in others. Perspectives on authority. Liberals believe that authority arises from below through the consent of the governed. Though a requirement of orderly existence, authority is rational, purposeful, and limited, a view reflected in a preference for legal rational authority and public accountability. Conservatives see authority as arising from natural necessity, being exercised from above by virtue of the unequal distribution of experience, social position, and wisdom. Authority is beneficial as well as necessary, in that it fosters respect and loyalty, and promotes social cohesion. Socialists, typically, are suspicious of authority, which is regarded as implicitly oppressive and generally linked to the interests of the powerful and privileged. Socialist societies have nevertheless endorsed the authority of the collective body, however expressed, as a means of checking individualism and greed. Anarchists view all forms of authority as unnecessary and destructive, equating authority with oppression and exploitation. Since there is no distinction between authority and naked power, all checks on authority and all forms of accountability are entirely bogus. Fascists regard authority as a manifestation of personal leadership or charisma, a quality possessed by unusually gifted, if not unique, individuals. Such charismatic authority is, and should be, absolute and unquestionable, and is thus implicitly, and possibly explicitly, totalitarian in character. The leader principle, in German, the Führerprinzip, the principle that all authority emanates from the leader personally, thus became the guiding principle of the fascist state. Intermediate institutions such as elections, parliaments, and parties were either abolished or weakened to prevent them from challenging or distorting the leader's will. This principle of absolute leadership was underpinned by the belief that the leader possesses a monopoly of ideological wisdom. The leader, and the leader alone, defines the destiny of his people, their real will, their general will. A Nietzschean theory of leadership thus coincided with the Rousseauian belief in a single, indivisible public interest. In this light, a genuine democracy is an absolute dictatorship, absolutism and popular sovereignty being fused into a form of totalitarian democracy. Tolman, 1952. The role of the leader is to awaken the people to their destiny, to transform an inert mass into a powerful and irresistible force. Fascist regimes therefore exhibited populist mobilizing features that set them clearly apart from traditional dictatorships. Whereas traditional dictatorships aimed to exclude the masses from politics, totalitarian dictatorships set out to recruit them into the values and goals of the regime through constant propaganda and political agitation. In the case of fascist regimes, this was reflected in the widespread use of plebiscites, rallies, and popular demonstrations. Totalitarian democracy. An absolute dictatorship that masquerades as a democracy, typically based on the leader's claim to a monopoly of ideological wisdom. Socialism. At times, both Mussolini and Hitler portrayed their ideas as forms of socialism. Mussolini had previously been an influential member of the Italian Socialist Party and editor of its newspaper, Avanti, while the Nazi Party espoused a philosophy it called National Socialism. To some extent, undoubtedly, this represented a cynical attempt to elicit support from urban workers. Nevertheless, despite obvious ideological rivalry between fascism and socialism, fascists did have an affinity for certain socialist ideas and positions. In the first place, lower middle-class fascist activists had a profound distaste for large-scale capitalism, reflected in a resentment towards big business and financial institutions. For instance, small shopkeepers were under threat from the growth of department stores, the small-holding peasantry was losing out to large-scale farming, and small businesses were increasingly in hock to the banks. Socialist or leftist ideas were therefore prominent in German grassroots organizations such as the SA, or Brown Shirts, which recruited significantly from among the lower middle classes. Second, fascism, like socialism, subscribes to collectivism, CP 99, putting it at odds with the bourgeois values of capitalism. Fascism places the community above the individual. Nazi coins, for example, bore the inscription common good before private good. Capitalism, in contrast, is based on the pursuit of self-interest and therefore threatens to undermine the cohesion of the nation or race. Fascists also despise the materialism that capitalism fosters. The desire for wealth or profit runs counter to the idealistic vision of national regeneration or world conquest that inspires fascists. Third, fascist regimes often practiced socialist-style economic policies designed to regulate or control capitalism. Capitalism was thus subordinated to the ideological objectives of the fascist state. As Oswald Mosley, 1896–1980, leader of the British Union of Fascists, put it, capitalism is a system by which capital uses the nation for its own purposes. Fascism is a system by which the nation uses capital for its own purposes. Both the Italian and German regimes tried to bend big business to their political ends through policies of nationalization and state regulation. For example, after 1939, German capitalism was reorganized under Hermann Göring's four-year plan, deliberately modeled on the Soviet idea of five-year plans. However, the notion of fascist socialism has severe limitations. For instance, leftist elements within fascist movements, such as the SA in Germany and Sorlean revolutionary syndicalists in Italy, were quickly marginalized once fascist parties gained power, in the hope of cultivating the support of big business. This occurred most dramatically in Nazi Germany, through the purge of the SA and the murder of its leader, Ernst Röhm, in the Night of the Long Knives in 1934. Marxists have thus argued that the purpose of fascism was to salvage capitalism rather than to subvert it. Moreover, fascist ideas about the organization of economic life were, at best, vague and sometimes inconsistent. Pragmatism, CP 9, not ideology, determined fascist economic policy. Finally, anti-communism was more prominent within fascism than anti-capitalism. A core objective of fascism was to seduce the working class away from Marxism and Bolshevism, which preached the insidious, even traitorous, idea of international working class solidarity and upheld the misguided values of cooperation and equality. Fascists were dedicated to national unity and integration, and so wanted the allegiances of race and nation to be stronger than those of social class. Ultranationalism. Fascism embraced an extreme version of chauvinistic and expansionist nationalism. This tradition regarded nations not as equal and interdependent entities, but as rivals in a struggle for dominance. Fascist nationalism did not preach respect for distinctive cultures or national traditions, but asserted the superiority of one nation over all others. In the explicitly racial nationalism of Nazism, this was reflected in the ideas of Aryanism. Between the wars, such militant nationalism was fueled by an inheritance of bitterness and frustration, which resulted from World War I and its aftermath. Aryan. The belief that the Aryans, or German people, are a master race, destined for world domination. Fascism seeks to promote more than mere patriotism, CP 164, it wishes to establish an intense and militant sense of national identity, which Charles Maurras, CP 185, called integral nationalism. Fascism embodies a sense of messianic or fanatical mission, the prospect of national regeneration and the rebirth of national pride. Indeed, the popular appeal that fascism has exerted has largely been based on the promise of national greatness. According to Griffin, 1993, the mythic core of generic fascism is the conjunction of the ideas of palingenesis, or recurrent rebirth, and populist ultranationalism. All fascist movements therefore highlight the moral bankruptcy and cultural decadence of modern society, but proclaim the possibility of rejuvenation, offering the image of the nation rising phoenix-like from the ashes. Fascism thus fuses myths about a glorious past with the image of a future characterized by renewal and reawakening, hence the idea of the new man. In Italy, this was reflected in attempts to recapture the glories of Imperial Rome. In Germany, the Nazi regime was portrayed as the Third Reich, in succession to Charlemagne's First Reich and Bismarck's Second Reich. Integral nationalism. An intense, even hysterical, form of nationalist enthusiasm, in which individual identity is absorbed within the national community. However, in practice, national regeneration invariably meant the assertion of power over other nations through expansionism, war, and conquest. Influenced by social Darwinism and a belief in national and sometimes racial superiority, fascist nationalism became inextricably linked to militarism and imperialism. Nazi Germany looked to construct a Greater Germany and build an empire stretching into the Soviet Union, Lebensraum in the East. Fascist Italy sought to found an African empire through the invasion of Abyssinia in 1934. Imperial Japan occupied Manchuria in 1931 in order to found a co-prosperity sphere in a new Japanese-led Asia. These empires were to be autarkic, based on strict self-sufficiency. In the fascist view, economic strength is based on the capacity of the nation to rely solely on resources and energies it directly controls. Conquest and expansionism are therefore a means of gaining economic security as well as national greatness. National regeneration and economic progress are therefore intimately tied up with military power. Autarkia. Economic self-sufficiency, brought about either through expansionism aimed at securing markets and sources of raw materials, or by withdrawal from the international economy. Fascism and the state. Although it is possible to identify a common set of fascist values and principles, Fascist Italy and Nazi Germany nevertheless represented different versions of fascism and were inspired by distinctive and sometimes rival beliefs. Fascist regimes and movements have therefore corresponded to one of two major traditions, as illustrated in Figure 7.1. 1. Following Italian fascism, emphasizes the ideal of an all-powerful or totalitarian state, in the form of extreme statism. The other, reflected in German Nazism or National Socialism, stresses the importance of race and racism, CP 210. Figure 7.1 Types of fascism. Statism. The belief that the state is the most appropriate means of resolving problems and of guaranteeing economic and social development. Race. A collection of people who share a common genetic inheritance and are thus distinguished from others by biological factors. The totalitarian ideal. Totalitarianism, CP 207, is a controversial concept. The height of its popularity came during the Cold War period, when it was used to draw attention to parallels between fascist and communist regimes, highlighting the brutal features of both. As such, it became a vehicle for expressing anti-communist views and, in particular, hostility towards the Soviet Union. Nevertheless, totalitarianism remains a useful concept for the analysis of fascism. Generic fascism tends towards totalitarianism in at least three respects. First, the extreme collectivism that lies at the heart of fascist ideology, the goal of the creation of fascist man, loyal, dedicated and utterly obedient, effectively obliterates the distinction between public and private existence. The good of the collective body, the nation, or the race, is placed firmly before the good of the individual. Collective egoism consumes individual egoism. Second, as the fascist leader principle invests the leader with unlimited authority, it violates the liberal idea of a distinction between the state and civil society. An unmediated relationship between the leader and his people implies active participation and total commitment on the part of citizens, in effect, the politicization of the masses. Third, the monistic belief in a single value system, and a single source of truth, places fascism firmly at odds with the notions of pluralism, CP 290, and civil liberty. However, the idea of an all-powerful state has particular significance for Italian fascism. The essence of Italian fascism was a form of state worship. In a formula regularly repeated by Mussolini, Giovanni Gentile, CP 212, proclaimed, "Everything for the state, nothing against the state, nothing outside the state." The individual's political obligations are thus absolute and all-encompassing. Nothing less than unquestioning obedience and constant devotion are required of the citizen. This fascist theory of the state has sometimes been associated with the ideas of the German philosopher Hegel, 1770–1831. Hegel portrayed the state as an ethical idea, reflecting the altruism and mutual sympathy of its members. In this view, the state is capable of motivating and inspiring individuals to act in the common interest, and Hegel thus believed that higher levels of civilization would only be achieved as the state itself developed and expanded. Hegel's political philosophy therefore amounted to an uncritical reverence for the state, expressed in practice in firm admiration for the autocratic Prussian state of his day. Monism. A belief in only one theory or value, monism is reflected politically in enforced obedience to a unitary power and is thus implicitly totalitarian. Political ideologies in action. The March on Rome. Events. The period 27 to 29 October 1922 witnessed a political crisis in Italy that brought Mussolini and the Fascist Party to power. Taking advantage of fears of an imminent Red threat, on October 27 about 26,000 fascist troops started to gather outside Rome, cutting off lines of communication to the capital and preparing for a march on Rome. On October 28, the king, Victor Emmanuel III, refused Prime Minister Luigi Facta's call for a decree introducing martial law, despite the fact that regular troops greatly outnumbered fascist forces and were better trained and equipped. The king then summoned Mussolini to Rome and asked him to form a ministry. The March on Rome duly went ahead on October 29, celebrating a transfer of power that had, effectively, already taken place. Arriving in Rome by train on the same day, Mussolini took up his appointment and started to form a cabinet. Significance: the transfer of power that occurred in Italy in late October 1922 can be said, in important ways, to have occurred within the existing constitutional framework. It did not amount to a seizure of power, as such, and it did not, in itself, alter the distribution of constitutional power. Mussolini's fascist dictatorship was constructed in the succeeding years. That said, fascist intimidation in October 1922 undoubtedly played a major role in shaping events, but it was a challenge that the Italian state clearly had the ability to resist. The crucial factor in explaining Mussolini's appointment may therefore be that Victor Emmanuel personally, and Italy's political, economic, and social establishment, more widely, lacked the political will to use this ability, whether this was through panic, weakness, or self-interest. However, despite the complexities and confusion surrounding the events of October 1922, the March on Rome was speedily reinterpreted by fascist historians as a glorious national revolution. The emphasis was placed not on the surrender of the regime, but on the image of Mussolini's strength, buoyed up by a spontaneous uprising of the Italian people. The March on Rome thus became the founding myth of the Mussolini regime, giving it popular legitimacy and instilling the idea that it had purged a despised parliamentary system. Although regimes of all ideological complexions are prone to rewrite history, the March on Rome perhaps illustrates fascism's unusual appetite for myth-making, based on an acute awareness of the power of symbolism and emotion. Key concept: totalitarianism. Totalitarianism is an all-encompassing system of political rule that is typically established by pervasive ideological manipulation and open terror and brutality. It differs from autocracy, authoritarianism, and traditional dictatorship in that it seeks total power through the politicization of every aspect of social and personal existence. Totalitarianism thus implies the outright abolition of civil society, the abolition of the private. Fascism and communism have sometimes been seen as left and right-wing forms of totalitarianism, based on their rejection of toleration, pluralism, and the open society. However, radical thinkers such as Marcuse, CP 125, have claimed that liberal democracies also exhibit totalitarian features. In contrast, the Nazis did not venerate the state as such, but viewed it as a means to an end. Hitler, for instance, described the state as a mere vessel, implying that creative power derives not from the state but from the race, the German people. Alfred Rosenberg, CP 213, dismissed the idea of the total state, describing the state instead as an instrument of the National Socialist Weltanschauung. However, there is little doubt that the Hitler regime came closer to realizing the totalitarian ideal in practice than did the Mussolini regime. Although it seethed with institutional and personal rivalries, the Nazi state was brutally effective in suppressing political opposition, and succeeded in extending political control over the media, art and culture, education and youth organizations. By comparison, despite its formal commitment to totalitarianism, the Italian state operated, in some ways, like a traditional or personalized dictatorship rather than a totalitarian dictatorship. For example, the Italian monarchy survived throughout the fascist period. Many local political leaders, especially in the south, continued in power, and the Catholic Church retained its privileges and independence throughout the fascist period. Corporatism. Although Italian fascists revered the state, this did not extend to an attempt to collectivize economic life. Fascist economic thought was seldom systematic, reflecting the fact that fascists sought to transform human consciousness rather than social structures. Its distinguishing feature was the idea of corporatism, which Mussolini portrayed as the third way, an alternative to both capitalism and socialism. This was a common theme in fascist thought, also embraced by Mosley in the UK and Perón in Argentina. Corporatism opposes both the free market and central planning. The former leads to the unrestrained pursuit of profit by individuals, while the latter is linked to the divisive idea of class war. In contrast, corporatism is based on the belief that business and labor are bound together in an organic and spiritually unified whole. This holistic vision was based on the assumption that social classes do not conflict with one another, but can work in harmony for the common good or national interest. Such a view was influenced by traditional Catholic social thought, which, in contrast to the Protestant stress on the value of individual hard work, emphasizes that social classes are bound together by duty and mutual obligations. Key concept: corporatism. Corporatism, in its broadest sense, is a means of incorporating organized interests into the processes of government. There are two phases of corporatism. Authoritarian corporatism, closely associated with fascist Italy, is an ideology and an economic form. As an ideology, it offers an alternative to capitalism and socialism based on holism and group integration. As an economic form, it is characterized by the extension of direct political control over industry and organized labor. Liberal corporatism, neo-corporatism or societal corporatism, refers to a tendency found in mature liberal democracies for organized interests to be granted privileged and institutional access to policy formulation. In contrast to its authoritarian variant, liberal corporatism strengthens groups rather than government. Social harmony between business and labor offers the prospect of both moral and economic regeneration. However, class relations have to be mediated by the state, which is responsible for ensuring that the national interest takes precedence over narrow sectional interests. 22 corporations were set up in Italy in 1927, each representing employers, workers, and the government. These corporations were charged with overseeing the development of all the major industries in Italy. The corporate state reached its peak in 1939, when a chamber of fasces and corporations was created to replace the Italian parliament. Nevertheless, there was a clear divide between corporatist theory and the reality of economic policy in fascist Italy. The corporate state was little more than an ideological slogan, corporatism in practice amounting, effectively, to an instrument through which the fascist state controlled major economic interests. Working-class organizations were smashed and private businesses were intimidated. Modernization. The state also exerted a powerful attraction for Mussolini and Italian fascists because they saw it as an agent of modernization. Italy was less industrialized than many of its European neighbors, notably the UK, France, and Germany, and many fascists equated national revival with economic modernization. All forms of fascism tend to be backward-looking, highlighting the glories of a lost era of national greatness, in Mussolini's case, Imperial Rome. However, Italian fascism was also distinctively forward-looking, extolling the virtues of modern technology and industrial life, and looking to construct an advanced industrial society. This tendency within Italian fascism is often linked to the influence of futurism, led by Filippo Marinetti, 1876 to 1944. After 1922, Marinetti and other leading futurists were absorbed into fascism, bringing with them a belief in dynamism, a cult of the machine and a rejection of the past. For Mussolini, the attraction of an all-powerful state was, in part, that it would help Italy break with backwardness and tradition, and become a future-orientated industrialized country. Futurism. An early 20th century movement in the arts that glorified factories, machinery, and industrial life generally. Fascism and racism. Not all forms of fascism involve overt racism, and not all racists are necessarily fascists. Italian fascism, for example, was based primarily on the supremacy of the fascist state over the individual, and on submission to the will of Mussolini. It was therefore a voluntaristic form of fascism, in that, at least in theory, it could embrace all people regardless of race, color or, indeed, country of birth. When Mussolini passed anti-Semitic laws after 1937, he did so largely to placate Hitler and the Germans, rather than for any ideological purpose. Nevertheless, fascism has often coincided with, and bred from, racist ideas. Indeed, some argue that its emphasis on militant nationalism means that all forms of fascism are either hospitable to racism or harbor implicit or explicit racist doctrines. Griffin, 1993. Nowhere has this link between race and fascism been so evident as in Nazi Germany, where official ideology at times amounted to little more than hysterical, pseudoscientific anti-Semitism, cp 211. Voluntarism. A theory that emphasizes free will and personal commitment, rather than any form of determinism. The politics of race. The term race implies that there are meaningful biological or genetic differences among human beings. While it may be possible to drop one national identity and assume another by a process of naturalization, it is impossible to change one's race, determined as it is at birth, indeed before birth, by the racial identity of one's parents. The symbols of race, skin tone, hair color, physiognomy, and blood, are thus fixed and unchangeable. The use of racial terms and categories became commonplace in the West during the 19th century as imperialism brought the predominantly white European races into increasingly close contact with the black, brown and yellow races of Africa and Asia. However, racial categories largely reflect cultural stereotypes and enjoy little, if any, scientific foundation. The broadest racial classifications, for example those based on skin color, white, brown, yellow, and so on, are at best misleading and at worst simply arbitrary. More detailed and ambitious racial theories, such as those of the Nazis, simply produced anomalies, one of the most glaring being that Adolf Hitler himself certainly did not fit the racial stereotype of the tall, broad-shouldered, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aryan commonly described in Nazi literature. Key concept: racism. Racism and racialism are now generally treated as synonymous, is, broadly, the belief that political or social conclusions can be drawn from the idea that humankind is divided into biologically distinct races. Racist theories are thus based on two assumptions. The first is that there are fundamental genetic, or species type, differences among the peoples of the world. Racial differences matter. The second is that these genetic divisions are reflected in cultural, intellectual, and/or moral differences, making them politically or socially significant. Political racism is manifest in calls for racial segregation, for example, apartheid, and in doctrines of blood superiority or inferiority, for example, Aryanism or anti-Semitism. Institutionalized racism operates through the norms and values of an institution. The core assumption of racism is that political and social conclusions can be drawn from the idea that there are innate or fundamental differences between the races of the world. At heart, genetics determines politics. Racist political theories can be traced back to biological assumptions, as illustrated in Figure 7.2. A form of implicit racism has been associated with conservative nationalism. This is based on the belief that stable and successful societies must be bound together by a common culture and shared values. For example, Enoch Powell in the UK in the 1960s and Jean-Marie Le Pen in France since the 1980s have argued against non-white immigration into their countries on the grounds that the distinctive traditions and culture of the white host community would be threatened. However, more systematic and developed forms of racism are based on explicit assumptions about the nature, capacities, and destinies of different racial groups. In many cases, these assumptions have had a religious basis. For example, 19th-century European imperialism was justified, in part, by the alleged superiority of the Christian peoples of Europe over the heathen peoples of Africa and Asia. Biblical justification was also offered for doctrines of racial segregation preached by the Ku Klux Klan, formed in the USA after the American Civil War, and by the founders of the apartheid system, which operated in South Africa from 1948 until 1993. In Nazi Germany, however, racism was rooted in biological, and therefore quasi-scientific, assumptions. Biologically based racial theories, as opposed to those that are linked to culture or religion, are particularly militant and radical because they make claims about the essential and inescapable nature of a people that are supposedly backed up by the certainty and objectivity of scientific belief. Figure 7.2 The nature of racism. Apartheid. Afrikaans, literally, apartness, a system of racial segregation practiced in South Africa after 1948. Nazi race theories. Nazi ideology was fashioned out of a combination of racial antisemitism and social Darwinism. Antisemitism had been a force in European politics, especially in Eastern Europe, since the dawn of the Christian era. Its origins were largely theological. The Jews were responsible for the death of Christ, and in refusing to convert to Christianity they were both denying the divinity of Jesus and endangering their own immortal souls. The association between the Jews and evil was therefore not a creation of the Nazis, but dated back to the Christian Middle Ages, a period when the Jews were first confined in ghettos and excluded from respectable society. However, anti-Semitism intensified in the late 19th century. As nationalism and imperialism spread throughout Europe, Jews were subjected to increasing persecution in many countries. In France, this led to the celebrated Dreyfus Affair, 1894–1906, and, in Russia, it was reflected in a series of pogroms carried out against the Jews by the government of Alexander III. The character of anti-Semitism also changed during the 19th century. The growth of a science of race, which applied pseudo-scientific ideas to social and political issues, led to Jewish people being thought of as a race rather than a religious, economic, or cultural group. Thereafter, they were defined inescapably by biological factors such as hair color, facial characteristics, and blood. Anti-Semitism was therefore elaborated into a racial theory, which assigned to the Jewish people a pernicious and degrading racial stereotype. The first attempt to develop a scientific theory of racism was undertaken by Joseph Arthur Gobineau, CP 212. Gobineau argued that there is a hierarchy of races, with very different qualities and characteristics. The most developed and creative race is the white peoples, whose highest element Gobineau referred to as the Aryans. Jewish people, on the other hand, were thought to be fundamentally uncreative. Unlike the Nazis, however, Gobineau was a pessimistic racist, believing that, by his day, intermarriage had progressed so far that the glorious civilization built by the Aryans had already been corrupted beyond repair. Key concept: anti-Semitism. By tradition, Semites are descendants of Shem, son of Noah, and include most of the peoples of the Middle East. Anti-Semitism refers specifically to prejudice against or hatred towards the Jews. In its earliest systematic form, anti-Semitism had a religious character, reflecting the hostility of Christians towards the Jews, based on their complicity in the murder of Jesus and their refusal to acknowledge him as the Son of God. Economic anti-Semitism developed from the Middle Ages onwards, expressing a distaste for the Jews as money lenders and traders. The 19th century saw the birth of racial anti-Semitism in the works of Richard Wagner and H.S. Chamberlain, who condemned the Jewish peoples as fundamentally evil and destructive. Such ideas provided the ideological basis for German Nazism and found their most grotesque expression in the Holocaust. Key figures in Fascism. Joseph Arthur Gobineau, 1816–82, a French social theorist. Gobineau is widely viewed as the architect of modern racial theory. In his major work, Essay on the Inequality of the Human Races, 1853–55 1970, Gobineau advanced a science of history in which the strength of civilizations was seen to be determined by their racial composition. In this, white people, and particularly the Aryans, the Germanic peoples, were superior to black, brown and yellow people, and miscegenation, racial mixing, was viewed as a source of corruption and civilizational decline. Friedrich Nietzsche, 1844–1900, a German philosopher, Nietzsche's complex and ambitious work stressed the importance of will, especially the will to power, and influenced anarchism and feminism, as well as fascism. Anticipating modern existentialism, he emphasized that people create their own world and make their own values, expressed in the idea that God is dead. In Thus Spoke Zarathustra, 1884–1961, Nietzsche emphasized the role of the Übermensch, crudely translated as the supermen, who alone are unrestrained by conventional morality. His other works include Beyond Good and Evil, 1886. Houston Stewart Chamberlain, 1855–1929, a British-born German writer, Chamberlain played a major role in popularizing racial theories, having a major impact on Hitler and the Nazis. In Foundations of the 19th Century, 1899–1913, Largely based on the writings of Gobineau, Chamberlain used the term Aryan race to describe almost all the peoples of Europe, but portrayed the Nordic or Teutonic peoples, by which he meant the Germans, as its supreme element, with the Jewish people being their implacable enemy. Giovanni Gentile, 1875–1944, an Italian idealist philosopher, Gentile was a leading figure in the fascist government, 1922–9, and is sometimes called the philosopher of fascism. Strongly influenced by the ideas of Hegel, Gentile advanced a radical critique of individualism, based on an internal dialectic in which distinctions between subject and object, and between theory and practice, are transcended. In political terms, this implied the establishment of an all-encompassing state that would abolish the division between public and private life once and for all. Benito Mussolini, 1883–1945, an Italian politician, Mussolini founded the Fascist Party in 1919 and was the leader of Italy from 1922 to 1943. Claiming to be the founder of fascism, Mussolini's political philosophy drew on the work of Plato, Sarl, Nietzsche, and Vilfredo Pareto, and stressed that human existence is only meaningful if it is sustained and determined by the community. This required the construction of a totalitarian state, based on the principle that no human or spiritual values exist or have meaning outside the state. Adolf Hitler, 1889–1945, an Austrian-born German politician, Hitler became leader of the Nazi Party, German National Socialist Workers' Party, in 1921 and was the German leader from 1933 to 1945. Largely expressed in Mein Kampf My Struggle, 1925, Hitler's worldview drew expansionist German nationalism, racial antisemitism and a belief in relentless struggle together in a theory of history that highlighted the endless battle between the Germans and the Jews. Under Hitler, the Nazis sought German world domination and, after 1941, the wholesale extermination of the Jewish people. Alfred Rosenberg, 1895–1946, a German politician and wartime Nazi leader, Rosenberg was a major intellectual influence on Hitler and the Nazi Party. In The Myth of the 20th Century, 1930, Rosenberg developed the idea of the race soul, arguing that race is the key to a people's destiny. His hierarchy of racial attributes allowed him to justify both Nazi expansionism, by emphasizing the superiority of the Aryan race, and Hitler's genocidal policies, by portraying Jews as fundamentally degenerate, along with subhuman Slavs, Poles, and Czechs. The doctrine of racial antisemitism entered Germany through Gobineau's writing and took the form of Aryanism, a belief in the biological superiority of the Aryan peoples. These ideas were taken up by the composer Richard Wagner and his UK-born son-in-law, H.S. Chamberlain, CP 212, whose writings had an enormous impact on Hitler and the Nazis. Chamberlain defined the highest race more narrowly as the Teutons, clearly understood to mean the German peoples. All cultural development was ascribed to the German way of life, while Jewish people were described as physically, spiritually, and morally degenerate. Chamberlain presented history as a confrontation between the Teutons and the Jews, and therefore prepared the ground for Nazi race theory, which portrayed Jewish people as a universal scapegoat for all of Germany's misfortunes. The Nazis blamed the Jews for Germany's defeat in 1918, they were responsible for its humiliation at Versailles, they were behind the financial power of the banks and big business that enslaved the lower middle classes, and their influence was exerted through the working class movement and the threat of social revolution. In Hitler's view, the Jews were responsible for an international conspiracy of capitalists and communists, whose prime objective was to weaken and overthrow the German nation. Nazism, or National Socialism, portrayed the world in pseudo-religious, pseudo-scientific terms as a struggle for dominance between the Germans and the Jews, representing, respectively, the forces of good and evil. Hitler himself divided the races of the world into three categories. The first, the Aryans, were the Herrenvolk, the master race. Hitler described the Aryans as the founders of culture and literally believed them to be responsible for all creativity, whether in art, music, literature, philosophy, or political thought. Second, there were the bearers of culture, peoples who were able to utilize the ideas and inventions of the German people, but were themselves incapable of creativity. At the bottom were the Jews, who Hitler described as the destroyers of culture, pitted in an unending struggle against the noble and creative Aryans. Hitler's Manichaean worldview was therefore dominated by the idea of conflict between good and evil, reflected in a racial struggle between the Germans and the Jews, a conflict that could only end in either Aryan world domination, and the elimination of the Jews, or the final victory of the Jews, and the destruction of Germany. Manichaeanism. A 3rd-century Persian religion that presented the world in terms of conflict between light and darkness, and good and evil. This ideology took Hitler and the Nazis in appalling and tragic directions. In the first place, Aryanism, the conviction that the Aryans are a uniquely creative master race, dictated a policy of expansionism and war. If the Germans are racially superior, other races are biologically relegated to an inferior and subservient position. Nazi ideology therefore dictated an aggressive foreign policy in pursuit of a racial empire and, ultimately, world domination. Second, the Nazis believed that Germany could never be secure so long as its arch-enemies, the Jews, continued to exist. The Jews had to be persecuted, indeed they deserved to be persecuted, because they represented evil. The Nuremberg laws, passed in 1935, prohibited both marriage and sexual relations between Germans and Jews. After Kristallnacht, the Night of Broken Glass, in 1938, Jewish people were effectively excluded from the economy. However, Nazi race theories drove Hitler from a policy of persecution to one of terror and, eventually, genocide and racial extermination. In 1941, with the World War still to be won, the Nazi regime embarked on what it called the final solution, an attempt to exterminate the Jewish population of Europe in an unparalleled process of mass murder, which led to the death of some 6 million Jewish people. Genocide. The attempt to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial or religious group. Peasant ideology. A further difference between the Italian and German brands of fascism is that the latter advanced a distinctively anti-modern philosophy. While Italian fascism was eager to portray itself as a modernizing force and to embrace the benefits of industry and technology, Nazism reviled much of modern civilization as decadent and corrupt. This applied particularly in the case of urbanization and industrialization. In the Nazi view, the Germans are in truth a peasant people, ideally suited to a simple existence lived close to the land and ennobled by physical labor. However, life in overcrowded, stultifying, and unhealthy cities had undermined the German spirit and threatened to weaken the racial stock. Such fears were expressed in the blood and soil ideas of the Nazi peasant leader Walter Dahr, which blended Nordic racism with rural romanticism to create a peasant philosophy that prefigured many of the ideas of ecologism, discussed in Chapter 9. They also explain why the Nazis extolled the virtues of Kultur, which embodied the folk traditions and craft skills of the German peoples, over the essentially empty products of Western civilization. This peasant ideology had important implications for foreign policy. In particular, it helped to fuel expansionist tendencies by strengthening the attraction of Lebensraum. Only through territorial expansion could overcrowded Germany acquire the space to allow its people to resume their proper, peasant existence. Tensions within. Fascism. Fascism vs. Nazism. State worship. State as vessel. Chauvinist nationalism. Extreme racism. Voluntarism. Essentialism. National greatness. Biological superiority. Organic unity. Racial purity/eugenics. Pragmatic anti-Semitism. Genocidal anti-Semitism. Futurism/modernism. Peasant ideology. Corporatism. War economy. Colonial expansion. World domination. This policy was based on a deep contradiction, however. War and military expansion, even when justified by reference to a peasant ideology, cannot but be pursued through the techniques and processes of a modern industrial society. The central ideological goals of the Nazi regime were conquest and empire, and these dictated the expansion of the industrial base and the development of the technology of warfare. Far from returning the German people to the land, the Hitler period witnessed rapid industrialization and the growth of the large towns and cities so despised by the Nazis. Peasant ideology thus proved to be little more than rhetoric. Militarism also brought about significant cultural shifts. While Nazi art remained fixated with simplistic images of small-town and rural life, propaganda constantly bombarded the German people with images of modern technology, from the Stuka Die bomber and Panzer tank to the V-1 and V-2 rockets. Fascism in a global age. Some commentators have argued that fascism, properly understood, did not survive into the second half of the 20th century, still less continue into an age shaped by globalization. In the classic analysis by Ernst Nolte, 1965, for instance, fascism is seen as a historically specific revolt against modernization, linked to the desire to preserve the cultural and spiritual unity of traditional society. Since this moment in the modernization process has passed, all references to fascism should be made in the past tense. Hitler's suicide in the Führer bunker in April 1945, as the Soviet Red Army approached the gates of Berlin, may therefore have marked the Götterdämmerung of fascism, its twilight of the gods. Such interpretations, however, have been far less easy to advance in view of the revival of fascism, or at least of fascist-type movements, in the final decades of the 20th century and beyond, although these movements have adopted very different strategies and styles. In some respects, the historical circumstances since the late 20th century bear out some of the lessons of the interwar period, namely, that fascism breeds in conditions of crisis, uncertainty, and disorder. Steady economic growth and political stability in the early post-1945 period had proved a very effective antidote to the politics of hatred and resentment so often associated with the extreme right. However, uncertainty in the world economy and growing disillusionment with the capacity of established parties to tackle political and social problems have opened up opportunities for right-wing extremism, usually drawing on fears associated with immigration and the weakening of national identity. The end of the Cold War and the advance of globalization have, in some ways, strengthened these factors. The end of communist rule in Eastern Europe allowed long-suppressed national rivalries and racial hatreds to re-emerge, giving rise, particularly in the former Yugoslavia, to forms of extreme nationalism that have exhibited fascist-type features. Globalization, for its part, has contributed to the growth of insular, ethnically or racially based forms of nationalism by weakening the nation-state and so undermining civic forms of nationalism. Some, for instance, have drawn parallels between the rise of religious fundamentalism, CP 188, and the rise of fascism, even seeing militant Islam as a form of Islamofascism. On the other hand, although far-right and anti-immigration groups have taken up themes that are reminiscent of classical fascism, the circumstances that have shaped them and the challenges they confront are very different from those found during the post-World War I period. For instance, instead of building on a heritage of European imperialism, the modern far-right is operating in a context of post-colonialization. Multiculturalism has also advanced so far in many Western societies that the prospect of creating ethnically or racially pure national communities appears to be entirely unrealistic. Similarly, traditional class divisions, so influential in shaping the character and success of interwar fascism, have given way to the more complex and pluralized post-industrial social formations. Finally, economic globalization acts as a powerful constraint on the growth of classical fascist movements. So long as global capitalism continues to weaken the significance of national borders, the idea of national rebirth brought about through war, expansionism, and autarky will appear to belong, firmly, to a bygone age. However, what kind of fascism do modern fascist-type parties and groups espouse? While certain, often underground, groups continue to endorse a militant or revolutionary fascism that harks back proudly to Hitler or Mussolini. Most of the larger parties and movements claim either to have broken ideologically with their past or deny that they are or ever have been fascist. For want of a better term, the latter can be classified as neo-fascist. The principal way in which groups such as the French Front National, the Freedom Party in Austria, the Alleanza Nazionale in Italy and anti-immigration groups in the Netherlands, Belgium, and Denmark claim to differ from fascism is in their acceptance of political pluralism and electoral democracy. In other words, democratic fascism is fascism divorced from principles such as absolute leadership, totalitarianism, and overt racism. In some respects, this de-ideologized form of fascism may be well positioned to prosper in a context of globalization. For one thing, in reaching an accommodation with liberal democracy, it appears to have buried its past and is no longer tainted with the barbarism of the Hitler and Mussolini period. For another, it still possesses the ability to advance a politics of organic unity and social cohesion in the event of political instability and social dislocation brought about by further, and perhaps deeper, crises in the global capitalist system. Feminism. Preview. Origins and development. Core themes: the politics of the personal. Types of feminism. Feminism in a global age. Questions for discussion. Further reading. Preview. As a political term, feminism was a 20th century invention and has only been a familiar part of everyday language since the 1960s. Feminist was first used in the 19th century as a medical term to describe either the feminization of men or the masculinization of women. In modern usage, feminism is invariably linked to the women's movement and the attempt to advance the social role of women. Feminist ideology is defined by two basic beliefs: that women are disadvantaged because of their sex, and that this disadvantage can and should be overthrown. In this way, feminists have highlighted what they see as a political relationship between the sexes, the supremacy of men and the subjection of women in most, if not all, societies. In viewing gender divisions as political, feminists challenged a mobilization of bias that has traditionally operated within political thought, by which generations of male thinkers, unwilling to examine the privileges and power their sex had enjoyed, had succeeded in keeping the role of women off the political agenda. Nevertheless, feminism has also been characterized by a diversity of views and political positions. The women's movement, for instance, has pursued goals that range from the achievement of female suffrage and an increase in the number of women in elite positions in public life, to the legalization of abortion, and the ending of female circumcision. Similarly, feminists have embraced both revolutionary and reformist political strategies, and feminist theory has both drawn on established political traditions and values, notably liberalism and socialism, and, in the form of radical feminism, rejected conventional political ideas and concepts. However, feminist ideology has long since ceased to be confined to these core traditions. Modern feminist thought focusing on new issues and characterized, generally, by a more radical engagement with the politics of difference. Origins and development. Although the term feminism may be of recent origin, feminist views have been expressed in many different cultures and can be traced back as far as the ancient civilizations of Greece and China. Christine de Pison's book of the City of Ladies, published in Italy in 1405, foreshadowed many of the ideas of modern feminism in recording the deeds of famous women of the past and advocating women's right to education and political influence. Nevertheless, it was not until the 19th century that an organized women's movement developed. The first text of modern feminism is usually taken to be Mary Wollstonecraft's, CP 236, A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, 1792 1967, written against the backdrop of the French Revolution. By the mid-19th century, the women's movement had acquired a central focus: the campaign for female suffrage, the right to vote, which drew inspiration from the progressive extension of the franchise to men. This period is usually referred to as first-wave feminism, and was characterized by the demand that women should enjoy the same legal and political rights as men. Female suffrage was its principal goal because it was believed that if women could vote, all other forms of sexual discrimination or prejudice would quickly disappear. First wave feminism. The early form of feminism, which developed in the mid-19th century and was based on the pursuit of sexual equality in the areas of political and legal rights, particularly suffrage rights. The women's movement was strongest in those countries where political democracy was most advanced. Women demanded rights that in many cases were already enjoyed by their husbands and sons. In the USA, a women's movement emerged during the 1840s, inspired in part by the campaign to abolish slavery. The famous Seneca Falls Convention, held in 1848, marked the birth of the U.S. women's rights movement. It adopted a Declaration of Sentiments, written by Elizabeth Cady Stanton, 1815–1902, which deliberately drew on the language and principles of the Declaration of Independence and called, among other things, for female suffrage. The National Women's Suffrage Association, led by Stanton and Susan B. Anthony, 1820–1906, was set up in 1869 and merged with the more conservative American Women's Suffrage Association in 1890. Similar movements developed in other Western countries. In the UK, an organized movement developed during the 1850s and, in 1867, the House of Commons defeated the first attempt to introduce female suffrage, an amendment to the Second Reform Act, proposed by John Stuart Mill, CP 53. The UK suffrage movement adopted increasingly militant tactics after the formation in 1903 of the Women's Social and Political Union, led by Emmeline Pankhurst, 1858–1928, and her daughter Christabel, 1880–1958. From their underground base in Paris, the Pankhursts coordinated a campaign of direct action in which suffragettes carried out wholesale attacks on property and mounted a series of well-publicized public demonstrations. First-wave feminism ended with the achievement of female suffrage, introduced first in New Zealand in 1893. The 19th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution granted the vote to American women in 1920. The franchise was extended to women in the UK in 1918, but they did not achieve equal voting rights with men for a further decade. Ironically, in many ways, winning the right to vote weakened and undermined the women's movement. The struggle for female suffrage had united and inspired the movement, giving it a clear goal and a coherent structure. Furthermore, many activists naively believed that in winning suffrage rights, women had achieved full emancipation. It was not until the 1960s that the women's movement was regenerated, with the emergence of feminism's second wave. The publication in 1963 of Betty Friedan's The Feminine Mystique did much to relaunch feminist thought. Friedan, CP 236, set out to explore what she called the problem with no name, the frustration and unhappiness many women experienced as a result of being confined to the roles of housewife and mother. Second-wave feminism acknowledged that the achievement of political and legal rights had not solved the women's question. Indeed, feminist ideas and arguments became increasingly radical, and at times revolutionary. Books such as Kate Millett's Sexual Politics, 1970, and Germaine Greer's The Female Eunuch, 1970, pushed back the borders of what had previously been considered to be political by focusing attention on the personal, psychological, and sexual aspects of female oppression. The goal of second-wave feminism was not merely political emancipation but women's liberation, reflected in the ideas of the growing women's liberation movement. Such a goal could not be achieved by political reforms or legal changes alone, but demanded, modern feminists argued, a more far-reaching and perhaps revolutionary process of social change. Second-wave feminism. The form of feminism that emerged in the 1960s and 1970s, and was characterized by a more radical concern with women's liberation, including, and perhaps especially, in the private sphere. Since the first flowering of radical feminist thought in the late 1960s and early 1970s, feminism has developed into a distinctive and established ideology, whose ideas and values challenge the most basic assumptions of conventional political thought. Feminism has succeeded in establishing gender and gender perspectives as important themes in a range of academic disciplines, and in raising consciousness about gender issues in public life in general. By the 1990s, feminist organizations existed in all Western countries and most parts of the developing world. However, two processes have accompanied these developments. The first is a process of de-radicalization, whereby there has been a retreat from the sometimes uncompromising positions that characterized feminism in the early 1970s. This has led to the popularity of the idea of post-feminism, which suggests that, as feminist goals have been largely achieved, the women's movement has moved beyond feminism. The second process is one of fragmentation. Instead of simply losing its radical or critical edge, feminist thinking has gone through a process of radical diversification, making it difficult, and perhaps impossible, any longer to identify common ground within feminism. In addition to the core feminist traditions, liberal, socialist/Marxist and radical feminism, must now be added postmodern feminism, psychoanalytical feminism, black feminism, lesbian feminism, trans feminism, and so on. Gender. A social and cultural distinction between males and females, as opposed to sex, which refers to biological and therefore ineradicable differences between women and men. Radical feminism. A form of feminism that holds gender divisions to be the most politically significant of social cleavages, and believes that they are rooted in the structures of domestic life. Core themes: the politics of the personal. Until the 1960s, the idea that feminism should be regarded as an ideology in its own right would have been highly questionable. It is more likely that feminism would have been viewed as a subset of liberalism and socialism, the point at which the basic values and theories of these two ideologies can be applied to gender issues. The rise of radical feminism changed this, in that radical feminists proclaimed the central political importance of gender divisions, something that no conventional ideology could accept. Conventional ideologies were therefore viewed as inadequate vehicles for advancing the social role of women, and even, at times, criticized for harboring patriarchal attitudes and assumptions. However, the emergent ideology of feminism was a cross-cutting ideology, encompassing, from the outset, three broad traditions: liberal feminism, Marxist or socialist feminism, and radical feminism. In addition, the core feminist traditions each contain rival tendencies and have spawned hybrid or dual system feminisms, such as the attempt to blend radical feminism with certain Marxist ideas, and new feminist traditions have emerged, particularly since the 1980s. It is thus easy to dismiss feminism as hopelessly fragmented, to argue that it is characterized more by disagreement than by agreement. A range of common ground themes can nevertheless be identified within feminism. The most important of these are: redefining the political, patriarchy, sex and gender, equality and difference, liberal feminism. A form of feminism that is grounded in the belief that sexual differences are irrelevant to personal worth, and calls for equal rights for women and men in the public sphere. Socialist feminism. A form of feminism that links the subordination of women to the dynamics of the capitalist economic system, emphasizing that women's liberation requires a process of radical social change. Redefining the political. Traditional notions of what is political locate politics in the arena of public rather than private life. Politics has usually been understood as an activity that takes place within a public sphere of government institutions, political parties, pressure groups, and public debate. Family life and personal relationships have normally been thought to be part of a private sphere, and therefore to be non-political. Modern feminists, on the other hand, insist that politics is an activity that takes place within all social groups and is not merely confined to the affairs of government or other public bodies. Politics exists whenever and wherever social conflict is found. Kate Millett, 1970, for example, defined politics as power-structured relationships, arrangements whereby one group of persons is controlled by another. The relationship between government and its citizens is therefore clearly political, but so is the relationship between employers and workers within a firm, and also relationships in the family, between husbands and wives, and between parents and children. The definition of what is political is not merely of academic interest. Feminists argue that sexual inequality has been preserved precisely because the sexual division of labor that runs through society has been thought of as natural rather than political. Traditionally, the public sphere of life, encompassing politics, work, art, and literature, has been the preserve of men, while women have been confined to an essentially private existence, centered on the family and domestic responsibilities, as illustrated in Figure 8.1. If politics takes place only within the public sphere, the role of women and the question of sexual equality are issues of little or no political importance. Women, restricted to the private role of housewife and mother, are in effect excluded from politics. Feminists have therefore sought to challenge the divide between public man and private woman, Elshtain, 1993. However, they have not always agreed about what it means to break down the public/private divide, about how it can be achieved, or about how far it is desirable. Radical feminists have been the keenest opponents of the idea that politics stops at the front door, proclaiming instead that the personal is the political. Female oppression is thus thought to operate in all walks of life, and in many respects originates in the family itself. Radical feminists have therefore been concerned to analyze what can be called the politics of everyday life. This includes the process of conditioning in the family, the distribution of housework and other domestic responsibilities, and the politics of personal and sexual conduct. For some feminists, breaking down the public/private divide implies transferring the responsibilities of private life to the state or other public bodies. For example, the burden of child rearing on women could be relieved by more generous welfare support for families or the provision of nursery schools or creches at work. Socialist feminists have also viewed the private sphere as political, in that they have linked women's roles within the conventional family to the maintenance of the capitalist economic system. However, although liberal feminists object to restrictions on women's access to the public sphere of education, work, and political life, they also warn against the dangers of politicizing the private sphere, which, according to liberal theory, is a realm of personal choice and individual freedom. Figure 8.1 The sexual division of labor. Patriarchy. Feminists believe that gender, like social class, race, or religion, is a politically significant social cleavage. Indeed, radical feminists argue that gender is the deepest and most politically important of social divisions. Feminists have therefore advanced a theory of sexual politics, in much the same way that socialists have preached the idea of class politics. They also refer to sexism as a form of oppression, drawing a conscious parallel with racism or racial oppression. However, conventional political theory has traditionally ignored sexual oppression and failed to recognize gender as a politically significant category. As a result, feminists have been forced to develop new concepts and theories to convey the idea that society is based on a system of sexual inequality and oppression. Feminists use the concept of patriarchy to describe the power relationship between women and men. The term literally means rule by the father, pater meaning father in Latin. Some feminists employ patriarchy only in this specific and limited sense, to describe the structure of the family and the dominance of the husband-father within it, preferring to use broader terms such as male supremacy or male dominance to describe gender relations in society at large. However, feminists believe that the dominance of the father within the family symbolizes male supremacy in all other institutions. Many would argue, moreover, that the patriarchal family lies at the heart of a systematic process of male domination, in that it reproduces male dominance in all other walks of life, in education, at work, and in politics. Patriarchy is therefore commonly used in a broader sense to mean quite simply rule by men, both within the family and outside. Millett, 1970, for instance described patriarchal government as an institution whereby that half of the populace which is female is controlled by that half which is male. She suggested that patriarchy contains two principles: male shall dominate female, elder male shall dominate younger. A patriarchy is therefore a hierarchic society, characterized by both sexual and generational oppression. Patriarchy. Literally, rule by the father, often used more generally to describe the dominance of men and subordination of women in society at large. The concept of patriarchy is, nevertheless, broad. Feminists may believe that men have dominated women in all societies, but accept that the forms and degree of oppression have varied considerably in different cultures and at different times. At least in Western countries, the social position of women improved significantly during the 20th century as a result of the achievement of the vote and broader access to education, changes in marriage and divorce law, the legalization of abortion, CP 226, and so on. However, in parts of the developing world, patriarchy still assumes a cruel, even gruesome, form. 80 million women, mainly in Africa, are subjected to the practice of circumcision. Bride murders still occur in India, and the persistence of the dowry system ensures that female children are often unwanted and sometimes allowed to die. Figure 8.2 Radical feminist view of patriarchy. Feminists do not have a single or simple analysis of patriarchy, however. Liberal feminists, to the extent that they use the term, use it to draw attention to the unequal distribution of rights and entitlements in society at large. The face of patriarchy they highlight is therefore the underrepresentation of women in senior positions in politics, business, the professions, and public life generally. Socialist feminists tend to emphasize the economic aspects of patriarchy. In their view, patriarchy operates in tandem with capitalism, gender subordination, and class inequality being interlinked systems of oppression. Some socialist feminists, indeed, reject the term altogether, on the grounds that gender inequality is merely a consequence of the class system. Capitalism, not patriarchy, is the issue. Radical feminists, on the other hand, place considerable stress on patriarchy. They see it as a systematic, institutionalized and pervasive form of male power that is rooted in the family. Patriarchy thus expresses the belief that the pattern of male domination and female subordination that characterizes society at large is, essentially, a reflection of the power structures that operate within domestic life, as illustrated in Figure 8.2. Sex and gender. The most common of all anti-feminist arguments, often associated with conservatives, asserts that gender divisions in society are natural. Women and men merely fulfill the social roles for which nature designed them. A woman's physical and anatomical makeup thus suits her to a subordinate and domestic role in society. In short, biology is destiny. The biological factor that is most frequently linked to women's social position is their capacity to bear children. Without doubt, childbearing is unique to the female sex, together with the fact that women menstruate and have the capacity to suckle babies. However, feminists insist that in no way do such biological facts necessarily disadvantage women nor determine their social destiny. Women may be mothers, but they need not accept the responsibilities of motherhood, nurturing, educating, and raising children by devoting themselves to home and family. The link between childbearing and child-rearing is cultural rather than biological. Women are expected to stay at home, bring up their children and look after the house because of the structure of traditional family life. Domestic responsibilities could be undertaken by the husband, or they could be shared equally between husband and wife in so-called symmetrical families. Moreover, child-rearing could be carried out by the community or the state, or it could be undertaken by relatives, as in extended families. Political ideologies in action. Legalizing abortion. Events. In January 1973, the U.S. Supreme Court made a landmark decision on abortion. In Roe v. Wade, the court ruled that criminal laws which prohibit abortion except to save the life of the mother are unconstitutional violations of the right to privacy as protected by the 14th Amendment. Although the Supreme Court judgment had a particularly high profile, it came in the context of a wider shift in favor of legalized abortion. Between 1950 and 1985, abortion was legalized in almost all developed states, although the circumstances in which it could take place and the timescales applied to it differed. sometimes significantly. Currently, about 25% of the world's population live in countries where abortion remains illegal or access to it is highly restrictive, mainly in Latin America, Africa, and Asia. Significance: the legalization of abortion across much of the world during the second half of the 20th century was largely a consequence of the campaigning efforts of the women's movement and of feminism's success in reshaping attitudes and values, operating in tandem with concerns over health and medicine. Indeed, in the early 1970s abortion emerged as almost the defining issue of second-wave feminism. The fundamental feminist argument in favor of abortion is that women have a basic and inalienable right to limit their reproduction. However, there is no single feminist theory of abortion. Liberal feminists understand the issue in terms of individual freedom of choice, hence the idea that they are pro-choice, and effective access to the public realm. Radical feminists, for their part, have stressed that abortion symbolizes women's sexual and reproductive self-determination, also warning that restricting access to abortion helps to promote patriarchy by institutionalizing motherhood. Since the late 1970s, abortion has lost its central place in the concerns of Western feminism, largely because abortion law has been liberalized, but also because some have seen the issue as less morally and ideologically straightforward. Nevertheless, since the 1980s abortion has been a major political battleground, particularly in the USA, through the tendency of the new rights politics of morality to coalesce around a pro-life opposition to abortion. This reflects the emergence of an important tendency within U.S. conservatism which is inspired by religious belief and especially the ideas of evangelical Protestantism. However, the extent to which it has been able to roll back abortion law has been limited. Feminists have traditionally challenged the idea that biology is destiny by drawing a sharp distinction between sex and gender. Sex, in this sense, refers to biological differences between females and males. These differences are natural and therefore are unalterable. The most important sex differences are those that are linked to reproduction. Gender, on the other hand, is a cultural term. It refers to the different roles that society ascribes to women and men. Gender differences are typically imposed through contrasting stereotypes of masculinity and femininity. As Simone de Beauvoir, CP 236, pointed out, women are made, they are not born. Patriarchal ideas blur the distinction between sex and gender, and assume that all social distinctions between women and men are rooted in biology or anatomy. Feminists, in contrast, usually deny that there is a necessary or logical link between sex and gender, and emphasize that gender differences are socially, or even politically, constructed. Perspectives on gender. Liberals have traditionally regarded differences between women and men as being of entirely private or personal significance. In public and political life, all people are considered as individuals, gender being as irrelevant as ethnicity or social class. In this sense, individualism is gender-blind. Conservatives have traditionally emphasized the social and political significance of gender divisions, arguing that they imply that the sexual division of labor between women and men is natural and inevitable. Gender is thus one of the factors that gives society its organic and hierarchical character. Socialists, like liberals, have rarely treated gender as a politically significant category. When gender divisions are significant, it is usually because they reflect and are sustained by deeper economic and class inequalities. Fascists view gender as a fundamental division within humankind. Men naturally monopolize leadership and decision-making, while women are suited to an entirely domestic, supportive, and subordinate role. Feminists usually see gender as a cultural or political distinction, in contrast to biological and ineradicable sexual differences. Gender divisions are therefore a manifestation of male power. Difference feminists may nevertheless believe that gender differences reflect a psychobiological gulf between female and male attributes and sensibilities. Islamists have an ultra-conservative view of gender roles, typically characterized by male guardianship over the family, the observation by women of a strict dress code, and restrictions on women's access to aspects of public life. Most feminists believe that sex differences between women and men are relatively minor and neither explain nor justify gender distinctions. As a result, human nature is thought to be androgynous. All human beings, regardless of sex, possess the genetic inheritance of a mother and a father, and therefore embody a blend of both female and male attributes or traits. Such a view accepts that sex differences are biological facts of life but insists that they have no social, political, or economic significance. Women and men should not be judged by their sex, but as individuals, as persons. The goal of feminism is therefore the achievement of genderless personhood. Establishing a concept of gender that is divorced from biological sex had crucial significance for feminist theory. Not only did it highlight the possibility of social change, socially constructed identities can be reconstructed or even demolished, but it also drew attention to the processes through which women had been engendered and therefore oppressed. Androgyny. The possession of both male and female characteristics, used to imply that human beings are sexless persons in the sense that sex is irrelevant to their social role or political status. Although most feminists have regarded the sex/gender distinction as empowering, others have attacked it. These attacks have been launched from two main directions. The first, advanced by so-called difference feminists, suggests that there are profound and perhaps ineradicable differences between women and men. From this essentialist perspective, accepted by some but by no means all difference feminists, social and cultural characteristics are seen to reflect deeper biological differences. The second attack on the sex/gender distinction challenges the categories themselves. Postmodern feminists have questioned whether sex is as clear-cut a biological distinction as is usually assumed. For example, the features of biological womanhood do not apply to many who are classified as women. Some women cannot bear children, some women are not sexually attracted to men, and so on. If there is a biology, culture continuum rather than a fixed biological/cultural divide, the categories female and male become more or less arbitrary, and the concepts of sex and gender become hopelessly entangled. An alternative approach to gender has been advanced by the trans movement, which seeks to explode the dualistic conception of gender, in which divides the human world is tidily divided into female and male parts. Such thinking is examined later in the chapter, in connection with transfeminism. Difference feminism. A form of feminism which holds that there are deep and possibly ineradicable differences between women and men, whether these are rooted in biology, culture, or material experience. Essentialism. The belief that biological factors are crucial in determining psychological and behavioral traits. Transfeminism. A form of feminism that rejects the idea of fixed identities and specifically avows gender and sexual ambiguity. Equality and difference. Although the goal of feminism is the overthrow of patriarchy and the ending of sexist oppression, feminists have sometimes been uncertain about what this means in practice and how it can be brought about. Traditionally, women have demanded equality with men, even to the extent that feminism is often characterized as a movement for the achievement of sexual equality. However, the issue of equality has also exposed major fault lines within feminism. Feminists have embraced contrasting notions of equality and some have entirely rejected equality in favor of the idea of difference. Liberal feminists champion legal and political equality with men. They have supported an equal rights agenda, which would enable women to compete in public life on equal terms with men, regardless of sex. Equality thus means equal access to the public realm. Socialist feminists, in contrast, argue that equal rights may be meaningless unless women also enjoy social equality. Equality, in this sense, has to apply in terms of economic power, and so must address issues such as the ownership of wealth, pay differentials, and the distinction between waged and unwaged labor. Radical feminists, for their part, are primarily concerned about equality in family and personal life. Equality must therefore operate, for example, in terms of childcare and other domestic responsibilities, the control of one's own body, and sexual expression and fulfillment. Despite tensions between them, these egalitarian positions are united in viewing gender differences in a negative light. Equality feminism links difference to patriarchy, seeing it as a manifestation of oppression or subordination. From this viewpoint, the feminist project is defined by the desire to liberate women from difference. However, other feminists champion difference rather than equality. Difference feminists regard the very notion of equality as either misguided or simply undesirable. To want to be equal to a man implies that women are male-identified, in that they define their goals in terms of what men are or what men have. The demand for equality therefore embodies a desire to be like men. Although feminists seek to overthrow patriarchy, many warn against the danger of modeling themselves on men, which would require them, for example, to adopt the competitive and aggressive behavior that characterizes male society. For many feminists, liberation means achieving fulfillment as women, in other words, being female-identified. Equality feminism. A form of feminism that aspires to the goal of sexual equality, whether this is defined in terms of formal rights, the control of resources, or personal power. Difference feminists are thus often said to subscribe to a pro-woman position, which accepts that sex differences have political and social importance. This is based on the essentialist belief that women and men are fundamentally different at a psychobiological level. The aggressive and competitive nature of men and the creative and empathetic character of women are thought to reflect deeper hormonal and other genetic differences, rather than simply the structure of society. To idealize androgyny or personhood and ignore sex differences is therefore a mistake. Women should recognize and celebrate the distinctive characteristics of the female sex. They should seek liberation through difference, as developed and fulfilled women, not as sexless persons. In the form of cultural feminism, this has led to an emphasis on women's crafts, art, and literature, and on experiences that are unique to women and promote a sense of sisterhood, such as childbirth, motherhood, and menstruation. Pro-woman feminism. A form of feminism that advances a positive image of women's attributes and propensities, usually stressing creativity, caring and human sympathy, and cooperation. Cultural feminism. A form of feminism that emphasizes an engagement with a woman-centered culture and lifestyle, and is typically repelled by the corrupting and aggressive male world of political activism. Types of feminism. Feminism is a cross-cutting ideology. The rival traditions of feminism have largely emerged out of established ideologies or theories, most obviously liberalism and socialism, but also, more recently, ideas such as postmodernism, CP 59, and psychoanalysis. Such ideologies and theories have served as vehicles for advancing the social role of women because they are generally sympathetic towards equality. Hierarchical or elitist ideologies or theories, in contrast, are associated more commonly with anti-feminism. For instance, traditional conservatism holds that the patriarchal structure of society and the sexual division of labor between public man and private woman is natural and inevitable. Women are born to be housewives and mothers, and rebellion against this fate is both pointless and wrong. At best, conservatives can argue that they support sexual equality on the grounds that women's family responsibilities are every bit as important as men's public duties. Women and men are therefore equal but different. Forms of reactionary feminism have also developed in certain circumstances. This has occurred when the traditional status and position of women has been threatened by rapid social or cultural change. So-called Islamic feminism has this character. In Islamic states, such as Iran, Pakistan, and Sudan, the imposition of Sharia law, CP 312, and the return to traditional moral and religious principles have sometimes been portrayed as a means of enhancing the status of women, threatened by the spread of Western attitudes and values. From this perspective, the veil, and other dress codes, and the exclusion of women from public life, have been viewed by some Muslim women as symbols of liberation. Iran is a particularly complex example of this, in that the reimposition of traditionalist values and female dress codes since the 1979 Islamic Revolution, CP 303, has gone hand in hand with, for instance, a dramatic increase in female participation in higher education. However, from the perspective of conventional feminism, reactionary feminism is simply a contradiction in terms, reflecting the misguided belief that the traditional public/private divide genuinely afforded women status and protection. Indeed, it provides evidence of the ideological power of patriarchy, through its capacity to recruit women into their own oppression. The major traditions within feminism are the following: liberal feminism, socialist feminism, radical feminism, third wave feminism and beyond. Liberal feminism. Early feminism, particularly the first wave of the women's movement, was deeply influenced by the ideas and values of liberalism. The first major feminist text, Wollstonecraft's A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, 1792-1967, argued that women should be entitled to the same rights and privileges as men on the grounds that they are human beings. She claimed that the distinction of sex would become unimportant in political and social life if women gained access to education and were regarded as rational creatures in their own right. John Stuart Mill's On the Subjection of Women, 1869-1970, written in collaboration with Harriet Taylor, proposed that society should be organized according to the principle of reason, and that accidents of birth such as sex should be irrelevant. Women would therefore be entitled to the rights and liberties enjoyed by men and, in particular, the right to vote. Tensions within feminism. 1. Equality feminism vs. difference feminism. Androgyny. Essentialism. Personhood. Sisterhood. Human rights. Women's rights. Gender equality. Sexual liberation. Abolish difference. Celebrate difference. Sex/gender divide. Sex equals gender. Transcend biology. Embrace biology. Pro-human. Pro-woman. Men are redeemable. Men are the problem. Engagement with men. Feminist separatism. Second wave feminism also has a significant liberal component. Liberal feminism has dominated the women's movement in the USA. For instance, the publication of Betty Friedan's The Feminine Mystique marked the resurgence of feminist thought in the 1960s. The feminine mystique to which Friedan referred is the cultural myth that women seek security and fulfillment in domestic life and feminine behavior, a myth that serves to discourage women from entering employment, politics, and public life in general. She highlighted what she called the problem with no name, by which she meant the sense of despair and deep unhappiness many women experience because they are confined to a domestic existence and are thus unable to gain fulfillment in a career or through political life. In 1966, Friedan helped to found and became the first leader of the National Organization of Women, NOW, which has developed into a powerful pressure group and the largest women's organization in the world. The philosophical basis of liberal feminism lies in the principle of individualism, CP 27, the belief that the human individual is all-important and therefore that all individuals are of equal moral worth. Individuals are entitled to equal treatment, regardless of their sex, race, color, creed, or religion. If individuals are to be judged, it should be on rational grounds, on the content of their character, their talents, or their personal worth. Liberals express this belief in the demand for equal rights. All individuals are entitled to participate in, or gain access to, public or political life. Any form of discrimination against women in this respect should therefore be prohibited. Wollstonecraft, for example, insisted that education, in her day the province of men, should be opened up to women. J.S. Mill argued in favor of equal citizenship and political rights. Indeed, the entire suffrage movement was based on liberal individualism and the conviction that female emancipation would be brought about once women enjoyed equal voting rights with men. Liberal feminist groups therefore aim to break down the remaining legal and social pressures that restrict women from pursuing careers and being politically active. They seek, in particular, to increase the representation of women in senior positions in public and political life. Liberal feminism is essentially reformist. It seeks to open up public life to equal competition between women and men, rather than to challenge what many other feminists see as the patriarchal structure of society itself. In particular, liberal feminists generally do not wish to abolish the distinction between the public and private spheres of life. Reform is necessary, they argue, but only to ensure the establishment of equal rights in the public sphere, the right to education, the right to vote, the right to pursue a career, and so on. Significant reforms have undoubtedly been achieved in the industrialized West, notably the extension of the franchise, the liberalization of divorce law and abortion, equal pay, and so on. Nevertheless, far less attention has been paid by liberal feminists to the private sphere, specifically to the sexual division of labor and distribution of power within the family. Liberal feminists have usually assumed that women and men have different natures and inclinations, and therefore accept that, at least in part, women's leaning towards family and domestic life is influenced by natural impulses and so reflects a willing choice. This certainly applied in the case of 19th-century feminists, who regarded the traditional structure of family life as natural, but it is also evident in the work of modern liberal feminists such as Friedan. In the second stage, 1983, Friedan discussed the problem of reconciling the achievement of personhood, made possible by opening up broader opportunities for women in work and public life, with the need for love, represented by children, home, and the family. Friedan's emphasis on the continuing and central importance of the family in women's lives has been criticized by more radical feminists for contributing to a mystique of motherhood. Others have condemned it for suggesting that women can have it all, being successful in terms of career advancement as well as in terms of motherhood and homemaking. Finally, the demand for equal rights, which lies at the core of liberal feminism, has principally attracted those women whose education and social backgrounds equip them to take advantage of wider educational and career opportunities. For example, 19th-century feminists and the leaders of the suffrage movement were usually educated, middle-class women who had the opportunity to benefit from the right to vote, pursue a career or enter public life. The demand for equal rights assumes that all women would have the opportunity to take advantage of, for example, better educational and economic opportunities. In reality, women are judged not only by their talents and abilities, but also by social and economic factors. If emancipation simply means the achievement of equal rights and opportunities for women and men, other forms of social disadvantage, for example, those linked to social class and race, are ignored. Liberal feminism may therefore reflect the interests of white, middle-class women in developed societies but fail to address the problems of working-class women, black women, and women in the developing world. Socialist feminism. Although some early feminists subscribed to socialist ideas, socialist feminism only became prominent in the second half of the 20th century. In contrast to their liberal counterparts, socialist feminists have not believed that women simply face political or legal disadvantages that can be remedied by equal legal rights or the achievement of equal opportunities. Rather, they argue that the relationship between the sexes is rooted in the social and economic structure itself, and that nothing short of profound social change, some would say a social revolution, can offer women the prospect of genuine emancipation. The central theme of socialist feminism is that patriarchy can only be understood in the light of social and economic factors. The classic statement of this argument was developed in Friedrich Engels' The Origins of the Family, Private Property, and the State, 1884–1976. Engels suggested that the position of women in society had changed fundamentally with the development of capitalism and the institution of private property. In pre-capitalist societies, family life had been communistic, and mother right, the inheritance of property and social position through the female line, was widely observed. Capitalism, however, being based on the ownership of private property by men, had overthrown mother right and brought about what Engels called the world historical defeat of the female sex. Like many subsequent socialist feminists, Engels believed that female oppression operates through the institution of the family. The bourgeois family is patriarchal and oppressive because men wish to ensure that their property will be passed on only to their sons. Men achieve undisputed paternity by insisting on monogamous marriage, a restriction that is rigorously applied to wives, depriving them of other sexual partners but, as Engels noted, is routinely ignored by their husbands. Women are compensated for this repression by the development of a cult of femininity, which extols the attractions of romantic love but, in reality, is an organized hypocrisy designed to protect male privileges and property. Other socialist feminists have proposed that the traditional, patriarchal family should be replaced by a system of communal living and free love, as advocated by early utopian socialists such as Charles Fourier, 1772–1837, and Robert Owen, CP 124. Most socialist feminists agree that the confinement of women to a domestic sphere of housework and motherhood serves the economic interests of capitalism. Some have argued that women constitute a reserve army of labor, which can be recruited into the workforce when there is a need to increase production, but easily shed and return to domestic life during a depression, without imposing a burden on employers or the state. At the same time, women's domestic labor is vital to the health and efficiency of the economy. In bearing and rearing children, women are producing the next generation of capitalism's workers. Similarly, in their role as housewives, women relieve men of the burden of housework and child rearing, allowing them to concentrate their time and energy on paid and productive employment. The traditional family provides the worker with a powerful incentive to find and keep a job because he has a wife and children to support. The family also provides male workers with a necessary cushion against the alienation and frustrations of life as wage slaves. Male breadwinners enjoy high status within the family and are relieved of the burden of trivial domestic labor. Although socialist feminists agree that the women's question cannot be separated from social and economic life, they are profoundly divided about the nature of that link. Gender divisions clearly cut across class cleavages, creating tension within socialist feminist analysis about the relative importance of gender and social class, and raising particularly difficult questions for Marxist feminists. Orthodox Marxists insist on the primacy of class politics over sexual politics. This suggests that class exploitation is a deeper and more significant process than sexual oppression. It also suggests that women's emancipation will be a byproduct of a social revolution in which capitalism is overthrown and replaced by socialism. Women seeking liberation should therefore recognize that the class war is more important than the sex war. Such an analysis suggests that feminists should devote their energies to the labor movement rather than support a separate and divisive women's movement. However, modern socialist feminists have found it increasingly difficult to accept the primacy of class politics over sexual politics. In part, this was a consequence of the disappointing progress that had been made by women in state socialist societies such as the Soviet Union, suggesting that socialism does not, in itself, end patriarchy. For modern socialist feminists, sexual oppression is every bit as important as class exploitation. Many of them subscribe to a form of neo-Marxism, which accepts the interplay of economic, social, political, and cultural forces in society. They therefore refuse to analyze the position of women in simple economic terms and have, instead, given attention to the cultural and ideological roots of patriarchy. For example, Juliet Mitchell, 1971, suggested that women fulfill four social functions: 1. They are members of the workforce and are active in production; 2. They bear children and thus reproduce the human species; 3. They are responsible for socializing children; and 4. They are sex objects. From this perspective, liberation requires that women achieve emancipation in each of these areas, and not merely that the capitalist class system is replaced by socialism. Radical feminism. One of the distinctive features of second-wave feminism is that many feminist writers moved beyond the perspectives of existing political ideologies. Gender differences in society were regarded for the first time as important in themselves, needing to be understood in their own terms. Liberal and socialist ideas had already been adapted to throw light on the position of women in society, but neither acknowledged that gender is the most fundamental of all social divisions. During the 1960s and 1970s, however, the feminist movement sought to uncover the influence of patriarchy not only in politics, public life, and the economy, but in all aspects of social, personal, and sexual existence. This trend was evident in the pioneering work of Simone de Beauvoir, and was developed by early radical feminists such as Eva Figs, Germaine Greer, CP 237, and Kate Millett, CP 236. Tensions within. Feminism, 2. Liberal feminism. vs. Radical feminism. Female emancipation. Women's liberation. Gender inequality. Patriarchy. Individualism. Sisterhood. Conventional politics. The personal is political. Public/private divide. Transform private realm. Access to public realm. Gender equality. Equal rights/opportunities. Sexual politics. Reform/gradualism. Revolutionary change. Political activism. Consciousness raising. Key figures in feminism. Mary Wollstonecraft, 1759–97, a British social theorist. Wollstonecraft was a pioneer feminist thinker, drawn into radical politics by the French Revolution. Her A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, 1792, stressed the equal rights of women, especially in education, on the basis of the notion of personhood. Wollstonecraft's work drew on an Enlightenment liberal belief in reason, but developed a more complex analysis of women as the objects and subjects of desire. It also presented the domestic sphere as a model of community and social order. Simone de Beauvoir, 1906–86, a French novelist, playwright, and social critic, de Beauvoir's work reopened the issue of gender politics and foreshadowed the ideas of later radical feminists. In The Second Sex, 1949, she developed a complex critique of patriarchal culture, in which the masculine is represented as the positive or the norm, while the feminine is portrayed as the other, fundamentally limiting women's freedom and denying them their full humanity. De Beauvoir placed her faith in rationality and critical analysis as the means of exposing this process. Betty Friedan, 1921–2006, a U.S. political activist, Friedan is sometimes seen as the mother of women's liberation. In The Feminine Mystique, 1963, often credited with having stimulated the emergence of second-wave feminism, Friedan attacked the cultural myths that sustained domesticity, highlighting the sense of frustration and despair that afflicted suburban American women confined to the roles of housewife and mother. In The Second Stage, 1983, she nevertheless warned that the quest for personhood should not encourage women to deny the importance of children, the home, and the family. Kate Millett, born 1934, a U.S. feminist writer, political activist, and artist, Millett developed a comprehensive critique of patriarchy in Western society and culture that had a profound impact on radical feminism. In Sexual Politics, 1970, Millett analyzed the work of male writers, from D. H. Lawrence to Norman Mailer, highlighting their use of sex to degrade and undermine women. In her view, such literature reflects deeply patriarchal attitudes that pervade culture and society at large, providing evidence that patriarchy is a historical and social constant. Germaine Greer, born 1939, an Australian writer, academic, and journalist, Greer's The Female Eunuch, 1970, helped to stimulate radical feminist theorizing. Its principal theme, the extent to which male domination is upheld by a systematic process of sexual repression, was accompanied by a call for women to re-engage with their libido, their faculty of desire and their sexuality. In Sex and Destiny, 1985, Greer celebrated the importance of childbearing and motherhood, while The Whole Woman, 1999, criticized lifestyle feminists and the alleged right to have it all. Jean Bethke Elshtain, 1941–2013, a U.S. political philosopher and social critic, Elshtain has made a major contribution to feminist scholarship and wider political debates. In Public Man, Private Woman, 1993, she examined the role of gender in forming the division between the public and private spheres in political theory. Her Women and War, 1987, discussed the perceptual lenses that determine the roles of men and women in war, highlighting the myths that men are just warriors and women are beautiful souls to be saved. Andrea Dworkin, 1946-2005, a feminist writer and activist, Dworkin was a trenchant critic of patriarchal culture and an advocate of radical lesbianism. In Woman Hating, 1976, and, with Catherine MacKinnon, Pornography and Civil Rights, 1988, Dworkin argued that pornography is the tool by which men control, objectify and subjugate women. With MacKinnon, she drafted a Minnesota ordinance that proposed that victims of rape and other sex crimes should be able to sue pornographers for damage, based on the belief that pornography supports sexual violence against women. Bell Hooks, born 1952, a cultural critic, feminist, and writer, Gloria Jean Watkins, better known by her pen name Bell Hooks, has emphasized that feminism must be approached through the lenses of gender, race, and class. In her classic Ain't I a Woman, 1985, Hooks examined the history of black women in the USA. Arguing that in the USA racism took, and takes, precedence over sexism, she advanced a powerful critique of the implicit racism of the white women's movement. Her other books include Feminism is for Everyone, 2000, and Outlaw Culture, 2006. Figgs's Patriarchal Attitudes, 1970, drew attention not to the more familiar legal or social disadvantages suffered by women, but to the fact that patriarchal values and beliefs pervade the culture, philosophy, morality, and religion of society. In all walks of life and learning, women are portrayed as inferior and subordinate to men, a stereotype of femininity being imposed on women by men. In The Female Eunuch, 1970, Greer suggested that women are conditioned to a passive sexual role, which has repressed their true sexuality as well as the more active and adventurous side of their personalities. In effect, women have been castrated and turned into sexless objects by the cultural stereotype of the eternal feminine. In Sexual Politics, 1970, Millett described patriarchy as a social constant running through all political, social, and economic structures and found in every historical and contemporary society, as well as in all major religions. The different roles of women and men have their origin in a process of conditioning. From a very early age, boys and girls are encouraged to conform to very specific gender identities. This process takes place largely within the family, patriarchy's chief institution, but it is also evident in literature, art, public life, and the economy. Millett proposed that patriarchy should be challenged through a process of consciousness raising, an idea influenced by the Black Power movement of the 1960s and early 1970s. Consciousness raising. Strategies to remodel social identity and challenge cultural inferiority by an emphasis in pride, self-worth, and self-assertion. The central feature of radical feminism is the belief that sexual oppression is the most fundamental feature of society and that other forms of injustice, class exploitation, racial hatred, and so on, are merely secondary. Gender is thought to be the deepest social cleavage and the most politically significant, more important, for example, than social class, race, or nation. Radical feminists have therefore insisted that society be understood as patriarchal to highlight the central role of sex oppression. Patriarchy thus refers to a systematic, institutionalized and pervasive process of gender oppression. For most radical feminists, patriarchy is a system of politico-cultural oppression, whose origins lie in the structure of family, domestic and personal life. Female liberation thus requires a sexual revolution in which these structures are overthrown and replaced. Such a goal is based on the assumption that human nature is essentially androgynous. However, radical feminism encompasses a number of divergent elements, some of which emphasize the fundamental and unalterable difference between women and men. An example of this is the pro-woman position, particularly strong in France and the USA. This position extols the positive virtues of fertility and motherhood. Women should not try to be more like men. Instead, they should recognize and embrace their sisterhood, the bonds that link them to all other women. The pro-woman position therefore accepts that women's attitudes and values are different from men's, but implies that in certain respects women are superior, possessing the qualities of creativity, sensitivity, and caring, which men can never fully appreciate or develop. Such ideas have been associated in particular with ecofeminism, which is examined in Chapter 9. The acceptance of deep and possibly unalterable differences between women and men has led some feminists towards cultural feminism, a retreat from the corrupting and aggressive male world of political activism into an apolitical, woman-centered culture and lifestyle. Conversely, other feminists have become politically assertive and even revolutionary. If sex differences are natural, then the roots of patriarchy lie within the male sex itself. All men are physically and psychologically disposed to oppress all women, in other words, men are the enemy. This clearly leads in the direction of feminist separatism. Men constitute an oppressive sex class dedicated to aggression, domination and destruction, so the female sex class is therefore the universal victim. For example, Susan Brown Miller's Against Our Will, 1975, emphasized that men dominate women through a process of physical and sexual abuse. Men have created an ideology of rape, which amounts to a conscious process of intimidation by which all men keep all women in a state of fear. Brown Miller argued that men rape because they can, because they have the biological capacity to rape, and that even men who do not rape nevertheless benefit from the fear and anxiety that rape provokes among all women. Figure 8.3 Types of Feminism. Feminists who have pursued this line of argument also believe that it has profound implications for women's personal and sexual conduct. Sexual equality and harmony is impossible because all relationships between women and men must involve oppression. Heterosexual women are therefore thought to be male-identified, incapable of fully realizing their true nature and becoming female-identified. This has led to the development of political lesbianism, which holds that sexual preferences are an issue of crucial political importance for women. Only women who remain celibate or choose lesbianism can regard themselves as woman-identified women. In the slogan attributed to T.I. Grace Atkinson, "Feminism is the theory, lesbianism is the practice," Charvet, 1982. However, the issues of separatism and lesbianism have deeply divided the women's movement. The majority of feminists see such uncompromising positions as a distorted reflection of the misogyny, or woman-hating, that pervades traditional male society. Instead, they remain faithful to the goal of sexual equality and the belief that it is possible to establish harmony between women and men in a non-sexist society. Hence, they believe that sexual preferences are strictly a matter of personal choice and not a question of political commitment. Developments in modern feminism. Since the 1970s, it has become increasingly difficult to analyze feminism simply in terms of the threefold division into liberal, socialist, and radical traditions. Tensions within the core traditions have sometimes deepened, and, on other occasions, boundaries between the traditions have been blurred. New forms of feminism have also emerged, including third-wave feminism, transfeminism, and post-feminism. Third-wave feminism. The term third-wave feminism has been adopted increasingly since the 1990s by a younger generation of feminist theorists for whom the campaigns and demands of the 1960s and 1970s women's movement have seemed to be of limited relevance to their own lives. This was both because of the emergence of new issues in feminist politics and because of the political and social transformations that second-wave feminism has brought about. Heywood and Drake, 1997. If there is a unifying theme within third-wave feminism, it is a more radical engagement with the politics of difference, especially going beyond those strands within radical feminism that emphasize that women are different from men by showing a greater concern with differences between women. In so doing, third-wave feminists have tried to rectify an overemphasis within earlier forms of feminism on the aspirations and experiences of middle-class, white women in developed societies, thereby illustrating the extent to which the contemporary women's movement is characterized by diversity and hybridity. This has allowed the voices of, among others, low-income women, women in the developing world and women of color to be heard more effectively. Black feminism has been particularly effective in this respect, challenging the tendency within conventional forms of feminism to ignore racial differences and to suggest that women endure a common oppression by virtue of their sex. Especially strong in the USA, black feminism portrays sexism and racism as linked systems of oppression, and highlights the particular and complex range of gender, racial and economic disadvantages that confront women of color. In being concerned about issues of identity, and the processes through which women's identities are constructed, and can be reconstructed, third-wave feminism also reflects the influence of post-structuralism. Influenced particularly by the ideas of the French philosopher, Michel Foucault, 1926–84, post-structuralism has drawn attention to the link between power and systems of thought using the idea of discourse, or discourses of power. In crude terms, this implies that knowledge is power. Post-structuralist or postmodernist feminists question the idea of a fixed female identity, also rejecting the notion that insights can be drawn from a distinctive set of women's experiences. From the post-structural perspective, even the idea of woman may be nothing more than a fiction, as supposedly indisputable biological differences between women and men are, in significant ways, shaped by gendered discourses. Not all women are capable of bearing children, for example. However, it is questionable whether the consistent application of post-structural or postmodern analysis is compatible with the maintenance of a distinctively feminist political orientation. Post-structuralism. An intellectual tradition, related to postmodernism, CP 59, that emphasizes that all ideas and concepts are expressed in language that itself is enmeshed in complex relations of power. Discourse. Human interaction, especially communication, discourse may disclose or illustrate power relations. Transfeminism. Transfeminism, also written as transfeminism, emerged out of feminism's encounters, from the early 1990s onwards, with the concerns of people who identify themselves as transgender or transsexual. Although what is called trans politics is not associated with a single or simple theory of gender, its central theme is a rejection of the binary conception of gender, with a stress, instead, on gender and sexual ambiguity, sometimes based on the idea of a gender continuum. People are thus seen as neither women nor men. Beasley, 2005. From the trans perspective, gender is not something ascribed to individuals by society, or imposed on them by cultural stereotypes. Instead, it is a matter of self-definition based on inner feelings. In this vein, Butler, 2006, proposed a concept of gender as a reiterated social performance, rather than the expression of a prior reality. Transgender. Denoting or relating to people who do not conform to prevailing expectations about gender, usually by crossing over or moving between gender identities. Transsexual. Denoting or relating to people who do not conform to the sex they were assigned at birth, and who may seek to realign their gender and their sex through medical intervention. Such thinking has nevertheless been viewed as deeply problematic by traditional feminists, not least because of the importance they placed on culturally defined gender in explaining the oppression of women. However, over time, there has been a greater willingness by feminists to take on board issues raised by the trans movement, while supporters of trans politics have increasingly recognized the extent to which its thinking may be applicable to all women. Scott Dixon, 2006. Not only does this reflect widening support within feminism for a more personalized and nuanced approach to gender, but it also demonstrates a growing awareness of the parallels and overlaps that exist between sexism and transphobia. Transphobia. Prejudice against or dislike of people who do not conform to prevailing expectations about gender identity. Post-feminism. The process of de-radicalization within feminism has nevertheless been most marked in relation to so-called post-feminism, which is defined by a rejection of second-wave feminist issues and themes, rather than by an attempt to update or remodel them. For instance, Camille Paglia, 1990, attacked the tendency of feminism to portray women as victims, and insisted on the need for women to take greater responsibility for their own sexual and personal conduct. Similarly, in Fire with Fire, 1994, Naomi Wolf called on women to use the new female power, based on the belief that the principal impediments to women's social advancement are psychological rather than political. Confronted by such tendencies, established feminists have sometimes protested against the rise of what they see as lifestyle feminism. In The Whole Woman, 1999, Germaine Greer attacked the notion that women are having it all, arguing that they have abandoned the goal of liberation and settled for a phony equality that amounts to assimilation, aping male behavior and male values. This, perhaps, highlights the capacity of patriarchy to reproduce itself generation after generation, in part by subordinating women through creating bogus forms of emancipation. Feminism in a global age. The advance of globalizing tendencies in modern society raises two important issues for feminists and feminism. First, to what extent has feminism, or can feminism, become a truly global ideology? Second, how should feminists respond to the process of globalization? Is globalization an agent of female emancipation or its enemy? In relation to the first question, feminism has always had a global orientation. The desire to foster sisterhood is, by its nature, transnational. This has certainly been reflected in the worldwide growth of women's groups and organizations, which can now be found across Africa, Asia, and Latin America, far beyond feminism's Western heartland. This was also underlined by the 1995 Beijing Fourth World Conference on Women, which involved 189 governments and more than 5,000 representatives from some 2,100 non-governmental organizations. However, does evidence of an apparently worldwide women's movement indicate a genuinely global willingness to engage with feminist thinking? The key issue here is, are feminist ideas universally applicable, or are they tainted by Eurocentrism and therefore bear an indelibly Western imprint? Post-colonial theorists, in particular, argue that women's rights are essentially a Western concept, and may thus not be applicable to the non-Western world. From this perspective, sexual equality may be seen both to devalue women's traditional roles as homemakers and mothers, and to undermine traditional institutions and cultural practices. Feminists, for their part, have argued that the post-colonialist emphasis on cultural rights over women's rights amounts to a thinly veiled defense of patriarchy. On the second issue, the impact of globalization on the role and status of women, contrasting positions have been adopted. Pro-globalization theorists have argued that globalization has opened up opportunities for women in the developing world, not least through the feminization of work. Examples of this include the growth of the Asian electronics industry and the clothing assembly plants in Mexico. The developed world has also witnessed the growth of new feminized, or pink-collar jobs, through the expansion of service industries such as retailing, cleaning, and data processing. Such trends have, arguably, helped to advance a sexual revolution, not least by giving women higher status and greater financial independence. However, although the number of women in paid work has grown, such trends have also been associated with growing vulnerability and exploitation. Not only are women workers usually cheap, in part because of their seemingly abundant supply, but they also tend to be employed in economic sectors where there are fewer workers' rights and weak labor organizations. Women workers therefore suffer from the double burden of undertaking low-paid work while still being expected to shoulder the burden of domestic responsibilities. Thanks to the advance of neoliberal globalization, this also often happens in the context of reduced state support for health, education, and basic food subsidies. Many feminists, particularly those whose feminist orientation is not grounded in liberal individualism, have therefore found a home within the wider anti-globalization or anti-capitalist movement. Green ideology. Preview. Origins and development. Core themes: return to nature. Types of green ideology. Green ideology in a global age. Questions for discussion. Further reading. Preview. The term green was first used in connection with environmentally orientated politics when it was employed to describe conservation and preservation movements which had sprung up in late 19th century USA. The term nevertheless became more prominent from the 1970s onwards, first through its use by environmental organizations such as Greenpeace, established in 1971, but more significantly through the tendency of many emerging environmental parties to brand themselves as green parties. The most influential of these new parties, and the model on which many other such parties were based, was the German Greens, Die Grünen, founded in 1980. From this point onwards, the term was adopted more widely, being used to refer, amongst other things, to green philosophy, green politics, and green ideology, sometimes called ecologism, political ecology or greenism. Green ideology is based on the belief that nature is an interconnected whole, embracing humans and non-humans, as well as the inanimate world. This has encouraged green thinkers to question, but not necessarily reject, the anthropocentric, or human-centered, assumptions of conventional political ideologies, allowing them to come up with new ideas about, among other things, economics, morality, and social organization. Nevertheless, there are different strains and tendencies within green ideology. Some Greens are committed to shallow ecology, sometimes viewed as environmentalism, as opposed to ecologism, which attempts to harness the lessons of ecology to human ends and needs, and embraces a modernist or reformist approach to environmental change. Deep ecologists, on the other hand, completely reject any lingering belief that the human species is in some way superior to, or more important than, any other species. Moreover, green ideology has drawn from a variety of other ideologies, notably socialism, anarchism, and feminism, thereby acknowledging that the relationship between humankind and nature has an important social dimension. Each of these approaches to the environment offers a different model of the ecologically viable society of the future. Origins and development. Although modern environmental politics did not emerge until the 1960s and 1970s, ecological ideas can be traced back to much earlier times. Many have suggested that the principles of contemporary green ideology, or ecologism, CP 247, owe much to ancient pagan religions, which stressed the concept of an Earth Mother, and to Eastern religions such as Hinduism, Buddhism, and Taoism. However, to a large extent, green ideology was, and remains, a reaction against the process of industrialization. This was evident in the 19th century, when the spread of urban and industrial life created a profound nostalgia for an idealized rural existence, as conveyed by novelists such as Thomas Hardy and political thinkers such as the UK libertarian socialist William Morris, 1834-96, and Peter Kropotkin, CP 153. This reaction was often strongest in those countries that had experienced the most rapid and dramatic process of industrialization. For example, Germany's rapid industrialization in the 19th century deeply scarred its political culture, creating powerful myths about the purity and dignity of peasant life, and giving rise to a strong back-to-nature movement among German youth. Such romantic pastoralism was most likely to surface during the 20th century in right-wing political doctrines, not least the blood and soil ideas of the German Nazis. Pastoralism. German, literally, a worldview, a distinctive, even unique, set of presuppositions that structure how a people understands and engages emotionally with the world. The growth of green ideology since the 1960s has been provoked by the further and more intense advance of industrialization and urbanization, linked to the emergence of post-material sensibilities among young people in particular. Environmental concern has become more acute because of the fear that economic growth is endangering both the survival of the human race and the very planet it lives on. Such anxieties have been expressed in a growing body of literature. Rachel Carson's The Silent Spring, 1962, a critique of the damage done to wildlife and the human world by the increased use of pesticides and other agricultural chemicals, is often considered to have been the first book to draw attention to a developing ecological crisis. Other important early works included Ehrlich and Harriman's How to Be a Survivor, 1971, Goldsmith et al.'s Blueprint for Survival, 1972, the unofficial UN report Only One Earth, 1972, and the Club of Rome's The Limits to Growth, 1972. A new generation of activist pressure groups have also developed, ranging from Greenpeace and Friends of the Earth to animal liberation activists and so-called eco-warrior groups, campaigning on issues such as the dangers of pollution, the dwindling reserves of fossil fuels, deforestation and animal experimentation. Together with established and much larger groups, such as the Worldwide Fund for Nature, this has led to the emergence of a high-profile and increasingly influential green movement. From the 1980s onwards, environmental questions have been kept high on the political agenda by green parties, which now exist in most industrialized countries, often modeling themselves on the pioneering efforts of the German Greens. Environmental issues have also become an increasingly major focus of international concern and activity. Indeed, as discussed in the final section of the chapter, the environment could arguably be regarded as the global political issue. The UN Conference on the Human Environment, held in Stockholm in 1972, was the first attempt to establish an international framework to promote a coordinated approach to environmental problems. The idea of sustainable development, CP 256, was advanced in the 1987 Brundtland Report, a product of the work of the UN World Commission on Environment and Development, and by the Rio Earth Summit in 1992, CP 262. Key concept: ecologism. Ecologism is, broadly, the belief in nature as an interconnected whole, embracing humans and non-humans as well as the inanimate world. A distinction is often drawn between ecologism and environmentalism. Environmentalism refers to a moderate or reformist approach to the environment that responds to ecological crises but without fundamentally questioning conventional assumptions about the natural world. It thus includes the activities of most environmental pressure groups and is a stance that may be adopted by a range of political parties. Ecologism, in contrast, is an ideology in its own right, otherwise known as green ideology, in that it adopts an ecocentric or biocentric perspective that accords priority to nature or the planet, and thus differs from the anthropocentric, or human-centered, perspective of conventional ideological traditions. Core themes: return to nature. Thinking about the environment only acquired a fully ideological character through the rise of the Green Movement. By the end of the 1970s, green thinking was widely viewed as an ideology in its own right, having gone beyond a mere pressure group-like concern for the environment, commonly called environmentalism. However, green ideology takes ideological thinking in novel and challenging directions. Its starting point is largely or entirely ignored by other political ideologies, the idea of an intrinsic relationship between humankind and nature, or non-human nature, to avoid confusion with the notion of human nature. Green theorists believe that conventional ideologies commit the sad, even comic, mistake of believing that humans are the centerpiece of existence. David Ehrenfeld, 1978, called this the arrogance of humanism. Instead of preserving and respecting the earth and the diverse species that live on it, humans have sought to become, in the words of John Locke, CP 52, the masters and possessors of nature. Green ideology has therefore uncovered new ideological terrain. It differs from both the politics of material distribution, as practiced by the classical ideologies, notably liberalism, conservatism, and socialism, and identity politics, CP 282, as practiced by most of the so-called new ideologies that have emerged since the 1960s, such as second-wave feminism, ethno-cultural nationalism, religious fundamentalism, CP 188, and multiculturalism. What makes green ideology deeper and, in a sense, more radical than other political ideologies is that it practices the politics of sensibilities. By attempting to reorientate people's relationship with and appreciation of the non-human, the world out there, green ideology sets out to do nothing less than transform human consciousness and, in the process, radically reconfigure our moral responsibilities. In order to give expression to this vision of interconnectedness, green thinkers have been forced to search for new concepts and ideas in the realm of science, or rediscover ancient ones from the realms of religion and mythology. The central themes of green ideology are ecology, holism, sustainability, environmental ethics, from having to being, environmentalism, a concern about the natural environment and particularly about reducing environmental degradation, a policy orientation rather than an ideological stance. Humanism, a philosophy that gives moral priority to the achievement of human needs and ends. Ecology. The central principle of all forms of green thought is ecology, a term coined in 1866 by the German zoologist Ernst Haeckel. Ecology developed as a distinct branch of biology through a growing recognition that plants and animals are sustained by self-regulating natural systems, ecosystems, composed of both living and non-living elements. Simple examples of an ecosystem are a field, a forest or, as illustrated in Figure 9.1, a pond. All ecosystems tend towards a state of harmony or equilibrium through a system of self-regulation. Biologists refer to this as homeostasis. Food and other resources are recycled, and the population size of animals, insects, and plants adjusts naturally to the available food supply. However, such ecosystems are not closed or entirely self-sustaining, each interreacts with other ecosystems. A lake may constitute an ecosystem, but it also needs to be fed with fresh water from tributaries, and receive warmth and energy from the sun. In turn, the lake provides water and food for species living along its shores, including human communities. The natural world is therefore made up of a complex web of ecosystems, the largest of which is the global ecosystem, commonly called the ecosphere or biosphere. Ecology. The study of the relationship between living organisms and the environment. Ecology stresses the network of relationships that sustains all forms of life. Homeostasis. The tendency of a system, especially the physiological systems of higher animals, to maintain internal equilibrium. The development of scientific ecology radically altered our understanding of the natural world and of the place of human beings within it. Ecology conflicts quite dramatically with the notion of humankind as the master of nature, and instead suggests that a delicate network of interrelationships that had hitherto been ignored sustains each human community, indeed the entire human species. Green thinkers argue that humankind currently faces the prospect of environmental disaster precisely because, in its passionate but blinkered pursuit of material wealth, it has upset the balance of nature and endangered the very ecosystems that make human life possible. This has happened in a broad variety of ways. These include the exponential growth in the world's human population, the depletion of finite and irreplaceable fuel resources such as coal, oil, and natural gas, the eradication of tropical rainforests that help clean the air and regulate the Earth's climate, the pollution of rivers, lakes, and forests and the air itself, the use of chemical, hormonal and other additives to foodstuffs, and the threat to biodiversity that has resulted from the thousand-fold increase in species extinction that has coincided with the dominance of the human species. Figure 9.1 A pond as an ecosystem. Ecocentrism. A theoretical orientation that gives priority to the maintenance of ecological balance rather than the achievement of human ends. Anthropocentrism. A belief that human needs and interests are of overriding moral and philosophical importance, the opposite of ecocentrism. Shallow ecology. A green ideological perspective that harnesses the lessons of ecology to human needs and ends, and is associated with values such as sustainability and conservation. Deep ecology. A green ideological perspective that rejects anthropocentrism and gives priority to the maintenance of nature, and is associated with values such as biocentric equality, diversity, and decentralization. Green ideology provides a radically different vision of nature and the place of human beings within it, one that favors ecocentrism and challenges anthropocentrism. However, green or environmental thinkers have applied ecological ideas in different ways, and sometimes drawn quite different conclusions. The most important distinction in the environmental movement is between what Arnnes, CP 265, termed shallow ecology and deep ecology. The shallow or humanist perspective accepts the lessons of ecology but uses them essentially to further human needs and ends. In other words, it preaches that if we conserve and cherish the natural world, it will continue to sustain human life. This amounts to a form of light or enlightened anthropocentrism, and is reflected in a concern with issues such as cutting back on the use of finite, non-renewable resources and reducing pollution. While some regard such a stance as a form of weak ecologism, others classify it as environmentalism to distinguish it more clearly from ecologism. The deep perspective, however, advances a form of strong ecologism that completely rejects any lingering belief that the human species is in some way superior to, or more important than, any other species, or indeed nature itself. It is based on the more challenging idea that the purpose of human life is to help sustain nature, and not the other way around. Deep ecology is discussed in greater detail on pages 268-70. Perspectives on nature. Liberals see nature as a resource to satisfy human needs, and thus rarely question human dominion over it. Lacking value in itself, nature is invested with value only when it is transformed by human labor, or when it is harnessed to human ends. Conservatives often portray nature as threatening, even cruel, characterized by an amoral struggle and harshness that also shapes human existence. Humans may be seen as part of nature within a great chain of being, their superiority nevertheless being enshrined in their status as custodians of nature. Socialists, like liberals, have viewed and treated nature as merely a resource. However, a romantic or pastoral tradition within socialism has also extolled the beauty, harmony, and richness of nature, and looks to human fulfillment through a closeness to nature. Anarchists have often embraced a view of nature that stresses unregulated harmony and growth. Nature therefore offers a model of simplicity and balance, which humans would be wise to apply to social organization in the form of social ecology. Fascists have often adopted a dark and mystical view of nature that stresses the power of instinct and primal life forces, nature being able to purge humans of their decadent intellectualism. Nature is characterized by brutal struggle and cyclical regeneration. Feminists generally hold nature to be creative and benign. By virtue of their fertility and disposition to nurture, women are often thought to be close to nature and in tune with natural forces, while men, creatures of culture, are out of step or in conflict with nature. Greens, particularly deep ecologists, regard nature as an interconnected whole, embracing humans and non-humans as well as the inanimate world. Nature is sometimes seen as a source of knowledge and right living, human fulfillment coming from a closeness to and respect for nature, not from the attempt to dominate it. Tensions within green ideology. Shallow ecology vs. deep ecology. Environmentalism. Ecologism. Light anthropocentrism. Ecocentrism. Science. Mysticism. Humankind. Nature. Limited holism. Radical holism. Instrumental value. Value in nature. Modified humanism. Biocentric equality. Animal welfare. Animal rights. Sustainable growth. Anti-growth. Personal development. Ecological consciousness. Holism. Traditional political ideologies have typically assumed that human beings are the masters of the natural world, and have therefore regarded nature as little more than an economic resource. In that sense, they have been part of the problem and not part of the solution. In The Turning Point, 1982, Fritjof Capra traced the origin of such ideas to the scientists and philosophers, such as René Descartes, 1596–1650, and Isaac Newton, 1642–1727. The world had previously been seen as organic, however, these 17th-century philosophers portrayed it as a machine, whose parts could be analyzed and understood through the newly discovered scientific method. Science enabled remarkable advances to be made in human knowledge and provided the basis for the development of modern industry and technology. So impressive were the fruits of science, that intellectual inquiry in the modern world has come to be dominated by scientism. However, Capra argued that orthodox science, what he referred to as the Cartesian Newtonian paradigm, amounts to the philosophical basis of the contemporary environmental crisis. Science treats nature as a machine, implying that, like any other machine, it can be tinkered with, repaired, improved on, or even replaced. If human beings are to learn that they are part of the natural world rather than its masters, Capra suggested that this fixation with the Newtonian world machine must be overthrown and replaced by a new paradigm. Scientism. The belief that scientific method is the only value-free and objective means of establishing truth, and is applicable to all fields of learning. In searching for this new paradigm, ecological thinkers have been attracted to a variety of ideas and theories, drawn from both modern science and ancient myths and religions. However, the unifying theme among these ideas is the notion of holism. The term holism was coined in 1926 by Jan Smuts, a Boer general and twice Prime Minister of South Africa. He used it to describe the idea that the natural world could only be understood as a whole and not through its individual parts. Smuts believed that science commits the sin of reductionism. It reduces everything it studies to separate parts and tries to understand each part in itself. In contrast, holism suggests that each part only has meaning in relation to other parts, and ultimately in relation to the whole. For example, a holistic approach to medicine would consider not just physical ailments but would see these as a manifestation of imbalances within the patient as a whole, taking account of psychological, emotional, social, and environmental factors. Holism. A belief that the whole is more important than its parts. Holism implies that understanding is gained by studying relationships among the parts. Although many green thinkers criticize science, others have suggested that modern science may offer a new paradigm for human thought. Capra, for example, argued that the Cartesian, Newtonian worldview has now been abandoned by many scientists, particularly by physicists like himself. During the 20th century, with the development of so-called new physics, physics moved a long way beyond the mechanistic and reductionist ideas of Newton. The breakthrough was achieved at the beginning of the 20th century by the German-born U.S. physicist Albert Einstein, 1879–1955, whose theory of relativity fundamentally challenged the traditional concepts of time and space. Einstein's work was taken further by quantum theory, developed by physicists such as Niels Bohr, 1885–1952, and Werner Heisenberg, 1901–76. In quantum theory, the physical world is understood not as a collection of individual molecules, atoms, or even particles, but as a system, or, more accurately, a network of systems. A system's view of the world concentrates not on individual building blocks, but on the principles of organization within the system. It therefore stresses the relationships within the system and the integration of its various elements within the whole. System. A collection of parts that operate through a network of reciprocal interactions and thereby constitute a complex whole. An alternative and particularly fertile source of new concepts and theories has been religion. In the Tao of Physics, 1975, Capra drew attention to important parallels between the ideas of modern physics and those of Eastern mysticism. He argued that religions such as Hinduism, Taoism, and Buddhism, particularly Zen Buddhism, have long preached the unity or oneness of all things, a discovery that Western science only made in the 20th century. Many in the Green Movement have been attracted by Eastern mysticism, seeing in it both a philosophy that gives expression to ecological wisdom and a way of life that encourages compassion for fellow human beings, other species, and the natural world. Other writers believe that ecological principles are embodied in monotheistic religions such as Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, which regard both humankind and nature as products of divine creation. In such circumstances, human beings are viewed as God's stewards on earth, being invested thereby with a duty to cherish and preserve the planet. However, perhaps the most influential concepts for modern Greens have been developed by looking back to pre-Christian spiritual ideas. Primitive religions often drew no distinction between human and other forms of life, and, for that matter, little distinction between living and non-living objects. All things are alive, stones, rivers, mountains, and even the earth itself, often conceived of as Mother Earth. The idea of an Earth Mother has been particularly important for Green thinkers trying to articulate a new relationship between human beings and the natural world, especially so for those sympathetic to ecofeminism, examined later in the chapter. In a similar vein, James Lovelock, CP 265, developed the idea of the Gaia hypothesis, CP 253. The idea of Gaia has developed into an ecological ideology that conveys the powerful message that human beings must respect the health of the planet, and act to conserve its beauty and resources. It also contains a revolutionary vision of the relationship between the animate and inanimate world. However, Gaia philosophy does not always correspond to the concerns of the Green movement. Humanist ecologists have typically wished to change policies and attitudes in order to ensure the continued survival of the human species. Gaia, on the other hand, is non-human, and Gaia theory suggests that the health of the planet matters more than that of any individual species living on it at present. Lovelock has suggested that those species that have prospered have been ones that have helped Gaia to regulate its own existence, while any species that poses a threat to the delicate balance of Gaia, as Green thinkers argue that humans currently do, is likely to be extinguished. Lovelock has nevertheless been strongly committed to science, and, contrary to the views of many in the environmental movement, has stressed the importance of nuclear power in providing a solution to environmental problems. Key concept: Gaia hypothesis. The Gaia hypothesis advances the idea that the Earth is best understood as a living entity that acts to maintain its own existence. Gaia is the name of the Greek goddess of the Earth. The basis for the Gaia hypothesis is that the Earth's biosphere, atmosphere, oceans, and soil exhibit precisely the same kind of self-regulating behavior that characterizes other forms of life. Gaia has maintained homeostasis, a state of dynamic balance, despite the major changes that have taken place in the solar system. The most dramatic evidence of this is the fact that although the Sun has warmed up by more than 25% since life began, the temperature on Earth and the composition of its atmosphere have remained virtually unchanged. Sustainability. Green thinkers argue that the ingrained assumption of conventional political creeds, articulated by virtually all mainstream political parties, so-called gray parties, is that human life has unlimited possibilities for material growth and prosperity. Indeed, Green thinkers commonly lump capitalism and socialism together, and portray them both as examples of industrialism. A particularly influential metaphor for the environmental movement has been the idea of spaceship Earth, because this emphasizes the notion of limited and exhaustible wealth. The idea that Earth should be thought of as a spaceship was first suggested by Kenneth Boulding, 1966. Boulding argued that human beings have traditionally acted as though they live in a cowboy economy, an economy with unlimited opportunities, like the American West during the frontier period. He suggested that this encourages, as it did in the American West, reckless, exploitative, and violent behavior. However, as a spaceship is a capsule, it is a closed system. Open systems receive energy or inputs from outside. For example, all ecosystems on Earth, ponds, forests, lakes, and seas, are sustained by the sun. However, closed systems, as the Earth itself becomes when it is thought of as a spaceship, show evidence of entropy. All closed systems tend to decay or disintegrate because they are not sustained by external inputs. Ultimately, however wisely and carefully human beings behave, the Earth, the Sun, and indeed all planets and stars, will be exhausted and die. When the entropy law is applied to social and economic issues, it produces very radical conclusions. Entropy, a tendency towards decay or disintegration, exhibited by all closed systems. No issue reflects the law of entropy more clearly than the energy crisis. Industrialization and mass affluence have been made possible by the exploitation of coal, gas, and oil reserves, providing fuel for power stations, factories, motor cars, aeroplanes, and so on. These fuels are fossil fuels. They are also non-renewable. Once used up they cannot be replaced. In Small is Beautiful, 1973, E. F. Schumacher, CP 265, argued that human beings have made the mistake of regarding energy as an income that is being constantly topped up each week or each month, rather than as natural capital that they are forced to live off. This mistake has allowed energy demands to soar, especially in the industrialized West, at a time when finite fuel resources are, green thinkers warn, close to depletion and unlikely to last to the end of the 21st century. As the spaceship draws towards the close of the fossil fuel age, it approaches disintegration because, as yet, there are insufficient alternative sources of energy to compensate for the loss of coal, oil, and gas. Fossil fuels. Fuels that are formed from the decomposition of buried dead organisms, making them rich in carbon. Examples include oil, natural gas, and coal. Key concept: industrialism. The term industrialism, as used by environmental theorists, relates to a super ideology that encompasses capitalism and socialism, left-wing and right-wing thought. As an economic system, industrialism is characterized by large-scale production, the accumulation of capital and relentless growth. As a philosophy, it is dedicated to materialism, utilitarian values, absolute faith in science and a worship of technology. Many green thinkers thus see industrialism as the problem. Eco-socialists, however, blame capitalism rather than industrialism, which ignores important issues such as the role of ownership, profit, and the market, while ecofeminists argue that industrialism has its origins in patriarchy. Not only have humans failed to recognize that they live within the constraints of a closed ecosystem, but they have also been unwisely cavalier in plundering its resources. Garrett Hardin, 1968, developed a particularly influential model to explain why overexploitation of environmental resources has occurred, in the form of the tragedy of the commons. The parable of the tragedy of the commons sheds light on the behavior of individuals within the community, the actions of groups within society, and the strategies adopted by states within the international system. However, the parable also highlights why it is often so difficult to tackle environmental problems at any level. Any viable solution to the environmental crisis must offer a means of dealing with the tragedy of the commons. Nevertheless, green economics is not only about warnings and threats, it is also about solutions. Entropy may be an inevitable process, however, its effects can be slowed down or delayed considerably if governments and private citizens respect ecological principles. Green thinkers argue that the human species will only survive and prosper if it recognizes that it is merely one element of a complex biosphere, and that only a healthy, balanced biosphere will sustain human life. Policies and actions must therefore be judged by the principle of sustainability. Sustainability sets clear limits on human ambitions and material dreams because it requires that production does as little damage as possible to the fragile global ecosystem. For example, a sustainable energy policy must be based on a dramatic reduction in the use of fossil fuels and a search for alternative, renewable energy sources such as solar energy, wind power, and wave power. These are by their very nature sustainable and can be treated as income rather than natural capital. Sustainability. The capacity of a system to maintain its health and continue in existence over a period of time. Key concept: tragedy of the commons. The idea of the tragedy of the commons draws parallels between global environmental degradation and the fate of common land before the introduction of enclosures. Common land or common fisheries stocks encourage individuals to act in rationally self-interested ways, each exploiting the resources available to satisfy their needs and the needs of their families and communities. However, the collective impact of such behavior may be devastating, as the vital resources on which all depend become depleted or despoiled. Thus, as Hardin, 1968, put it, freedom in a commons brings ruin to all. The parable of the tragedy of the commons is usually used to justify tackling environmental problems either by strengthening political authority or by restricting population growth. Sustainability, however, requires not merely the implementation of government controls or tax regimes to ensure a more enlightened use of natural resources, but, at a deeper level, the adoption of an alternative approach to economic activity. This is precisely what Schumacher, 1973, sought to offer in his idea of Buddhist economics. For Schumacher, Buddhist economics is based on the principle of right livelihood and stands in stark contrast to conventional economic theories, which assume that individuals are nothing more than utility maximizers. Buddhists believe that, in addition to generating goods and services, production facilitates personal growth by developing skills and talents, and helps to overcome egocentredness by forging social bonds and encouraging people to work together. Such a view moves economics a long way from its conventional obsession with wealth creation, creating what Schumacher called economics as if people mattered. There is nevertheless considerable debate about what sustainability implies in practice. Reformist or modernist ecologists support weak sustainability, which tries to reconcile ecology with economic growth through getting richer but at a slower pace. One way in which this could be achieved would be through changes to the tax system, either to penalize and discourage pollution or to reduce the use of finite resources. However, radical ecologists, who include both social ecologists and deep ecologists, support, if to different degrees, strong sustainability, which places far greater stress on preserving natural capital and is more critical of economic growth. If, as some radical ecologists argue, the origin of the ecological crisis lies in materialism, consumerism, and a fixation with economic growth, the solution lies in zero growth and the construction of a post-industrial age in which people live in small, rural communities and rely on craft skills. This could mean a fundamental and comprehensive rejection of industry and modern technology, literally a return to nature. Modernist ecology. A reformist tendency within green politics that seeks to reconcile ecology with the key features of capitalist modernity. Social ecology. A broad tendency within green politics that links ecological sustainability to radical social change, or the eco-anarchist principle that human communities should be structured according to ecological principles. Key concept: sustainable development. Sustainable development refers to development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs, Brundtland Report, 1987. It therefore embodies two concepts: 1, the concept of need, particularly the essential needs of the world's poor, and 2, the concept of limitations, especially related to the environment's ability to meet future as well as present needs. So-called weak sustainability takes economic growth to be desirable but simply insists that growth must be limited to ensure that ecological costs do not threaten its long-term sustainability, allowing human capital to be substituted for natural capital. Strong sustainability rejects the pro-growth implications of weak sustainability, and focuses just on the need to preserve and sustain natural capital. Environmental ethics. Green politics, in all its forms, is concerned with extending moral thinking in a number of novel directions. This is because conventional ethical systems are clearly anthropocentric, orientated around the pleasure, needs and interests of human beings. In such philosophies, the non-human world is invested with value only to the extent that it satisfies human ends. One ethical issue that even humanist or shallow ecologists grapple with extensively is the question of our moral obligations towards future generations, CP 258. However, the notion of cross-generational justice has also been criticized. Conventional moral thinkers have sometimes argued that, as all rights depend on reciprocity, it is absurd to endow people who have yet to be born with rights that impose duties on people currently alive, since the unborn cannot discharge any duties towards the living. Moreover, in view of the potentially unlimited size of future generations, the burdens imposed by futurity are, in practical terms, incalculable. The present generation may, therefore, either be making sacrifices for the benefit of future generations who may prove to be much better off than themselves, or their sacrifices may be entirely inadequate to meet future needs. An alternative approach to environmental ethics involves applying moral standards and values developed in relation to human beings to other species and organisms. The most familiar attempt to do this is in the form of animal rights. Peter Singer's, 1976, case for animal welfare had considerable impact on the growing animal liberation movement. Singer argued that an altruistic concern for the well-being of other species derives from the fact that, as sentient beings, they are capable of suffering. Drawing on utilitarianism, he pointed out that animals, like humans, have an interest in avoiding physical pain, and he therefore condemned any attempt to place the interests of humans above those of animals as speciesism. However, altruistic concern for other species does not imply equal treatment. Singer's argument does not apply to non-sentient life forms such as trees, rocks, and rivers. Moreover, the moral imperative is the avoidance of suffering, with special consideration being given to more developed and self-aware animals, notably to the great apes. On the other hand, Singer's argument implies that a reduced moral consideration should be given to human foetuses and mentally impaired people who have no capacity for suffering. Singer, 1993. Animal rights. Moral entitlements that are based on the belief that as animals are non-human persons, they deserve the same consideration, at least in certain areas, as human beings. Speciesism. A belief in the superiority of one species over other species, through the denial of their moral significance. Nevertheless, the moral stance of deep ecology goes much further, in particular by suggesting that nature has value in its own right, that is, intrinsic value. From this perspective, environmental ethics have nothing to do with human instrumentality and cannot be articulated simply through the extension of human values to the non-human world. Gooden, 1992, for instance, attempted to develop a green theory of value, which holds that resources should be valued precisely because they result from natural processes rather than human activity. However, since this value stems from the fact that the natural landscape helps people to see some sense and pattern in their lives and to appreciate something larger than themselves, it embodies a residual humanism that fails to satisfy some deep ecologists. The distinctive ethical stance of deep ecology is discussed at greater length later in the chapter. Key concept: future generations. The idea that the needs and interests of future generations, those yet to be born, should be taken into account in ethical reasoning is deeply rooted in green thought because the ecological impact of present actions may not be felt for decades or even centuries. What can be called cross-generational justice can be seen as a natural duty, an extension of a moral concern for our children and, by extension, their children, and so on. Concern for future generations has also been linked to the idea of ecological stewardship. This is the notion that the present generation is merely the custodian of the wealth that has been generated by past generations and so is obliged to conserve it for the benefit of future generations. From having to being. Green ideology seeks not only to revise conventional moral thinking, but also to reshape our understanding of happiness and human well-being. In particular, green thinkers have advanced a critique of materialism and consumerism. Consumerism is a psychocultural phenomenon whereby personal happiness is equated with the consumption of material possessions, giving rise to what the German psychoanalyst and social philosopher Erich Fromm, 1979, called a having attitude of mind. For green theorists, having the disposition to seek fulfillment in acquisition and control, is deficient in at least two respects. First, it tends to undermine, rather than enhance, psychological and emotional well-being. As modern advertising and marketing techniques tend to create ever greater material desires, they leave consumers in a constant state of dissatisfaction because, however much they acquire and consume, they always want more. Consumerism thus works not through the satisfaction of desires, but through the generation of new desires, keeping people in an unending state of neediness, want and aspiration. Such thinking is sustained by the emerging discipline of happiness economics, which suggests that once citizens enjoy fairly comfortable living standards, it is not absolute wealth but relative wealth that affects subjective well-being. Laird, 2011. Materialism. An emphasis on material needs and their satisfaction, usually implying a link between pleasure or happiness and the level of material consumption. Key concept: post-materialism. Post-materialism is a theory that explains the nature of political concerns and values in terms of levels of economic development. It is based loosely on Abraham Maslow's, 1908-70, hierarchy of needs, which places self-esteem and self-actualization above material or economic needs. Post-materialism assumes that conditions of material scarcity breed egoistical and acquisitive values, meaning that politics is dominated by economic issues, who gets what. However, in conditions of widespread prosperity, individuals tend to express more interest in post-material or quality of life issues. These are typically concerned with morality, political justice, and personal fulfillment, and include gender equality, world peace, racial harmony, ecology, and animal rights. Second, materialism and consumerism provide the cultural basis for environmental degradation. This occurs as the consumer society encourages people to place short-term economic considerations ahead of longer-term ecological concerns, in which case nature is nothing other than a commodity or resource. In this light, green ideology can be seen to be associated with the ideas of post-materialism and anti-consumerism. In line with green ideology's post-material orientation, green thinkers have tended to view human development as dangerously unbalanced. Human beings are blessed with massive know-how and material wealth, but possess precious little know-why. Humankind has acquired the ability to fulfill its material ambitions, but not the wisdom to question whether these ambitions are sensible, or even sane. As Schumacher, 1973, warned, man is now too clever to survive without wisdom. However, some shallow or humanistic ecologists have serious misgivings when this quest for wisdom draws green ideology into the realms of religious mysticism or New Age ideas. Many Greens, particularly those who subscribe to deep ecology, have nevertheless embraced worldviews that are quite different from those that have traditionally dominated political thought in the developed West. This, they argue, is the basis of the paradigm shift that green ideology aims to bring about, and without which it is doomed to repeat the mistakes of the old politics because it cannot move beyond its concepts and assumptions. In their search for an alternative model of human well-being, green theorists have generally emphasized the importance of quality of life issues and concerns, thereby divorcing happiness from a simple link to material acquisition. Such thinking is taken most seriously by eco-anarchists, ecofeminists, and especially deep ecologists. In line with Fromm, they have been more willing to contrast having with being, the latter representing satisfaction that is derived from experience and sharing, leading to personal growth, even spiritual awareness. The key feature of being as an attitude of mind is that it seeks to transcend the self, or individual ego, and to recognize that each person is intrinsically linked to all other living things, and, indeed, to the universe itself. The Australian philosopher Warwick Fox, 1990, claimed to go beyond deep ecology in embracing transpersonal ecology, the essence of which is the realization that things are, that human beings and all other entities are part of a single unfolding reality. For Nice, self-realization is attained through a broader and deeper identification with others. Such ideas have often been shaped by Eastern religions, most profoundly by Buddhism, which has been portrayed as an ecological philosophy in its own right. One of the key doctrines of Buddhism is the idea of no self, the notion that the individual ego is a myth or delusion, and that awakening or enlightenment involves transcending the self and recognizing the oneness of life. Types of green ideology. Deep ecologists typically dismiss conventional political creeds as merely different versions of anthropocentricism, each embodying an anti-nature bias. They claim to have developed an entirely new ideological paradigm, although many reject the term ideology because of its association with human-centered thinking, developed through the radical application of ecological and holistic principles. Nevertheless, other ecological or environmental thinkers have drawn inspiration, to a greater or lesser extent, from established political traditions. Such a stance is based on the belief that these traditions contain values and doctrines that are capable of accommodating a positive view of non-human nature, and of shedding light on why the ecological crisis has come about and how it can be tackled. In this sense, green ideology, like nationalism and feminism, can be regarded as a cross-cutting ideology. At different times, conservatives, liberals, socialists, anarchists and feminists have claimed a special sympathy with the environment, associating green ideology with very different goals and themes, see Figure 9.2, p. 267. The most significant sub-traditions within green ideology are modernist ecology, social ecology, deep ecology, modernist ecology. Modernist or reformist ecology refers to the form of green ideology that is practiced by most environmental pressure groups and by a growing range of mainstream political parties. Modernist ecology is reformist in that it seeks to advance ecological principles and promote environmentally sound practices, but without rejecting the central features of capitalist modernity, individual self-seeking, materialism, economic growth, and so on. It is thus very clearly a form of shallow or humanist ecology. The key feature of modernist ecology is the recognition that there are environmental limits to growth, in the sense that pollution, increased CO2 emissions, the exhaustion of non-renewable energy sources and other forms of environmental degradation ultimately threaten prosperity and economic performance. The watchword of this form of green ideology is therefore sustainable development, in the sense of weak sustainability, or, more specifically, environmentally sustainable capitalism. As, in economic terms, this means getting richer more slowly, modernist ecology extends moral and philosophical sensibilities only in modest directions. Indeed, it is often condemned by more radical ecologists as hopelessly compromised, part of the problem rather than part of the solution. The two main ideological influences on modernist ecology are liberalism and conservatism. Liberalism has, at best, an ambivalent relationship with green ideology. Radical ecologists criticize individualism, CP 27, as a stark example of anthropocentrism, and condemn utilitarianism, CP 46, the moral philosophy that underpins much of classical liberalism, on the grounds that it equates happiness with material consumption. On a larger scale, liberalism's atomistic view of society has been seen as the political expression of the Cartesian, Newtonian paradigm, Capra, 1982. However, the stress found within modern liberalism on self-realization and developmental individualism can be said to sustain a form of enlightened anthropocentrism, which encourages people to take into account long-term, and not merely short-term, interests, and to favor higher pleasures, including an appreciation of the natural world, over lower pleasures, such as material consumption. This can be seen, for example, in John Stuart Mill's, CP 53, criticism of rampant industrialization and his defense of a stationary population and a steady-state economy, on the grounds that the contemplation of nature is an indispensable aspect of human fulfillment. Conservatives, for their part, have evinced a sympathy for environmental issues, on two main grounds. First, eco-conservatism has drawn on a romantic and nostalgic attachment to a rural way of life threatened by the growth of towns and cities. It is clearly a reaction against industrialization and the idea of progress. It does not envisage the construction of a post-industrial society, founded on the principles of cooperation and ecology, but rather a return to, or the maintenance of, a more familiar pre-industrial one. Such environmental sensibilities typically focus on the issue of conservation and on attempts to protect the natural heritage, woodlands, forests, and so on, as well as the architectural and social heritage. The conservation of nature is therefore linked to a defense of traditional values and institutions. Second, conservatives have advocated market-based solutions to environmental problems, even espousing the idea of green capitalism. Market-based environmental solutions include the adoption of tax structures that incentivize eco-friendly individual and corporate behavior, and emissions trading schemes such as that proposed by the 1997 Kyoto Protocol on climate change. The theory of green capitalism has two features. The first is the assumption that the market mechanism can and will respond to pressure from more ecologically aware consumers by forcing firms to produce environmentally sound goods and adopt green technologies. Such thinking relies on the idea of consumer sovereignty and acknowledges the impact of the trend towards so-called responsible consumption. Green capitalism. The idea that a reliance on the capitalist market mechanism will deliver ecologically sustainable outcomes, usually linked to assumptions about capitalism's consumer responsiveness. Consumer sovereignty. The notion, based on the theory of competitive capitalism, that consumer choice is the ultimately determining factor within a market economy. Political ideologies in action. The Rio Earth Summit. Events. In June 1992, the UN Conference on Environment and Development, better known as the Earth Summit, took place in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. With more than 150 states in attendance, together with 1,400 non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and 8,000 journalists, this was the largest international conference so far held. The conference approved a comprehensive plan to promote sustainable development, at the heart of which was the Framework Agreement on Climate Change. The Framework Agreement called for greenhouse gases to be stabilized at safe levels on the basis of equity and in accordance with states' common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. Significance: the Rio Earth Summit was a milestone conference in establishing the idea of environmental limits to growth, thereby challenging the then dominant belief that markets effectively maintain a balance between population, resources, and the environment. Moreover, it was the first international conference to give significant attention to the issue of climate change, helping to push climate change to the top of the international environmental agenda. In so doing, it was supported by both the burgeoning influence of environmental NGOs and a growing body of scientific evidence upholding the notion of anthropocentric climate change. The Framework Agreement on Climate Change was of particular importance, in that it provided the basis for all subsequent international agreements on the issue, including the Kyoto Protocol, negotiated in 1997, the only conference to date to set binding targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. However, effective international action on environmental matters has been difficult to achieve, especially in relation to climate change, where greenhouse gas emissions have continued to increase. Even the Kyoto process had a limited impact, as binding emission targets only applied to developed states, and, even then, were rejected by major emitters such as the USA, Russia, and Australia. The key problem is that, in the absence of a supranational global authority, states will only cooperate in areas where their national interests overlap, and, in the case of environmental issues, these are rare. This is because tackling climate change imposes significant costs on states in terms of investment in green technologies, but especially through accepting lower levels of economic growth. Confronted by a trade-off between ecology and the economy, states are encouraged to be free riders, enjoying the benefits of a healthier atmosphere without having to pay for them. The second way in which capitalism is supposedly green is linked to the idea that long-term corporate profitability can only be achieved in a context of sustainable development. Capitalism, in short, has no interest in destroying the planet. However, There are important differences within modernist ecology over the proper balance between the state and capitalism. Although some supporters of green capitalism favor unregulated market competition, most modernist ecologists support a managed capitalist system in which environmental degradation is treated as an externality, or social cost, that can only be dealt with effectively by government. Social ecology. Social ecology is a term coined by Murray Bookchin, CP 265, to refer to the idea that ecological principles can and should be applied to social organization, in which case an anarchist commune can be thought of as an ecosystem. However, the term can also be used more broadly to refer to a range of ideas, each of which recognizes that environmental degradation is, in some way, linked to existing social structures. The advance of ecological principles therefore requires a process of radical social change. Social ecology, thus defined, encompasses three distinct traditions: eco-socialism, eco-anarchism, ecofeminism. Eco-socialism. There is a distinct socialist strand within the Green movement, which has been particularly pronounced among the German Greens, many of whose leaders have been former members of far-left groups. Eco-socialism has drawn from the pastoral socialism of thinkers such as William Morris, who extolled the virtues of small-scale craft communities living close to nature. However, it has more usually been associated with Marxism. For example, Rudolf Barrow, 1982, argued that the root cause of the environmental crisis is capitalism. The natural world has been despoiled by industrialization, but this is merely a consequence of capitalism's relentless search for profit. In this view, capitalism's anti-ecological bias derives from a number of sources. These include that private property encourages the belief that humans are dominant over nature, that the market economy commodifies nature, in the sense that it turns it into something that only has exchange value and so can be bought and sold, and that the capitalist system breeds materialism and consumerism, and so leads to relentless growth. From this perspective, the idea of green capitalism is a contradiction in terms. Any attempt to improve the environment must therefore involve a process of radical social change, some would say a social revolution. The core theme of eco-socialism is the idea that capitalism is the enemy of the environment, while socialism is its friend. However, as with socialist feminism, such a formula embodies tension between two elements, this time between red and green priorities. If environmental catastrophe is nothing more than a byproduct of capitalism, environmental problems are best tackled by abolishing capitalism, or at least taming it. Therefore, ecologists should not form separate green parties or set up narrow environmental organizations, but work within the larger socialist movement and address the real issue, the economic system. On the other hand, socialism has also been seen as another pro-production political creed. It espouses exploiting the wealth of the planet, albeit for the good of humanity, rather than just the capitalist class. Socialist parties have been slow to adopt environmental policies because they, like other grey parties, continue to base their electoral appeal on the promise of economic growth. As a result, ecologists have often been reluctant to subordinate the green to the red, hence the proclamation by the German Greens that they are neither left nor right. Eco-socialists argue that socialism is naturally ecological. If wealth is owned in common, it will be used in the interests of all, which means in the long-term interests of humanity. However, it is unlikely that ecological problems can be solved simply by a change in the ownership of wealth. This was abundantly demonstrated by the experience of state socialism in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, which produced some of the world's most intractable environmental problems. Examples include the Aral Sea in Central Asia, once the fourth biggest lake in the world, which has shrunk to 10% of its original size, American Samoa, a result of the rerouting of two rivers, and the Chernobyl nuclear explosion in the Ukraine in 1986. Eco-anarchism. Perhaps the ideology that has the best claim to being environmentally sensitive is anarchism. Some months before the publication of Rachel Carson's The Silent Spring, Murray Bookchin brought out Our Synthetic Environment, 1962-1975. Many in the Green movement also acknowledge a debt to 19th-century anarcho-communists, particularly Peter Kropotkin. Bookchin, 1977, suggested that there is a clear correspondence between the ideas of anarchism and the principles of ecology, articulated in the idea of social ecology, based on the belief that ecological balance is the surest foundation for social stability. Anarchists believe in a stateless society, in which harmony develops out of mutual respect and social solidarity among human beings. The richness of such a society is founded on its variety and diversity. Green thinkers also believe that balance or harmony develops spontaneously within nature, in the form of ecosystems, and that these, like anarchist communities, require no external authority or control. The anarchist rejection of government within human society thus parallels the Green thinkers' warnings about human rule within the natural world. Bookchin therefore likened an anarchist community to an ecosystem, and suggested that both are distinguished by respect for the principles of diversity, balance, and harmony. Key figures in Green ideology: Ernst Friedrich, Fritz, Schumacher, 1911–77, a German-born UK economist and environmental theorist. Schumacher championed the cause of human-scale production and advocated Buddhist economics, or economics as if people mattered. In his seminal work Small is Beautiful, 1973, Schumacher attacked conventional economic thinking for its obsession with growth for growth's sake, and condemned the value system on which it is based, particularly the fact that it is divorced from nature. In contrast, he stressed the importance of morality and right livelihood. Arne Nies, 1912–2008, a Norwegian philosopher, writer, and mountaineer, Nies has been described as the father of deep ecology. His philosophy, Ecosophy, the T is for the Tvergastein hut in which he lived in solitude high on a Norwegian mountain, which was influenced by the ideas of Spinoza, Gandhi's ethic of nonviolence and Taoist thought, was based on the assertion that the earth does not belong to human beings, as all creatures have an equal right to live and bloom. James Lovelock, born 1919, a UK atmospheric chemist, inventor, and environmental thinker, Lovelock is best known as the inventor of the Gaia hypothesis. This proposes that the Earth is best understood as a complex, self-regulating, living being, implying that the prospects for humankind are closely linked to whether the species helps to sustain, or threaten, the planetary ecosystem. Lovelock was also the first person to alert the world to the global presence of CFCs in the atmosphere, and he is, controversially, a supporter of nuclear power. Murray Bookchin, 1921–2006, a U.S. anarchist social philosopher and environmentalist, Bookchin was a leading proponent of the idea of social ecology. As an anarchist, Bookchin emphasized the potential for non-hierarchic cooperation within conditions of post-scarcity and radical decentralization. Arguing that ecological principles should be applied to social organization, he linked the environmental crisis to the breakdown of the organic fabric of both society and nature. His major works in this field include The Ecology of Freedom, 1982, and Re-enchanting Humanity, 1995. Caroline Merchant, born 1936, a U.S. ecofeminist philosopher and historian of science, Merchant's work has highlighted links between gender oppression and the death of nature. Merchant developed a feminist critique of a scientific revolution that explained environmental degradation ultimately in terms of the application by men of a mechanistic view of nature. On this basis, she argued that a global ecological revolution requires a radical restructuring of gender relations. Merchant's chief works include The Death of Nature, 1983, and Radical Ecology, 1992. Rudolf Barrow, 1936–98, a German writer and green activist, Barrow is best known for his attempts to reconcile socialism with ecological theories. In Socialism and Survival, 1982, Barrow presented capitalism as the root cause of the environmental crisis, and socialism as its solution, thereby linking the issues of social justice and ecological sustainability. However, Barrow subsequently moved beyond conventional eco-socialism, arguing, in From Red to Green, 1984, that the ecological crisis had become so pressing that it must take precedence over the class struggle. Anarchists have also advocated the construction of decentralized societies, organized as a collection of communes or villages, a social vision to which many deep ecologists are also attracted. Life in such communities would be lived close to nature, each community attempting to achieve a high degree of self-sufficiency. Such communities would be economically diverse, they would produce food and a wide range of goods and services, and therefore contain agriculture, craftwork and small-scale industry. Self-sufficiency would make each community dependent on its natural environment, spontaneously generating an understanding of organic relationships and ecology. In Buchan's view, decentralization would lead to a more intelligent and more loving use of the environment. Without doubt, the conception that many green theorists have of a post-industrial society has been influenced by the writings of Kropotkin and William Morris. The Green movement has also adopted ideas such as decentralization, participatory democracy, and direct action from anarchist thought. However, even when anarchism is embraced as providing a vision of an ecologically sound future, it is seldom accepted as a means of getting there. Anarchists believe that progress will only be possible when government and all forms of political authority are overthrown. In contrast, many in the Green movement see government as an agency through which collective action can be organized, and therefore as the most likely means through which the environmental crisis can be addressed, at least in the short term. They fear that dismantling or even weakening government may simply give free rein to those forces that generated industrialization and blighted the natural environment in the first place. Ecofeminism. The idea that feminism offers a distinctive and valuable approach to green issues has grown to such a point that ecofeminism has developed into one of the major philosophical schools of environmentalist thought. Its basic theme is that ecological destruction has its origins in patriarchy. Nature is under threat not from humankind but from men and the institutions of male power. Feminists who adopt an androgynous or sexless view of human nature argue that patriarchy has distorted the instincts and sensibilities of men by divorcing them from the private world of nurturing, homemaking and personal relationships. The sexual division of labor thus inclines men to subordinate both women and nature, seeing themselves as masters of both. From this point of view, ecofeminism can be classified as a particular form of social ecology. However, many ecofeminists subscribe to essentialism, in that their theories are based on the belief that there are fundamental and ineradicable differences between women and men. Figure 9.2 Types of Green Ideology. Such a position is adopted, for instance, by Mary Daly in GYN/Ecology, 1979. Daly argued that women would liberate themselves from patriarchal culture if they aligned themselves with female nature. The notion of an intrinsic link between women and nature is not a new one. Pre-Christian religions and primitive cultures often portrayed the earth or natural forces as a goddess, an idea resurrected in the Gaia hypothesis. Modern ecofeminists, however, highlight the biological basis for women's closeness to nature, in particular the fact that they bear children and suckle babies. The fact that women cannot live separate from natural rhythms and processes in turn structures their politico-cultural orientation. Traditional female values therefore include reciprocity, cooperation, and nurturing, values that have a soft or ecological character. The idea that nature is a resource to be exploited or a force to be subdued is more abhorrent to women than men, because they recognize that nature operates in and through them, and intuitively sense that personal fulfillment stems from acting with nature rather than against it. The overthrow of patriarchy therefore promises to bring with it an entirely new relationship between human society and the natural world, meaning that ecofeminism shares with deep ecology a firm commitment to ecocentrism. If there is an essential or natural bond between women and nature, the relationship between men and nature is quite different. While women are creatures of nature, men are creatures of culture, their world is synthetic or, literally, man-made, a product of human ingenuity rather than natural creativity. In the male world, then, intellect is ranked above intuition, materialism is valued over spirituality, and mechanical relationships are emphasized over holistic ones. In politico-cultural terms, this is reflected in a belief in self-striving, competition and hierarchy. The implications of this for the natural world are clear. Patriarchy, in this view, establishes the supremacy of culture over nature, the latter being nothing more than a force to be subdued, exploited, or risen above. Ecological destruction and gender inequality are therefore part of the same process in which cultured men rule over natural women. Deep ecology. The term deep ecology, sometimes called ecocentrism, ecosophy, or ecophilosophy, was coined in 1973 by Arnnes. For Nice, deep ecology is deep because it persists in asking deeper questions concerning why and how, and is thus concerned with fundamental philosophical questions about the impact of the human species on the biosphere. The key belief of deep ecology is that ecology and anthropocentrism, in all its forms, including enlightened anthropocentrism, are simply irreconcilable. Indeed, anthropocentrism is an offense against the principle of ecology. This rejection of anthropocentrism has had profound moral and political implications. Deep ecologists have viewed nature as the source of moral goodness. Nature thus has intrinsic or inherent value, not just instrumental value deriving from the benefits it brings to human beings. A classic statement of the ethical framework of deep ecology is articulated in Aldo Leopold's Sand County Almanac, 1948-1968, in the form of the land ethic: a thing is right when it tends to preserve the integrity, stability, and beauty of the biotic community. It is wrong when it tends otherwise. Such a moral stance implies biocentric equality. Nice, 1989, expressed this in the idea that all species have an equal right to live and bloom, reflecting the benefits of biodiversity. Such ecocentric ethical thinking has been accompanied by a deeper and more challenging philosophical approach that amounts to nothing less than a new metaphysics, a new way of thinking about and understanding the world. In addressing metaphysical issues, deep ecology is radical in a way and to a degree that does not apply elsewhere in ideological thought. Deep ecology calls for a change in consciousness, specifically the adoption of ecological consciousness, or cosmological consciousness. At the heart of this is an intersubjective model of selfhood that allows for no distinction between the self and the other, thereby collapsing the distinction between humankind and nature. Biocentric equality. The principle that all organisms and entities in the biosphere are of equal moral worth, each being an expression of the goodness of nature. Biodiversity. The range of species within a biotic community, often thought to be linked to its health and stability. Metaphysics. The branch of philosophy that is concerned with explaining the fundamental nature of existence, or being. Deep ecology is also associated with a distinctive analysis of environmental degradation and how it should be tackled. Instead of linking the environmental crisis to particular policies or a specific political, social, or economic system, be it industrialization, capitalism, patriarchy or whatever, deep ecologists argue that it has more profound cultural and intellectual roots. The problem lies in the mechanistic worldview that has dominated the thinking of Western societies since about the 17th century, and which subsequently came to affect most of the globe. Above all, this dominant paradigm is dualistic. It understands the world in terms of distinctions: self/other, humankind/nature, individual/society, mind/matter, reason/emotion and so on, and thus allows nature to be thought of as inert and valueless in itself, a mere resource for satisfying human ends. In this light, nothing less than a paradigm change, a change in how we approach and think about the world, will properly address the challenge of environmental degradation. Deep ecologists have looked to a wide range of ideas and theories to bring about this paradigm change, including, as discussed earlier, modern physics, Eastern mysticism and primitive religion. Each of these is attractive because it offers a vision of radical holism. In emphasizing that the whole is more important than its individual parts, they are clearly non-dualistic and provide a basis for an ecocentrism that prioritizes the maintenance of ecological balance over the achievement of narrowly human ends. In addition to its moral and philosophical orientation, deep ecology has been associated with a wider set of goals and concerns. These include wilderness preservation. Deep ecologists seek to preserve nature wild and free, based on the belief that the natural world, unspoiled by human intervention, is a repository of wisdom and morality. Preservationism is nevertheless different from conservationism, in that the latter is usually taken to imply protecting nature in order to satisfy long-term human ends. The wilderness ethic of deep ecology is often linked to the ideas of Henry David Thoreau, CP 153, whose quest for spiritual truth and self-reliance led him to flee from civilized life and live for 2 years in virtual solitude, close to nature, an experience described in Walden, 1854 1983. Population control. Although Greens from many traditions have shown a concern about the exponential rise in the human population, deep ecologists have placed a particular emphasis on this issue, often arguing that a substantial decrease in the human population is the only way of ensuring the flourishing of non-human life. To this end, some deep ecologists have rejected aid to the developing world, called for a reduction in birth rates, especially in the developing world, or argued that immigration from the developing world to the developed world should be stopped. Simple living. Deep ecologists believe that humans have no right to reduce the richness and diversity of nature except, as Nice put it, to satisfy vital needs. This is a philosophy of walking lighter on the earth. It certainly implies an emphasis on promoting the quality of life, being, rather than the quantity of possessions, having, and is often linked to a post-material model of self-realization, commonly understood as self-actualization. This implies being inwardly rich but outwardly poor. Bioriginalism. This is the idea that human society should be reconfigured in line with naturally defined regions, each by origin, in effect, being an ecosystem. Bioriginalism is clearly at odds with established territorial divisions, based on national or state borders. Although deep ecologists seldom look to prescribe how humans should organize themselves within such biorigins, there is general support for self-reliant, self-supporting, autonomous communities. Preservationism. The disposition to protect natural systems, often implying keeping things just as they are and restricting the impact of humans on the environment. Nevertheless, the role and importance of deep ecology within larger green political thought has been a matter of considerable controversy. Not only has the significance of deep ecology, in terms of the philosophical and ethical debates it has stimulated, greatly outweighed its practical importance within the green movement, but it has also attracted sometimes passionate criticism from fellow green thinkers. Humanist ecologists roundly reject the idea that their views are merely a shallow version of deep ecology, arguing instead that deep ecology is philosophically and morally flawed. The philosophical flaw of deep ecology is the belief that anthropocentrism and ecology are mutually exclusive. From this perspective, a concern with human well-being, or at least long-term and sustainable human well-being, requires respect for ecology rather than its betrayal. The moral flaws of deep ecology stem from the idea of the intrinsic value of nature. In the humanist view, environmental ethics cannot be non-anthropocentric because morality is a human construct. Good and bad are only meaningful when they are applied to human beings and their living conditions. Deep ecology has also come under attack from social ecologists, notably Murray Bookchin. For Bookchin, deep ecology is not only socially conservative, because it ignores the radical social change that needs to accompany any inner revolution, but, in turning its back on rationalist thought and embracing mysticism, it is also guilty of succumbing to what Bookchin called vulgar Californian spiritualism or eco-la-la. Self-actualization. An inner, even quasi-spiritual, fulfillment that is achieved by transcending egoism and materialism. Bioriginalism. The belief that the territorial organization of economic, social, and political life should take into account the ecological integrity of bioregions. Green ideology in a global age. The environment is often viewed as the archetypal example of a global issue. This is because environmental processes are no respecters of national borders, they have an intrinsically transnational character. As countries are peculiarly environmentally vulnerable to the activities that take place in other countries, meaningful progress on environmental issues can only be made at the international or even global level. This lesson has been particularly underlined by the issue of climate change, regarded by some as the most urgent and important challenge currently confronting the international community. It is also clear that the modern green movement has a marked global orientation, reflected in strong concerns about globalization, CP20, and its tendency, as a result, to operate in alliance with the wider anti-globalization or anti-capitalist movement. Anti-capitalism, CP 161, thus has a marked ecological dimension. This stems from the belief that industrialism and its underpinning values, competitive individualism, materialism, consumerism, and so on, have become more deeply entrenched as a result of economic globalization. Globalization, in this sense, is a form of hyper-industrialism. While green activists have expressed general concerns about globalization, a key focus of their criticism has often been the policies of the institutions responsible for managing the modern global system. For example, the liberalization of global trade carried out under the auspices of the World Trade Organization has been held responsible for ever higher levels of pollution, and the World Bank has been accused of engineering ecologically unsustainable development. However, major factors stand in the way of the worldwide spread of the green movement, making it difficult, and perhaps impossible, for green ideology to develop into a truly global ideology. One of these factors is that, although effective action over the environment has to be international or global in character, cooperation at this level has been very difficult to bring about. This occurs because what states accept would be generally beneficial to them may not be the same as what benefits each of them individually. The collective good therefore conflicts with the sum of states' national interests. On the issue of climate change, for instance, international cooperation is seriously hampered by the costs that reducing CO2 emissions would impose on individual states, in terms of investment in sometimes expensive mitigation and adaptation strategies, as well as, most important, accepting lower levels of economic growth. If each state has an interest in being a free rider, benefiting from the sacrifices that other states make without making similar sacrifices itself, international action over climate change, and perhaps over environmental issues generally, is doomed to be inadequate. A further problem is that the environment may be destined to remain a concern only for the developed world. As far as the developing world is concerned, the strictures of green ideology appear to deny them the opportunity to catch up with the industrialized West. Western states developed through large-scale industrialization, the exploitation of finite resources and a willingness to pollute the natural world, practices they now seek to deny to the developing world. Such divisions can be illustrated clearly by the problem of burden sharing over climate change. From the perspective of the Global South, the developed world has a historical responsibility for the accumulated stock of carbon emitted since the beginning of the industrial age. In effect, developed countries have used up a large part of the safe, carbon-absorbing capacity of the atmosphere, and made substantial gains in terms of economic growth and prosperity as a result. The developing world, in contrast, is both disproportionately badly affected by climate change and has the fewest capabilities to tackle it. This implies either that emissions targets should not be imposed on developing countries, as in the Kyoto Protocol, or that such targets should take into account historical responsibilities and be structured accordingly, imposing significantly heavier burdens on the developed world than the developing world. The theory of post-materialism, moreover, suggests that not until poverty levels in the developing world have reduced substantially will populations be prepared to prioritize quality of life issues, such as the environment, over their desire for prosperity and economic growth. Finally, it is questionable whether the Green Movement, even supported by the larger anti-capitalist movement, has the capacity seriously to check the advance of economic globalization. Apart from the enormous, and perhaps irresistible, power of the corporate and other interests that are driving the globalization process. The anti-growth message with which green ideology is associated presents political difficulties. The politics of zero, or even sustainable, growth may be so electorally unattractive to populations, in both the developed and developing worlds, that it proves to be democratically impossible. If this is the case, green ideology may simply prove to be an urban fad, a form of post-industrial romanticism, which is likely to be restricted to the young and the materially affluent. A further challenge facing the green movement is the very scale of the changes it calls for. Green ideology, especially, but not only, in the guise of deep ecology, is associated with theories, values, and sensibilities that are entirely at odds with those that have traditionally dominated industrialized societies. The problem confronting green ideology may therefore be that it is based on a philosophy that is deeply alien to the culture it must influence if it is to be successful. However, this may also be the source of its appeal. Multiculturalism. Preview. Origins and development. Core themes: diversity within unity. Types of multiculturalism. Critiques of multiculturalism. Multiculturalism in a global age. Questions for discussion. Further reading. Preview. Although multicultural societies have long existed, examples include the Ottoman Empire, which reached its peak in the late 16th and early 17th centuries, and the USA from the early 19th century onwards. The term multiculturalism is of relatively recent origin. It was first used in 1965 in Canada to describe a distinctive approach to tackling the issue of cultural diversity. In 1971, multiculturalism, or multiculturalism within a bilingual framework, was formally adopted as public policy in Canada, providing the basis for the introduction of the Multiculturalism Act in 1988. Australia also officially declared itself multicultural and committed itself to multiculturalism in the early 1970s. However, the term multiculturalism has only been prominent in wider political debate since the 1990s. Multiculturalism is more an arena for ideological debate than an ideology in its own right. As an arena for debate, it encompasses a range of views about the implications of growing cultural diversity and, in particular, about how cultural difference can be reconciled with civic unity. Its key theme is therefore diversity within unity. A multiculturalist stance implies a positive endorsement of communal diversity, based on the right of different cultural groups to recognition and respect. In this sense, it acknowledges the importance of beliefs, values, and ways of life in establishing a sense of self-worth for individuals and groups alike. Distinctive cultures thus deserve to be protected and strengthened, particularly when they belong to minority or vulnerable groups. However, there are a number of competing models of a multicultural society, which draw on, variously, the ideas of liberalism, pluralism, and cosmopolitanism. On the other hand, the multiculturalist stance has also been deeply controversial, and has given rise to a range of objections and criticisms. Origins and development. Multiculturalism first emerged as a theoretical stance through the activities of the Black consciousness movement of the 1960s, primarily in the USA. The origins of Black nationalism date back to the early 20th century and the emergence of a Back to Africa movement inspired by figures such as Marcus Garvey, CP 185. Black politics, however, gained greater prominence in the 1960s with an upsurge in both the reformist and revolutionary wings of the movement. In its reformist guise, the movement took the form of a struggle for civil rights that reached national prominence in the USA under the leadership of Martin Luther King, 1929–68. The strategy of nonviolent civil disobedience was nevertheless rejected by the Black Power movement, which supported Black separatism and, under the leadership of the Black Panther Party, founded in 1966, promoted the use of armed confrontation. Of more enduring significance, however, have been the Black Muslims, now the Nation of Islam, who advocate a separatist creed based on the idea that Black Americans are descended from an ancient Muslim tribe. The late 1960s and early 1970s witnessed growing political assertiveness among minority groups, sometimes expressed through ethno-cultural nationalism, in many parts of Western Europe and elsewhere in North America. This was most evident among the French-speaking people of Quebec in Canada, but it was also apparent in the rise of Scottish and Welsh nationalism in the UK, and the growth of separatist movements in Catalonia and the Basque area in Spain, Corsica in France, and Flanders in Belgium. A trend towards ethnic assertiveness was also found among the Native Americans in Canada and the USA, the Aboriginal peoples in Australia, and the Maoris in New Zealand. In response to these pressures, a growing number of countries adopted official multiculturalism policies, the Canadian Multiculturalism Act, CP 288, being perhaps the classic example. Ethnocultural nationalism. A form of nationalism that is fueled primarily by a keen sense of ethnic and cultural distinctiveness and the desire to preserve it. The common theme among these emergent forms of ethnic politics was a desire to challenge economic and social marginalization, and sometimes racial oppression. In this sense, ethnic politics was a vehicle for political liberation, its enemy being structural disadvantage and ingrained inequality. For blacks in North America and Western Europe, for example, the establishment of an ethnic identity provided a means of confronting a dominant white culture that had traditionally emphasized their inferiority and demanded subservience. Apart from growing assertiveness among established minority groups, multicultural politics has also been strengthened by trends in international migration since 1945 that have significantly widened cultural diversity in many societies. Migration rates rose steeply in the early post-1945 period, as Western states sought to recruit workers from abroad to help in the process of post-war reconstruction. In many cases, migration routes were shaped by links between European states and their former colonies. Thus, immigrants to the UK in the 1950s and 1960s came mainly from the West Indies and the Indian subcontinent, while immigration in France came largely from Algeria, Morocco, and Tunisia. In the case of West Germany, immigrants were Gastarbeiter, guest workers, usually recruited from Turkey or Yugoslavia. Immigration into the USA since the 1970s has come mainly from Mexico and other Latin American countries. For instance, the Latino or Hispanic community in the USA has exceeded the number of African Americans, and it is estimated that by 2050 about a quarter of the US population will be Latinos. However, during the 1990s there was a marked intensification of cross-border migration across the globe, creating what some have seen as a hypermobile planet. There are two main reasons for this. First, there has been a growing number of refugees, reaching a peak of about 18 million in 1993. This resulted from an upsurge in war, ethnic conflict, and political upheaval in the post-Cold War era, in areas ranging from Algeria, Rwanda, and Uganda to Bangladesh, Indochina and Afghanistan. The collapse of communism in Eastern Europe in 1989–91 contributed to this by creating, almost overnight, a new group of migrants as well as by sparking a series of ethnic conflicts, especially in the former Yugoslavia. Second, economic globalization, CP20, intensified pressures for international migration in a variety of ways, as discussed in the final section of this chapter. By the early 2000s, a growing number of Western states, including virtually all the member states of the European Union, had responded to such developments by incorporating multiculturalism in some way into public policy. This was in recognition of the fact that multi-ethnic, multi-religious, and multicultural trends within modern societies have become irreversible. In short, despite the continuing and sometimes increasing prominence of issues such as immigration and asylum, a return to monoculturalism, based on a unifying national culture, is no longer feasible. Indeed, arguably the most pressing ideological issue such societies now confront is how to reconcile cultural diversity with the maintenance of civic and political cohesion. Nevertheless, the advent of global terrorism, CP 314, and the launch of the so-called War on Terror pushed multicultural politics further up the political agenda. The spread of religious fundamentalism, CP 305, and particularly Islamism, to Western states encouraged some to speculate on whether Samuel Huntington's, CP 329, famous clash of civilizations, CP 310, is happening not just between societies but also within them. Whereas supporters of multiculturalism have argued that cultural recognition and minority rights help to keep political extremism at bay, opponents warn that multicultural politics may provide a cloak for, or even legitimize, political extremism. Core themes: diversity within unity. The term multiculturalism has been used in a variety of ways, both descriptive and normative. As a descriptive term, it refers to cultural diversity that arises from the existence within a society of two or more groups whose beliefs and practices generate a distinctive sense of collective identity. Multiculturalism, in this sense, is invariably reserved for communal diversity that arises from racial, ethnic, and language differences. The term can also be used to describe governmental responses to such communal diversity, either in the form of public policy or in the design of institutions. Multicultural public policies, whether applied in education, healthcare, housing, or other aspects of social policy, are characterized by a formal recognition of the distinctive needs of particular cultural groups and a desire to ensure equality of opportunity between and among them. Multicultural institutional design goes further than this by attempting to fashion the apparatus of government around the ethnic, religious, and other divisions in society. In the form of consociationalism, it has shaped political practice in states such as the Netherlands, Switzerland, and Belgium. It has also been applied in the form of power sharing in Northern Ireland and in multilevel governance in post-conflict Bosnia-Herzegovina. Equality of opportunity. Equality defined in terms of life chances or the existence of a level playing field. Consociationalism. A form of power sharing involving a close association among a number of parties or political formations, typically used in deeply divided societies. As a normative term, multiculturalism implies a positive endorsement, even celebration, of communal diversity, typically based on either the right of different cultural groups to respect and recognition, or to the alleged benefits to the larger society of moral and cultural diversity. However, multiculturalism is more an ideological space than a political ideology in its own right. Instead of advancing a comprehensive worldview which maps out an economic, social, and political vision of the good society, multiculturalism is, rather, an arena within which increasingly important debates about the balance in modern societies between cultural diversity and civic unity are conducted. Nevertheless, a distinctive multiculturalist ideological stance can be identified. The most significant themes within multiculturalism are: politics of recognition, culture and identity, minority rights, diversity. Politics of recognition. Multiculturalists argue that minority cultural groups are disadvantaged in relation to majority groups, and that remedying this involves significant changes in society's rules and institutions. As such, multiculturalism, in common with many other ideological traditions, not least socialism and feminism, is associated with the advancement of marginalized, disadvantaged or oppressed groups. However, multiculturalism draws from a novel approach to such matters, one that departs from conventional approaches to social advancement. Three contrasting approaches can be adopted, based, respectively, on the ideas of rights, redistribution, and recognition, see Figure 10.1. The notion of the politics of rights is rooted in the ideas of republicanism, CP 279, which are associated by many, but by no means all, with liberalism. Republicanism is concerned primarily with the problem of legal and political exclusion, the denial to certain groups of rights that are enjoyed by their fellow citizens. Republican thinking was, for example, reflected in first-wave feminism, in that its campaign for female emancipation focused on the struggle for votes for women and equal access for women and men to education, careers, and public life in general. The Republican stance can, in this sense, be said to be difference blind. It views difference as the problem, because it leads to discriminatory or unfair treatment, and proposes that difference be banished or transcended in the name of equality. Republicans therefore believe that social advancement can be brought about largely through the establishment of formal equality. Figure 10.1 Contrasting approaches to social advancement. Formal equality. Equality based on people's status in society, especially their legal and political rights, legal and political equality. The contrasting idea of the politics of redistribution is rooted in a social reformist stance that embraces, among other traditions, modern liberalism and social democracy. It arose out of the belief that universal citizenship and formal equality are not sufficient, in themselves, to tackle the problems of subordination and marginalization. People are held back not merely by legal and political exclusion, but also, and more importantly, by social disadvantage, poverty, unemployment, poor housing, lack of education and so on. The key idea of social reformism is the principle of equal opportunities, the belief in a level playing field that allows people to rise or fall in society strictly on the basis of personal ability and their willingness to work. This implies a shift from legal egalitarianism to social egalitarianism, the latter involving a system of social engineering that redistributes wealth so as to alleviate poverty and overcome disadvantage. In such an approach, difference is acknowledged as it highlights the existence of social injustice. Nevertheless, this amounts to no more than a provisional or temporary acknowledgement of difference, in that different groups are identified only in order to expose unfair practices and structures, which can then be reformed or removed. Citizenship. Membership of a state, a relationship between the individual and the state based on reciprocal rights and responsibilities. Key concept. Republicanism. Republicanism refers, most simply, to a preference for a republic over a monarchy. However, the term republic suggests not merely the absence of a monarch but, in the light of its Latin root, residential publica, meaning common or collective affairs, it implies that the people should have a decisive say in the organization of the public realm. The central theme of Republican political theory is a concern with a particular form of freedom, sometimes seen as freedom as non-domination, Pettit, 1999. This combines liberty, in the sense of protection against arbitrary or tyrannical rule, with active participation in public and political life. The moral core of republicanism is expressed in a belief in civic virtue, understood to include public spiritedness, honor, and patriotism, CP 164. Multiculturalism, for its part, developed out of the belief that group marginalization often has even deeper origins. It is not merely a legal, political, or social phenomenon but is, rather, a cultural phenomenon, one that operates through stereotypes and values that structure how people see themselves and are seen by others. In other words, universal citizenship and equality of opportunity do not go far enough. Egalitarianism has limited value, in both its legal and social forms, and may even be part of the problem, in that it conceals deeper structures of cultural marginalization. In this light, multiculturalists have been inclined to emphasize difference rather than equality. This is reflected in the politics of recognition, which involves a positive endorsement, even a celebration, of cultural difference, allowing marginalized groups to assert themselves by reclaiming an authentic sense of cultural identity. The foundations for such a politics of recognition were laid by the post-colonial theories that developed out of the collapse of the European empires in the early post-World War II period. Black nationalism and multiculturalism can, indeed, both be viewed as offshoots of post-colonialism, CP 280. The significance of post-colonialism was that it sought to challenge and overturn the cultural dimensions of imperial rule by establishing the legitimacy of non-Western, and sometimes anti-Western, political ideas and traditions. Edward Said's Orientalism, 1978-2003, is sometimes seen as the most influential text of post-colonialism, developing, as it does, a critique of Eurocentrism. Orientalism highlights the extent to which Western cultural and political hegemony over the rest of the world, but over the Orient in particular, had been maintained through elaborate stereotypical fictions that belittled and demeaned non-Western peoples and cultures. Examples of such stereotypes include ideas such as the mysterious East, inscrutable Chinese and lustful Turks. Key concept: post-colonialism. Post-colonialism originated as a trend in literary and cultural studies that sought to address the cultural conditions characteristic of newly independent societies. Its purpose has been primarily to expose and overturn the cultural and psychological dimensions of colonial rule, recognizing that inner subjugation can persist long after the political structures of colonialism have been removed. A major thrust of post-colonialism has thus been to establish the legitimacy of non-Western, and sometimes anti-Western, political ideas and traditions. Post-colonialism has thus sought to give the developing world a distinctive political voice separate from the universalist pretensions of liberalism and socialism. However, critics of post-colonialism have argued that, all too often, it has been used as a justification for traditional values and authority structures. Eurocentrism. The application of values and theories drawn from European culture to other groups and peoples, implying a biased or distorted worldview. Culture and identity. Multiculturalism's politics of recognition is shaped by a larger body of thought which holds that culture is basic to political and social identity. Multiculturalism, in that sense, is an example of the politics of cultural self-assertion. In this view, a pride in one's culture, and especially a public acknowledgement of one's cultural identity, gives people a sense of social and historical rootedness. In contrast, a weak or fractured sense of cultural identity leaves people feeling isolated and confused. In its extreme form, this can result in what has been called culturalism, as practiced by writers such as the French political philosopher Montesquieu, 1689–1775, and the pioneer of cultural nationalism, Herder, CP 184, which portrays human beings as culturally defined creatures. In its modern form, cultural politics has been shaped by two main forces, communitarianism and identity politics, CP 282. Culture. Beliefs, values, and practices that are passed on from one generation to the next through learning. Culture is distinct from nature. Communitarianism advances a philosophical critique of liberal universalism, the idea that, as individuals, people in all societies and all cultures have essentially the same inner identity. In contrast, communitarians champion a shift away from universalism to particularism, reflecting an emphasis less on what people share or have in common and more on what is distinctive about the groups to which they belong. Identity, in this sense, links the personal to the social, and sees the individual as embedded in a particular cultural, social, institutional, or ideological context. Multiculturalists therefore accept an essentially communitarian view of human nature, which stresses that people cannot be understood outside society but are intrinsically shaped by the social, cultural, and other structures within which they live and develop. Communitarian philosophers such as Alasdair MacIntyre, 1981, and Michael Sandel, 1982, portrayed the idea of the abstract individual, the unencumbered self, as a recipe for rootless atomism. Only groups and communities can give people a genuine sense of identity and moral purpose. During the 1980s and 1990s, a major debate raged in philosophy between liberals and communitarians. However, one of the consequences of this debate was a growing willingness among many liberal thinkers to acknowledge the importance of culture. This, in turn, made liberalism more open to the attractions of multiculturalism, helping to give rise to the tradition of liberal multiculturalism, CP 286. Perspectives on culture. Liberals have sometimes been critical of traditional or popular culture, seeing it as a source of conformism and a violation of individuality. High culture, however, especially in the arts and literature, may nevertheless be viewed as a manifestation of, and stimulus to, individual self-development. Culture is thus valued only when it promotes intellectual development. Conservatives place a strong emphasis on culture, emphasizing its benefits in terms of strengthening social cohesion and political unity. Culture, from this perspective, is strongest when it overlaps with tradition and therefore binds one generation to the next. Conservatives support monocultural societies, believing that only a common culture can inculcate the shared values that bind society together. Socialists, and particularly Marxists, have viewed culture as part of the ideological and political superstructure that is conditioned by the economic base. In this view, culture is a reflection of the interests of the ruling class, its role being primarily ideological. Culture thus helps to reconcile subordinate classes to their oppression within the capitalist class system. Fascists draw a sharp distinction between rationalist culture, which is a product of the Enlightenment and is shaped by the intellect alone, and organic culture, which embodies the spirit or essence of a people, often grounded in blood. In the latter sense, culture is of profound importance in preserving a distinctive national or racial identity and in generating a unifying political will. Fascists believe in strict and untrammeled monoculturalism. Feminists have often been critical of culture, believing that, in the form of patriarchal culture, it reflects male interests and values and serves to demean women, reconciling them to a system of gender oppression. Nevertheless, cultural feminists have used culture as a tool of feminism, arguing that, in strengthening distinctive female values and ways of life, it can safeguard the interests of women. Multiculturalists view culture as the core feature of personal and social identity, giving people an orientation in the world and strengthening their sense of cultural belonging. They believe that different cultural groups can live peacefully and harmoniously within the same society because the recognition of cultural difference underpins, rather than threatens, social cohesion. However, cultural diversity must in some way, and at some level, be balanced against the need for common civic allegiances. Identity politics is a broad term that encompasses a wide range of political trends and ideological developments, ranging from ethnocultural nationalism and religious fundamentalism to second-wave feminism and pluralist multiculturalism, CP 289. What all forms of identity politics nevertheless have in common is that they advance a political critique of liberal universalism. Liberal universalism is a source of oppression, even a form of cultural imperialism, in that it tends to marginalize and demoralize subordinate groups and peoples. It does this because, behind a facade of universalism, the culture of liberal societies is constructed in line with the values and interests of its dominant groups, men, whites, the wealthy and so on. Subordinate groups and peoples are either consigned an inferior or demeaning stereotype, or they are encouraged to identify with the values and interests of dominant groups, that is, their oppressors. However, identity politics does not only view culture as a source of oppression, it is also a source of liberation and empowerment, particularly when it seeks to cultivate a pure or authentic sense of identity. Embracing such an identity is therefore a political act, a statement of intent, and a form of defiance. This is what gives identity politics its typically combative character and imbues it with psycho-emotional force. All forms of identity politics thus attempt to fuse the personal and the political. Key concept: identity politics. Identity politics is an orientation towards social or political theorizing, rather than a coherent body of ideas with a settled political character. It seeks to challenge and overthrow oppression by reshaping a group's identity through what amounts to a process of politico-cultural self-assertion. This reflects two core beliefs. 1. Group marginalization operates through stereotypes and values developed by dominant groups that structure how marginalized groups see themselves and are seen by others. These inculcate a sense of inferiority, even shame. 2. Subordination can be challenged by reshaping identity to give the group concerned a sense of pride and self-respect, e.g. Black is beautiful or gay pride. Embracing or proclaiming a positive social identity is thus an act of defiance or liberation. Minority rights. The advance of multiculturalism has gone hand in hand with a willingness to recognize minority rights, sometimes called multicultural rights. The most systematic attempt to identify such rights was undertaken by Wilkim Laca, CP 293. Kimlicott, 2000, identified three kinds of minority rights: self-government rights, polyethnic rights, representation rights. Self-government rights belong, Kimlicott argued, to what he called national minorities, indigenous peoples who are territorially concentrated, possess a shared language and are characterized by a meaningful way of life across the full range of human activities. Examples include the Native Americans, the First Nations, Inuits and Métis peoples in Canada, the Maoris in New Zealand, the Aboriginal peoples in Australia, and the Sami people in parts of northern Sweden, Norway, and Finland. In these cases, the right to self-government involves the devolution of political power, usually through federalism, to political units that are substantially controlled by their members, although it may extend to the right of secession and, therefore, to sovereign independence. For example, the territory of Nunavut in Canada, formed in 1999, is largely self-governing and has its own territorial legislature. Polyethnic rights are rights that help ethnic groups and religious minorities, which have developed through immigration, to express and maintain their cultural distinctiveness. This would, for instance, provide the basis for legal exemptions, such as the exemption of Jews and Muslims from animal slaughtering laws, and the exemption of Muslim girls from school dress codes. Special representation rights attempt to redress the underrepresentation of minority or disadvantaged groups in education and in senior positions in political and public life. Kimlicott justified reverse or positive discrimination in such cases, on the grounds that it is the only way of ensuring the full and equal participation of all groups in the life of their society, thus ensuring that public policy reflects the interests of diverse groups and peoples, and not merely those of traditionally dominant groups. Positive discrimination. Preferential treatment towards a group designed to compensate its members for past disadvantage or structural inequality. Minority or multicultural rights are distinct from the traditional liberal conception of rights, in that they belong to groups rather than to individuals. This highlights the extent to which multiculturalists subscribe to collectivism, CP 99, rather than individualism, CP 27. Minority rights are also often thought of as special rights. These are rights that are specific to the groups to which they belong, each cultural group having different needs for recognition based on the particular character of its religion, traditions, and way of life. For instance, legal exemptions for Sikhs to ride motorcycles without wearing crash helmets, or perhaps to wear ceremonial daggers, would be meaningless to other groups. Minority rights have nevertheless been justified in a variety of ways. First, minority rights have been viewed, particularly by liberal multiculturalists, as a guarantee of individual freedom and personal autonomy. In this view, culture is a vital tool that enables people to live autonomous lives. Charles Taylor, CP 292, thus argues that individual self-respect is intrinsically bound up with cultural membership. As people derive an important sense of who they are from their cultures, individual rights cannot but be entangled with minority rights. Second, in many cases minority rights are seen as a way of countering oppression. In this view, societies can harm their citizens by trivializing or ignoring their cultural identities, harm, in this case, being viewed as a failure of recognition. Taylor, 1994. Minority groups are always threatened or vulnerable because the state, despite its pretense of neutrality, is inevitably aligned with a dominant culture, whose language is used, whose history is taught, and whose cultural and religious practices are observed in public life. Of particular importance in this respect is the issue of offense and the idea of a right not to be offended. This in particular concerns religious groups which consider certain beliefs to be sacred, and are therefore especially deserving of protection. To criticize, insult or even ridicule such beliefs is thus seen as an attack on the group itself, as was evident, for instance, in protests in 1989 against the publication of Salman Rushdie's The Satanic Verses, and against allegedly anti-Islamic cartoons published in Denmark in 2006. States such as the UK have, as a result, introduced laws banning expressions of religious hatred. Third, minority rights have been supported on the grounds that they redress social injustice. In this view, minority rights are a compensation for unfair disadvantages and for underrepresentation, usually addressed through a program of positive discrimination. This has been particularly evident in the USA, where the political advancement of African Americans has, since the 1960s, been associated with so-called affirmative action. For example, in the case of Regents of the University of California v. Bakke, 1978, the Supreme Court upheld the principle of reverse discrimination in educational admissions, allowing black students to gain admission to U.S. universities with lower qualifications than white students. Finally, multiculturalists such as Kim Laka believe that indigenous peoples or national minorities are entitled to rights that go beyond those of groups that have formed as a result of immigration. In particular, the former are entitled to rights of self-government, on at least two grounds. First, indigenous peoples have been dispossessed and subordinated through a process of colonization. In no way did they choose to give up their culture or distinctive way of life, neither did they consent to the formation of a new state. In these circumstances, minority rights are, at least potentially, national rights. In contrast, as migration involves some level of choice and voluntary action, even allowing for the possible impact of factors such as poverty and persecution, immigrant groups can be said to be under an obligation to accept the core values and governmental arrangements of their country of settlement. Migration and settlement can therefore be seen as a form of implicit consent. Second, indigenous peoples tend to be territorially concentrated, making the devolution of political authority practicable, something that very rarely applies in the same way, or to the same degree, to groups that have formed through immigration. Offense. In this sense, to feel hurt, even humiliated, an injury against one's deepest beliefs. Affirmative action. Policies or programs that are designed to benefit disadvantaged minority groups, or, potentially, women, by affording them special assistance. The issue of minority rights has nevertheless been highly controversial. These controversies have included, first, that because minority rights address the distinctive needs of particular groups, they have sometimes been criticized for blocking integration into the larger society. The issue of the veil, as worn by some Muslim women, has attracted particular attention in this respect. While supporters of the right of Muslim women to wear the veil have argued that it is basic to their cultural identity, critics have objected to it either because it discriminates against women or because the veil is a symbol of separateness. Second, positive discrimination has been criticized, both by members of majority groups, who believe that it amounts to unfair discrimination, and by some members of minority groups, who argue that it is demeaning and possibly counterproductive, because it implies that such groups cannot gain advancement through their own efforts. Third, the idea that offense amounts to evidence of oppression has implications for traditional liberal rights, notably the right to freedom of expression. If freedom of expression means anything, it surely means the right to express views that others find objectionable or offensive, a stance that suggests that harm must involve a physical threat, and not just a failure of recognition. Finally, there is inevitable tension between minority rights and individual rights, in that cultural belonging, particularly when it is based on ethnicity or religion, is usually a product of family and social background, rather than personal choice. As most people do not join an ethnic or religious group, it is difficult to see why they should be obliged to accept its beliefs or follow its practices. Tensions between the individual and the group highlight the sometimes difficult relationship between liberalism and multiculturalism, discussed later in the chapter. Diversity. Multiculturalism has much in common with nationalism. Both emphasize the capacity of culture to generate social and political cohesion, and both seek to bring political arrangements into line with patterns of cultural differentiation. Nevertheless, whereas nationalists believe that stable and successful societies are ones in which nationality, in the sense of a shared cultural identity, coincides with citizenship, multiculturalists hold that cultural diversity is compatible with, and perhaps provides the best basis for, political cohesion. Multiculturalism is characterized by a steadfast refusal to link diversity to conflict or instability. All forms of multiculturalism are based on the assumption that diversity and unity can, and should, be blended with one another. They are not opposing forces, even though, as discussed in the next section, multiculturalists have different views about where the balance between them should be drawn. In this sense, multiculturalists accept that people can have multiple identities and multiple loyalties, for instance, to their country of origin and their country of settlement. Indeed, multiculturalists argue that cultural recognition underpins political stability. People are willing and able to participate in society precisely because they have a firm and secure identity, rooted in their own culture. From this perspective, the denial of cultural recognition results in isolation and powerlessness, providing a breeding ground for extremism and the politics of hate. For instance, growing support for Islamism, discussed in Chapter 11, and other forms of religious fundamentalism, have been interpreted in this light. Multiculturalists do not just believe that diversity is possible, they believe it is also desirable and should be celebrated. Apart from its benefits to the individual in terms of a stronger sense of cultural identity and belonging, multiculturalists believe that diversity is of value to society at large. This can be seen, in particular, in terms of the vigor and vibrancy of a society in which there are a variety of lifestyles, cultural practices, traditions, and beliefs. Multiculturalism, in this sense, parallels ecologism, in drawing links between diversity and systemic health. Cultural diversity is seen to benefit society in the same way that biodiversity benefits an ecosystem. An additional advantage of diversity is that, by promoting cultural exchange between groups that live side by side with one another, it fosters cross-cultural toleration and understanding, and therefore a willingness to respect difference. Diversity, in this sense, is the antidote to social polarization and prejudice. Toleration. Forbearance, a willingness to accept views or actions with which one is in disagreement. Nevertheless, this may highlight internal tension within multiculturalism itself. On the one hand, multiculturalists emphasize the distinctive and particular nature of cultural groups and the need for individual identity to be firmly embedded in a cultural context. On the other hand, by encouraging cultural exchange and mutual understanding, they risk blurring the contours of group identity and creating a kind of pick and mix, melting pot society in which individuals have a shallower sense of social and historical identity. As people learn more about other cultures, the contours of their own culture are, arguably, weakened. Types of multiculturalism. All forms of multiculturalism advance a political vision that claims to reconcile cultural diversity with civic cohesion. However, multiculturalism is not a single doctrine in the sense that there is no settled or agreed view of how multicultural society should operate. Indeed, multiculturalism is another example of a cross-cutting ideology that draws on a range of other political traditions and encompasses a variety of ideological stances. Multiculturalists disagree both about how far they should go in positively endorsing cultural diversity, and about how civic cohesion can best be brought about. In short, there are competing models of multiculturalism, each offering a different view of the proper balance between diversity and unity. The three main models of multiculturalism, see Figure 10.3, p. 294, are: liberal multiculturalism, pluralist multiculturalism, cosmopolitan multiculturalism, liberal multiculturalism. There is a complex and, in many ways, ambivalent relationship between liberalism and multiculturalism. As is discussed in greater detail later in the chapter, some view liberalism and multiculturalism as rival political traditions, arguing that multiculturalism threatens cherished liberal values. Since the 1970s, however, liberal thinkers have taken the issue of cultural diversity increasingly seriously, and have developed a form of liberal multiculturalism. Its cornerstone has been a commitment to toleration and a desire to uphold freedom of choice in the moral sphere, especially in relation to matters that are of central concern to particular cultural or religious traditions. This has contributed to the idea that liberalism is neutral in relation to the moral, cultural, and other choices that citizens make. John Rawls, CP 53, for example, championed this belief in arguing that liberalism strives to establish conditions in which people can establish the good life as each defines it, the right, but it does not prescribe or try to promote any particular values or moral beliefs, the good. Liberalism, in this sense, is difference blind. It treats factors such as culture, ethnicity, race, religion, and gender as, in effect, irrelevant, because all people should be evaluated as morally autonomous individuals. However, toleration is not morally neutral, and only provides a limited endorsement of cultural diversity. In particular, toleration extends only to views, values and social practices that are themselves tolerant, that is, ideas and actions that are compatible with personal freedom and autonomy. Liberals thus cannot accommodate deep diversity. For example, liberal multiculturalists may be unwilling to endorse practices such as female circumcision, forced, and possibly arranged, marriages and female dress codes, however much the groups concerned may argue that these are crucial to the maintenance of their cultural identity. The individual's rights, and particularly his or her freedom of choice, must therefore come before the rights of the cultural group in question. Deep diversity. Diversity that rejects the idea of objective or absolute standards and so is based on moral relativism. The second feature of liberal multiculturalism is that it draws an important distinction between private and public life. It sees the former as a realm of freedom, in which people are, or should be, free to express their cultural, religious and language identity, whereas the latter must be characterized by at least a bedrock of shared civic allegiances. Citizenship is thus divorced from cultural identity, making the latter essentially a private matter. Such a stance implies that multiculturalism is compatible with civic nationalism. This can be seen in the so-called hyphenated nationality that operates in the USA, through which people view themselves as African Americans, Polish Americans, German Americans, and so on. In this tradition, integration, rather than diversity, is emphasized in the public sphere. The USA, for instance, stresses proficiency in English and a knowledge of U.S. political history as preconditions for gaining citizenship. In the more radical Republican multiculturalism that is practiced in France, an emphasis on laicite, or secularism, in public life has led to bans on the wearing of the hijab, or Muslim headscarf, in schools, and since 2003 to a ban on all forms of overt religious affiliation in French schools. In 2010, France passed legislation banning the full-face veil, the niqab and burqa, in public, with Belgium following suit in 2011. Some multiculturalists, however, view such trends as an attack on multiculturalism itself. Political ideologies in action. The Canadian Multiculturalism Act. Events. In 1971, the Canadian government declared its intention to adopt a multiculturalism policy. The key element of this was the 1988 Multiculturalism Act. The Act declares that multiculturalism reflects the cultural and racial diversity of Canadian society, and acknowledges the freedom of all members of Canadian society to preserve, enhance, and share their cultural heritage. It recognizes the existence of communities whose members share a common origin and their historic contribution to Canadian society, and seeks to promote their development. The Multiculturalism Act nevertheless operates within a matrix of legislation that includes, for example, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Canadian Human Rights Act. Significance: the framework of official multiculturalism in Canada, of which the Multiculturalism Act is the centerpiece, is the most advanced and comprehensive anywhere in the world. It was constructed primarily in response to demands from the French-speaking majority in Quebec that they should be treated as a distinct society, and that Canada should define itself as a binational country committed to nurturing its dual identity. Quebec's other demands were more specific, and often sought to bolster the position of the French language. Over time, Canada's official multiculturalism has ensured that many of Quebec's demands have been met. Canada is thus a classic example of the use of multiculturalism to underpin political stability and civic unity through an emphasis on cultural recognition. In this view, people are likely to be more willing to participate in the wider society so long as they have a firm and secure sense of identity. Canada's official multiculturalism has nevertheless been criticized from two main directions. Quebec nationalists argue that biases in the Canadian state in favor of the Anglophone majority run so deep that only the establishment of a sovereign state can guarantee Quebec's status as a distinct cultural community. Such thinking led to the holding of independence referendums in Quebec in 1980 and 1995, although neither succeeded. Reservations about multiculturalism have been expressed in other parts of Canada, and were reflected in the failure of the 1987 Meech Lake Accord, which proposed granting Quebec further autonomy. These reservations have been fueled by, amongst other things, the fear that asymmetrical federalism fractures the Canadian state and weakens Canadian national identity, and the concern that biculturalism, or binationalism, may ignore other political voices, notably those of Canada's Aboriginal peoples. The third and final aspect of liberal multiculturalism is that it regards liberal democracy, CP 39, as the sole legitimate political system. The virtue of liberal democracy is that it alone ensures that government is based on the consent of the people, and, in providing guarantees for personal freedom and toleration, it helps to uphold diversity. Liberal multiculturalists would therefore oppose calls, for instance, for the establishment of an Islamic state based on the adoption of Sharia law, and may even be willing to prohibit groups or movements that campaign for such a political end. Groups are therefore only entitled to toleration and respect, if they, in turn, are prepared to tolerate and respect other groups. Pluralist multiculturalism. Pluralism, CP 290, provides firmer foundations for a politics of difference than does liberalism. For liberals, as has been seen, diversity is endorsed but only when it is constructed within a framework of toleration and personal autonomy, amounting to a form of shallow diversity. This is the sense in which liberals absolutize liberalism, Parek, 2005. Isaiah Berlin, CP 292, nevertheless went beyond liberal toleration in endorsing the idea of value pluralism. This holds, in short, that people are bound to disagree about the ultimate ends of life, as it is not possible to demonstrate the superiority of one moral system over another. As values clash, the human predicament is inevitably characterized by moral conflict. In this view, liberal or Western beliefs, such as support for personal freedom, toleration, and democracy, have no greater moral authority than illiberal or non-Western beliefs. Berlin's 1958-1969 stance implies a form of live and let live multiculturalism, or what has been called the politics of indifference. However, as Berlin remained a liberal to the extent that he believed that only within a society that respects individual liberty can value pluralism be contained, he failed to demonstrate how liberal and illiberal cultural beliefs can coexist harmoniously within the same society. Nevertheless, once liberalism accepts moral pluralism, it is difficult to contain it within a liberal framework. John Gray, 1995b, for instance, argued that pluralism implies a post-liberal stance, in which liberal values, institutions, and regimes are no longer seen to enjoy a monopoly of legitimacy, see Figure 10.2. Figure 10.2 Liberalism and cultural diversity. Shallow diversity. Diversity that is confined by the acceptance of certain values and beliefs as absolute and therefore non-negotiable. Value pluralism. The theory that there is no single, overriding conception of the good life, but rather a number of competing and equally legitimate conceptions. An alternative basis for pluralist multiculturalism has been advanced by Parek, 2005. In Parek's, CP 292, view, cultural diversity is, at heart, a reflection of the dialectic or interplay between human nature and culture. Although human beings are natural creatures, who possess a common species-derived physical and mental structure, they are also culturally constituted in the sense that their attitudes, behavior, and ways of life are shaped by the groups to which they belong. A recognition of the complexity of human nature, and the fact that any culture expresses only part of what it means to be truly human, therefore provides the basis for a politics of recognition and thus for a viable form of multiculturalism. Such a stance goes beyond liberal multiculturalism in that it stresses that Western liberalism gives expression only to certain aspects of human nature. Key concept: pluralism. Pluralism, in its broadest sense, is a belief in or commitment to diversity or multiplicity, the existence of many things. As a descriptive term, pluralism may denote the existence of party competition, political pluralism, a multiplicity of ethical values, moral or value pluralism, a variety of cultural beliefs, cultural pluralism, and so on. As a normative term, it suggests that diversity is healthy and desirable, usually because it safeguards individual liberty and promotes debate, argument, and understanding. More narrowly, pluralism is a theory of the distribution of political power. As such, it holds that power is widely and evenly dispersed in society, not concentrated in the hands of an elite or ruling class. In this form, pluralism is usually seen as a theory of group politics, implying that group access to government ensures broad democratic responsiveness. Beyond pluralist multiculturalism, a form of particularist multiculturalism can be identified. Particularist multiculturalists emphasize that cultural diversity takes place within a context of unequal power, in which certain groups have customarily enjoyed advantages and privileges that have been denied to other groups. Particularist multiculturalism is very clearly aligned to the needs and interests of marginalized or disadvantaged groups. The plight of such groups tends to be explained in terms of the corrupt and corrupting nature of Western culture, values, and lifestyles, which are either believed to be tainted by the inheritance of colonialism and racism, CP 210, or associated with polluting ideas such as materialism and permissiveness. In this context, an emphasis on cultural distinctiveness amounts to a form of political resistance, a refusal to succumb to repression or corruption. However, such an emphasis on cultural purity, which may extend to an unwillingness to engage in cultural exchange, raises concerns about the prospects for civic cohesion. Diversity may be stressed at the expense of unity. Particularist multiculturalism may thus give rise to a form of plural monoculturalism, Sen. 2006, in which each cultural group gravitates towards an undifferentiated communal ideal, which has less and less in common with the ideals of other groups. Cosmopolitan multiculturalism. Cosmopolitanism, CP 191, and multiculturalism can be seen as entirely distinct, even conflicting, ideological traditions. Whereas cosmopolitanism encourages people to adopt a global consciousness which emphasizes that ethical responsibility should not be confined by national borders, multiculturalism appears to particularize moral sensibilities, focusing on the specific needs and interests of a distinctive cultural group. However, for theorists such as Jeremy Waldron, 1995, multiculturalism can effectively be equated with cosmopolitanism. Cosmopolitan multiculturalists endorse cultural diversity and identity politics, but they view them as essentially transitional states in a larger reconstruction of political sensibilities and priorities. This position celebrates diversity on the grounds of what each culture can learn from other cultures, and because of the prospects for personal self-development that are offered by a world of wider cultural opportunities and options. This results in what has been called a pick and mix multiculturalism, in which cultural exchange and cultural mixing are positively encouraged. People, for instance, may eat Italian food, practice yoga, enjoy African music and develop an interest in world religions. Culture, from this perspective, is fluid and responsive to changing social circumstances and personal needs. It is not fixed and historically embedded, as pluralist or particularist multiculturalists would argue. A multicultural society is thus a melting pot of different ideas, values, and traditions, rather than a cultural mosaic of separate ethnic and religious groups. In particular, the cosmopolitan stance positively embraces hybridity. This recognizes that, in the modern world, individual identity cannot be explained in terms of a single cultural structure, but rather exists, in Waldron's, 1995, words, as a melange of commitments, affiliations, and roles. Indeed, for Waldron, immersion in the traditions of a particular culture is like living in Disneyland and thinking that one's surroundings epitomize what it is for a culture to exist. If we are all now, to some degree, cultural mongrels, multiculturalism is as much an inner condition as it is a feature of modern society. The benefit of this form of multiculturalism is that it broadens moral and political sensibilities, ultimately leading to the emergence of a one-world perspective. However, multiculturalists from rival traditions criticize the cosmopolitan stance for stressing unity at the expense of diversity. To treat cultural identity as a matter of self-definition, and to encourage hybridity and cultural mixing, is, arguably, to weaken any genuine sense of cultural belonging. Hybridity. A condition of social and cultural mixing in which people develop multiple identities. Key figures in multiculturalism. Isaiah Berlin, 1909–97, a Riga-born UK historian of ideas and a philosopher, Berlin developed a form of liberal pluralism that was grounded in a lifelong commitment to empiricism. Basic to Berlin's philosophical stance was the idea that conflicts of values are intrinsic to human life, a position that has influenced post-liberal thinking about multiculturalism. A fierce critic of totalitarianism, Berlin's best-known political work is Four Essays on Liberty, 1958–1969, in which he extolled the virtues of negative freedom over positive freedom. Edward Said, 1935–2003, a Jerusalem-born U.S. academic and literary critic, Said was a prominent advocate of the Palestinian cause and a founding figure of post-colonial theory. He developed, from the 1970s onwards, a humanist critique of the Western Enlightenment that uncovered its link to colonialism and highlighted narratives of oppression, cultural and ideological biases that disempower colonized peoples. He thereby condemned Eurocentrism's attempt to remake the world in its own image. Said's key works include Orientalism, 1978, and Culture and Imperialism, 1993. Charles Taylor, born 1931, a Canadian academic and political philosopher, Taylor drew on communitarian thinking to construct a theory of multiculturalism as the politics of recognition. Emphasizing the twin ideas of equal dignity, rooted in an appeal to people's humanity, and equal respect, reflecting difference and the extent to which personal identity is culturally situated, Taylor's multiculturalism goes beyond classical liberalism, while also rejecting particularism and moral relativism. His most influential work in this area is Multiculturalism and the Politics of Recognition, 1994. Bhikhu Parekh, born 1935, an Indian political theorist, Parekh has developed an influential defense of cultural diversity from a pluralist perspective. In Rethinking Multiculturalism, 2005, he rejected universalist liberalism on the grounds that what is reasonable and moral is embedded in and mediated by culture, which, in turn, helps people to make sense of their lives and the world around them. Variegated treatment, including affirmative action, is therefore required to put ethnic, cultural, or religious minorities on an equal footing with the majority community. James Tully, born 1946, a Canadian political theorist, Tully has championed a plural form of political society that accommodates the needs and interests of Indigenous peoples. He portrayed modern constitutionalism, which stresses sovereignty and uniformity, as a form of imperialism that denies indigenous modes of self-government and land appropriation. In its place, he advocated ancient constitutionalism, which respects diversity and pluralism, and allows traditional values and practices to be accepted as legitimate. Tully's key work in this area is Strange Multiplicity, 1995. Jeremy Waldron, born 1953, a New Zealand legal and political theorist, Waldron has developed a cosmopolitan understanding of multiculturalism that stresses the rise of hybridity. Waldron's emphasis on the fluid, multifarious, and often fractured nature of the human self provided the basis for the development of cosmopolitanism as a normative philosophy that challenges both liberalism and communitarianism. It rejects the rigid liberal perception of what it means to lead an autonomous life, as well as the tendency within communitarianism to confine people within a single authentic culture. Will Kymlicka, born 1962, a Canadian political philosopher, Kymlicka is often seen as the leading theorist of liberal multiculturalism. In Multicultural Citizenship, 1995-2000, he argued that certain collective rights of minority cultures are consistent with liberal democratic principles, but acknowledged that no single formula can be applied to all minority groups, particularly as the needs and aspirations of immigrants differ from those of indigenous peoples. For Kymlicka, cultural identity and minority rights are closely linked to personal autonomy. His other works in this area include Multicultural Odysseys, 2007. Figure 10.3 Types of Multiculturalism. Critiques of Multiculturalism. The advance of multicultural ideas and policies has stimulated considerable political controversy. Together with the conversion of liberal and other progressive thinkers to the cause of minority rights and cultural recognition, oppositional forces have also emerged. This has been expressed most clearly in the growing significance, since the 1980s, of anti-immigration parties and movements in many parts of the world. Examples of these include the Front National in France, the Freedom Party in Austria, Vlaams-Blok in Belgium, Pim Fortuyn's List in the Netherlands and the One Nation Party in Australia. Further evidence of a retreat from official multiculturalism can be seen in bans on the wearing of veils by Muslim women in public places. Such bans have been introduced in France and Belgium, while at least 4 German states have banned the wearing of Muslim headscarves in schools. However, ideological opposition to multiculturalism has come from a variety of sources. The most significant of these have been liberalism, conservatism, feminism, social reformism. While some liberals have sought to embrace wider cultural diversity, others have remained critical of the ideas and implications of multiculturalism. The key theme in liberal criticisms is the threat that multiculturalism poses to individualism, reflected in the core multiculturalist assumption that personal identity is embedded in group or social identity. Multiculturalism is therefore, like nationalism and even racism, CP 210, just another form of collectivism, and, like all forms of collectivism, it subordinates the rights and needs of the individual to those of the social group. In this sense, it threatens individual freedom and personal self-development, and so implies that cultural belonging is a form of captivity. Amartya Sen, 2006, developed a particularly sustained attack on what he called the solidaristic theory that underpins multiculturalism, particularly in its pluralist and particularist forms, which suggests that human identities are formed by membership of a single social group. This, Sen argued, leads not only to the miniaturization of humanity, but also makes violence more likely, as people identify only with their own monoculture and fail to recognize the rights and integrity of people from other cultural groups. Multiculturalism thus breeds a kind of ghettoization that diminishes, rather than broadens, cross-cultural understanding. According to Sen, solidaristic thinking is also evident in ideas that emphasize the incompatibility of cultural traditions, such as the Clash of Civilizations thesis, Huntington, 1996. Even when liberals are sympathetic to multiculturalism, they condemn pluralist, and especially particularist, multiculturalism for endorsing as legitimate ideas which they view as anti-democratic and oppressive, such as the theories of militant Islam. Conservatism is the political tradition that contrasts most starkly with multiculturalism. Indeed, most of the anti-immigration nationalist backlash against multiculturalism draws from essentially conservative assumptions. In other cases, it more closely resembles the racial nationalism of fascism, or even Nazi race theory. The chief conservative objection to multiculturalism is that shared values and a common culture are a necessary precondition for a stable and successful society. As discussed in Chapter 5, conservatives therefore favor nationalism over multiculturalism. The basis for such a view is the belief that human beings are drawn to others who are similar to themselves. A fear or distrust of strangers or foreigners is therefore natural and unavoidable. From this perspective, multiculturalism is inherently flawed. Multicultural societies are inevitably fractured and conflict-ridden societies, in which suspicion, hostility, and even violence come to be accepted as facts of life. The multiculturalist image of diversity within unity is thus a myth, a sham exposed by the simple facts of social psychology. Tensions within. Liberalism. Universalist liberalism. vs. Pluralist liberalism. Universal reason. Skepticism. Search for truth. Pursuit of order. Fundamental values. Value pluralism. Liberal toleration. Politics of difference. Human rights. Cultural rights. Liberal democratic culture. Multiculturalism. Liberal triumphalism. Plural political forms. The appropriate political responses to the threats embodied in multiculturalism therefore include restrictions on immigration, particularly from parts of the world whose culture is different from the host society, pressures for assimilation to ensure that minority ethnic communities are absorbed into the larger national culture, and, in the view of the far right, the repatriation of immigrants to their country of origin. A further aspect of the conservative critique of multiculturalism reflects concern about its implications for the majority or host community. In this view, multiculturalism perpetrates a new, albeit reverse, set of injustices, by demeaning the culture of the majority group by associating it with colonialism and racism, while favoring the interests and culture of minority groups through positive discrimination and the allocation of special rights. Assimilation. The process through which immigrant communities lose their cultural distinctiveness by adjusting to the values, allegiances, and lifestyles of the host society. The relationship between feminism and multiculturalism has sometimes been a difficult one. Although forms of Islamic feminism, considered in Chapter 8, have sought to fuse the two traditions, feminists have more commonly raised concerns about multiculturalism. This happens when minority rights and the politics of recognition serve to preserve and legitimize patriarchal and traditionalist beliefs that systematically disadvantage women, an argument that may equally be applied to gays and lesbians, and is sometimes seen as the minorities within minorities problem. Cultural practices such as dress codes, family structures, and access to elite positions have thus been seen to establish structural gender biases. Multiculturalism may therefore be little more than a concealed attempt to bolster male power, the politics of cultural recognition being used within minority communities to legitimize continued female subordination. Social reformists have advanced a number of criticisms of multiculturalism, linked to its wider failure to address the interests of disadvantaged groups or sections of society adequately. Concerns, for instance, have been raised about the extent to which multiculturalism encourages groups to seek advancement through cultural or ethnic assertiveness, rather than through a more explicit struggle for social justice. In that sense, the flaw of multiculturalism is its failure to address issues of class inequality. The real issue confronting minority groups is not their lack of cultural recognition but their lack of economic power and social status. Indeed, as Brian Barry, 2002, argued, by virtue of its emphasis on cultural distinctiveness, multiculturalism serves to divide, and therefore weaken, people who have a common economic interest in alleviating poverty and promoting social reform. Similarly, a more acute awareness of cultural difference may weaken support for welfarist and redistributive policies, as it may narrow people's sense of social responsibility. Goodhart, 2004. The existence of a unifying culture that transcends ethnic and cultural differences may therefore be a necessary precondition for the politics of social justice. Multiculturalism in a global age. In many ways, multiculturalism may turn out to be the ideology of the global age. This is because one of the chief features of globalization, CP20, has been a substantial increase in geographical, and particularly cross-border, mobility. More and more societies have, as a result, accepted multiculturalism as an irreversible fact of life. Not only is the relatively homogeneous nation-state a receding memory in many parts of the world, but attempts to reconstruct it, through, for example, strict immigration controls, enforced assimilation, or pressure for repatriation, appear increasingly to be politically fanciful. If this is the case, just as nationalism was the major ideological force in world politics during the 19th and 20th centuries, helping to reshape the nature of political community as well as the relationship between different societies, multiculturalism, its successor, may be the predominant ideological force of the 21st century. The major ideological issue for our time, and for succeeding generations, may therefore be the search for ways in which people with different moral values and from different cultural and religious traditions can find a way of living together without civil strife and violence. Multiculturalism is not only the ideology that addresses this question most squarely, it is also the one that offers solutions, albeit tentative ones. On the other hand, multiculturalism may prove to be a once fashionable idea whose limitations, even dangers, were quickly exposed. In this view, multiculturalism is a particular response to an undeniable trend towards cultural and moral pluralism in modern, globalized societies. However, its long-term viability is more in question. Multicultural solutions may prove to be worse than the diseases they set out to tackle. The flaw of multiculturalism, from this perspective, is the belief that, by endorsing diversity, people will be drawn together as a collection of mutually respectful and tolerant cultural groups. Instead, diversity may endorse separation and lead to ghettoization, as groups become increasingly inward-looking and concerned to protect their own traditions and cultural purity. Multiculturalism may thus encourage people to focus on what divides them rather than on what unites them. If this is the case, the 21st century is destined to witness a retreat from multiculturalism, seen as a non-viable means of addressing the undoubted challenge of cultural diversity. However, what will replace multiculturalism? One possibility is that the failure of multiculturalism will lead to a return to nationalism, whose enduring potency derives from the recognition that, at some level and in some way, political unity always goes hand in hand with cultural cohesion. The strains generated by irreversible trends within globalization towards the construction of multi-ethnic, multi-religious, and multicultural societies can therefore only be contained by the establishment of a stronger and clearer sense of national identity. The other possibility is that multiculturalism will be superseded by a genuine form of cosmopolitanism, CP 191. This would require, as some multiculturalists in any case hope, that differences of both culture and nationality are recognized gradually to be of secondary importance as people everywhere come to view themselves as global citizens, united by a common interest in addressing ecological, social, and other challenges that are increasingly global in nature. Islamism. Preview. Origins and development. Core themes: religion as ideology. Types of Islamism. Islamism in a global age. Questions for discussion. Further reading. Preview. Islam is not merely a religion. It is a total and complete way of life, providing guidance in every sphere of human existence, individual and social, material and moral, legal and cultural, economic and political, national and international. In Islam, then, politics and religion are two sides of the same coin. However, the notion of a fusion between Islam and politics has assumed a more radical and intense character due to the rise, since the early 20th century, of Islamism, also called political Islam, radical Islam or activist Islam. Although its ideas are embraced by only a small minority of Muslims worldwide, Islamism has had a dramatically disproportionate impact. Its central belief is in the construction of an Islamic state, usually viewed as a state based on divine Islamic law, the Sharia. As such, Islamism extracts a political program from the religious principles and ideals of Islam. A distinction is therefore usually drawn between the ideology of Islamism and the faith of Islam, although the relationship between Islamism and Islam is deeply contested. Islamist ideology is characterized by, among other things, a revolt against the West and all it supposedly stands for. Some commentators, indeed, have gone as far as to suggest that Islamism is a manifestation of a civilizational struggle between Islam and the West. The most controversial feature of Islamism is nevertheless its association with militancy and violence. While not all Islamists endorse violence, a doctrinal basis for militant Islam has been found in the notion of jihad, crudely translated as holy war, which has, since the 1980s, been taken by some to imply that all Muslims are obliged to support global jihadism. Islamism, however, has no single creed or political manifestation. Distinctive Sunni and Shia versions of Islamism have developed, the former associated with the related ideas of Wahhabism and Salafism, the latter with Iran's Islamic Revolution. In addition, moderate or conservative trends can be identified within Islamism, characterized by the attempt to reconcile Islamism with pluralism and democracy. Origins and development. In a process that can be traced back to the early 20th century but has accelerated markedly since the 1970s, religion has become generally more important, not less important. Although its impact has been different in different parts of the world, this religious revivalism has had various manifestations. These include the emergence of new, and often more assertive, forms of religiosity, the growing influence of religious movements and, most importantly, a closer relationship between religion and politics, through what has been seen as either the politicization of religion or the religionization of politics. This trend has confounded advocates of the secularization thesis, even encouraging some to proclaim the desecularization of society. One of the earliest and most dramatic demonstrations of this was the 1979 Islamic Revolution in Iran, CP 303, but it soon became clear that politicized religion was not an exclusively Islamic development. From the 1980s onwards, the new Christian right became increasingly prominent in the USA, while forms of sometimes militant religious nationalism emerged, in India, in relation to Hinduism and Sikhism, in Sri Lanka and Burma, in relation to Buddhism, and in Israel, in relation to Judaism. Religious nationalism is discussed in greater detail in Chapter 6. It is difficult to generalize about the causes of this upsurge in politicized religion, because it has taken different ideological and doctrinal forms in different parts of the world, but it has widely been interpreted as part of the larger phenomenon of identity politics, CP 282. In this respect, religion has proved to be a particularly potent means of regenerating personal and social identity in modern circumstances. As modern societies are increasingly atomistic, diffuse, and pluralized, there is, arguably, a greater thirst for the sense of meaning, purpose, and certainty that religious consciousness appears to offer. This applies because religion provides believers with a worldview and moral vision that has higher, and indeed supreme, authority, stemming as it does from a supposedly divine source. Religion thus defines the very grounds of people's being, it gives them an ultimate frame of reference as well as a moral orientation in a world increasingly marked by moral relativism. In addition, religion generates a powerful sense of social solidarity, connecting people to one another at a thick or deeper level, as opposed to a thin connectedness usually found in modern societies. Religiosity. The quality of being religious, piety or devoutness. Secularization thesis. The theory that modernization is invariably accompanied by the victory of reason over religion and the displacement of religious values by secular ones. Key concept. Religion. Religion, in its most general sense, is an organized community of people bound together by a shared body of beliefs concerning some kind of transcendent reality. However, transcendent in this context may refer to anything from a belief in a distinctly otherworldly supreme being or creator God, to a more this-worldly experience of personal liberation, as in the Buddhist concept of nirvana. There are major differences between monotheistic religions, examples including Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, which have a single, or limited number of, sacred texts and a clear authority system, and pantheistic, non-theistic and nature religions, Hinduism, Buddhism, Taoism, Jainism, and so on, which tend to have looser, more decentralized and pluralized structures. Although each of the major world religions has a capacity for politicization, since the 1970s the process has been particularly acute in relation to Islam, deriving from its capacity, among other things, to articulate the interests of the oppressed in less developed countries and to offer a non-Western, and often anti-Western, worldview. The potency of the link between Islam and politics in the contemporary period is evident in the emergence of political Islam, or Islamism, a political creed based on Islamic ideas and principles. At the heart of this creed is a commitment to the establishment of an Islamic state based on the Sharia, CP 312. Early Islamist thinking emerged in the 19th century in response to European colonialism, as in the case of the Deobandi sect, a conservative and traditionally anti-British movement within Sunni Hanafi Islam that developed in British India and which later influenced the Taliban movement in Afghanistan and Pakistan. Islamism is nevertheless best understood as a reaction to 20th century social and political conditions, including rapid urbanization, the dislocation of traditional communities and crafts, and growing unemployment and anomie, Black, 2011. It gained a powerful impetus from the collapse and carve-up of the once powerful Ottoman Empire in the aftermath of World War I and its carve-up by the UK and France. In this context, the Middle East fell into stagnation, and interest in new ways of thinking about both Islam and politics spread. Building on the ideas of figures such as the Persian activist Jamal al-Din al-Afghani, 1838–97, and the Syrian Islamist reformer Rashid Rida, 1865–1935, the Muslim Brotherhood was founded in 1928 in Ismailia, Egypt, by Hassan al-Banna, 1906–49. The world's first and most influential Islamist movement, the Brotherhood pioneered a model of political, and sometimes militant, activism combined with Islamic charitable works that has subsequently been embraced across the Muslim world. However, Islamism only emerged as a powerful political force during the post-World War II period, and especially from the 1980s onwards. A variety of developments contributed to the rise of Islamism, including the following. The end of colonialism in the early post-1945 period brought little benefit to the Arab world, both because Middle Eastern regimes tended to be inefficient, corrupt, and dictatorial, and because traditional imperialism, CP 166, was succeeded by neo-imperialism, particularly as U.S. influence expanded in the region. The protracted Arab-Israeli conflict, and especially the 1967 Six-Day War, which led to the seizure by Israel of the occupied territories and greatly increased the number of Palestinian refugees, sparked disillusionment with secular Arab nationalism and Arab socialism, and created opportunities for religiously based forms of politics. The 1973 oil crisis boosted the economic strength and ideological importance of Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states, allowing them to finance the spread of their distinctive brand of fundamentalist Islam, Wahhabism, across the Arab world. The war in Afghanistan against the Soviet Union, during 1979–89, led to the growth of the Mujahideen, a loose collection of religiously inspired resistance groups, out of which developed a collection of new jihadi groups, the most important of which was Al-Qaeda, founded in 1988. A link can thus be made between the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan and the September 11, 2001, terrorist attacks on Washington and New York, and the outbreak of the War on Terror. The 2003 US-led invasion of Iraq fomented bitter sectarian rivalry between Sunni and Shia, or Shiite, Muslims, which both spread across the region and contributed to the emergence of the Islamic State of Iraq and al-Sham or ISIS, also called Islamic State, IS, or Daesh, whose influence later expanded due to the seemingly intractable civil war in Syria. Moral relativism. The belief that there are no absolute values, or a condition in which there is a deep and widespread disagreement over moral issues. Neo-imperialism. A form of imperialism that operates through economic and ideological domination rather than formal political control. Perspectives on religion. Liberals see religion as a distinct private matter linked to individual choice and personal development. Religious freedom is thus essential to civil liberty and can only be guaranteed by a strict division between religion and politics, and between church and state. Conservatives regard religion as a valuable, perhaps essential, source of stability and social cohesion. As it provides society with a set of shared values and the bedrock of a common culture, overlaps between religion and politics, and church and state, are inevitable and desirable. Socialists have usually portrayed religion in negative terms, as at best a diversion from the political struggle and at worst a form of ruling class ideology, leading in some cases to the adoption of state atheism. In emphasizing love and compassion, religion may nevertheless provide socialism with an ethical basis. Anarchists generally regard religion as an institutionalized source of oppression. Church and state are invariably linked, with religion preaching obedience and submission to earthly rulers while also prescribing a set of authoritative values that rob the individual of moral autonomy. Fascists have sometimes rejected religion on the grounds that it serves as a rival source of allegiance or belief, and that it preaches decadent values such as compassion and human sympathy. Fascism nevertheless seeks to function as a political religion, embracing its terminology and internal structure, devotion, sacrifice, spirit, redemption and so on. Islamists view religion as a body of essential and unchallengeable principles, which dictate not only personal conduct but also the organization of social, economic, and political life. Religion cannot and should not be confined to the private sphere, but finds its highest and proper expression in the politics of popular mobilization and social regeneration. Wahhabism. An ultra-conservative movement within Sunni Islam, sometimes portrayed as an orientation within Salafism. Political ideologies in action. Iran's Islamic Revolution. Events. In February 1979, Ayatollah Khomeini, CP 317, returned to Tehran from exile in Paris to be welcomed by a crowd of several million Iranians. This occurred after an escalating series of popular protests had forced the Shah, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, to flee the country. Khomeini's huge popularity, based on his status as a symbol of resistance against the Shah, enabled him speedily to establish a system of personal rule and outmaneuver other opposition groups. In April 1979, following a rigged national referendum, 98.8% voted in favor, Iran was declared an Islamic Republic. A theocratic constitution was adopted in December 1979, under which Khomeini was designated the supreme leader, presiding over a constitutional system consisting of an elected parliament and president, while substantive power remained in the hands of the Shia religious elite. Significance: Iran's Islamic Revolution had profound implications. Khomeini's Shia Islamic regime focused on a jihadi approach to organizing and shaping Iran's domestic and foreign policy priorities. Stressing struggle against infidels and tyranny, this focus was reflected in antipathy to the Great Satan, the USA, and the application of strict Islamic principles to social and political life. The wearing of headscarves and chador, a loose piece of cloth worn in addition to clothes, became obligatory for all women in Iran. Restrictions on polygamy were removed, contraception was banned, adultery was punished by public floggings or execution, and the death penalty was introduced for homosexuality. Both Iranian politics and society were thoroughly Islamized, and Friday prayers in Tehran became an expression of official government policy and a focal point of political life. More widely, in offering a specifically Islamic model of political and social development, the Iranian Revolution inspired and emboldened the forces of Islamism, despite the Iranian Shia regime being out of step with much of the mainly Sunni-dominated Muslim world. Nevertheless, the survival and stability of the Khomeini regime cannot be explained solely in terms of the potency of its Islamist ideology. In addition to its religious focus, Iran tackled many of the failures of the Shah's period, bringing benefits especially to rural and underdeveloped parts of the country in the form of access to piped water, electricity, and other facilities. A major expansion of the educational system also brought about near universal literacy rates and greatly widened the social and career opportunities available to girls and women. Jihad. Arabic, an Islamic term literally meaning strive or struggle, although the term is sometimes equated with holy war, the lesser jihad, it can also be understood as an inner struggle for faith, the greater jihad. Core themes: religion as ideology. As a child of the Enlightenment, political ideology has been closely associated with secularism, its advance from the French Revolution onwards contributing significantly to the larger process of secularization. In some cases, ideology has worn an explicitly anti-religious face. Karl Marx, CP 124, for example, dismissed religion as the opium of the masses, treating it as an example of false consciousness. Ideologies may even be thought of as political or secular religions, in that their capacity to roll back or displace religion derives, at least in part, from the fact they have absorbed some of religion's key functions and features. For instance, ideologies offer people the prospect of salvation, albeit a decidedly this-worldly salvation, usually based on economic and social well-being, as opposed to the otherworldly salvation of religion. In establishing a framework of morality, ideologies rival religions in their ability to invest personal existence with a sense of meaning and purpose. Similarly, ideologies have sometimes resembled religion in their use of ceremony and ritual to strengthen a sense of commitment and belief, examples including May Day demonstrations in communist states, and the Nuremberg rallies in Nazi Germany. And yet, the distinction between ideology and religion is often blurred. Political ideologies have not only absorbed some of the functions and features of religion, but have also sometimes incorporated religious beliefs and doctrines into their distinctive worldviews. Religion has, for instance, commonly been a component of social conservatism, an emphasis on religious values being an important way of strengthening the moral fabric of society. Ethical socialism has been shaped, in a number of respects, by religious influences, including Christianity's stress on universal brotherhood and Islam's prohibition on usury and profiteering. The link between religion and ideology has been particularly prominent in the case of ethnic nationalism, where a stress has increasingly been placed on religion rather than the nation, on the grounds that religion provides a supposedly primordial and seemingly unchangeable basis for the establishment of group identity. Nevertheless, the above are examples of essentially secular political ideologies recruiting religious ideas and doctrines to their cause. By contrast, the present chapter considers a more radical and far-reaching phenomenon, the transformation of religion itself into ideology, a tendency that has been particularly evident in the case of Islamism. This is reflected in Ruhollah Khomeini's, CP 317, assertion that politics is religion. The most significant themes in Islamism are the following: fundamentalism and modernity, Islamism and Islam, revolt against the West, the Islamic State, jihadism, secularism, the belief that religion should not intrude into secular, worldly, affairs, usually reflected in the desire to separate church from state. Fundamentalism and modernity. Islamism is often seen as part of the wider phenomenon of religious fundamentalism, CP 305. This implies that Islamism can be understood in terms of a fundamentalist impulse that can be found in most, if not all, religions, in which case Islamism amounts, at heart, to Islamic fundamentalism. But what is fundamentalism, and how far can Islamism be seen as a form of fundamentalism? The term fundamentalism was first used in a religious context in debates within American Protestantism in the early 20th century. Between 1910 and 1915, evangelical Protestants published a series of pamphlets entitled The Fundamentals, upholding the inerrancy, or literal truth, of the Bible in the face of modern interpretations of Christianity. In its broadest sense, therefore, fundamentalism refers to a commitment to ideas and values that are seen as basic or foundational. Since fundamental ideas are regarded as the core of a belief system, as opposed to peripheral or more transitory ideas, they usually have an enduring and unchanging character, and are linked to the system's supposedly original or classical form. However, the term religious fundamentalism is both controversial, being commonly taken to imply inflexibility, dogmatism, and authoritarianism, CP 78, and contested. Many of those who are classified as fundamentalists reject the term as simplistic or demeaning, preferring instead to describe themselves as true believers, traditionalists, conservatives, evangelicals, revivalists, and so forth. Key concept: fundamentalism. Fundamentalism is a style of thought in which certain principles are recognized as essential truths that have unchallengeable and overriding authority, regardless of their content. Substantive fundamentalisms therefore have little or nothing in common, except that their supporters tend to evince an earnestness or fervor born out of doctrinal certainty. Although it is usually associated with religion and the literal truth of sacred texts, fundamentalism can also be found in political creeds. Even liberal skepticism can be said to incorporate the fundamental belief that all theories should be doubted, apart from its own. Although the term is often used pejoratively to imply inflexibility, dogmatism, or authoritarianism, fundamentalism may also give expression to selflessness and a devotion to principle. Religious fundamentalism is a complex phenomenon, with at least three dimensions. First, it is commonly linked to a belief in scriptural literalism. American Protestant fundamentalists thus reject Darwinian evolutionary theory and instead preach creationism, or creation science, on the grounds that humankind was created by God, as described in the Bible. A tendency towards scriptural literalism is found in all three religions of the book, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, but is particularly pronounced in the case of Islam because all Muslims accept the Quran as the revealed word of God, implying that all Muslims are fundamentalists, in this sense. Second, as religious fundamentalism tends to be expressed through intense and all-consuming belief, it is often associated with a refusal to confine religion to the private sphere. Fundamentalist religion is therefore often expressed through the politics of popular mobilization and social regeneration. While some claim that such a tendency can be identified in all the world's major religions, others argue that it tends to be restricted to Islam, Protestant Christianity, and possibly Catholicism, as only these religious traditions have the capacity to throw up comprehensive programs of political renewal. In the case of Islam, the tendency may be particularly pronounced, as Islam has never been just a religion, as such, rather, it is a complete way of life, with instructions on moral, political, and economic behavior for individuals and nations alike. In this light, politics may be far more integral to Islam than it is to Christianity, which has traditionally relied on the God/Caesar distinction to separate the holy from the worldly. Hamid, 2016. Third, religious fundamentalism typically turns its back on a modern world that is associated with decline and decay, typified by the spread of godless secularism. Regeneration can thus be brought about only by a return to the spirit and traditions of some long-past golden age, often equated with the earliest, or classical, phase of a religion's history. Although Islamism undoubtedly exhibits fundamentalist features, not least in its refusal to separate religion from politics, in other respects it departs from religious fundamentalism. Most importantly, and despite its rhetorical stress on return and revival, Islamism embraces a modernist view of religion which relies on an activist or dynamic reading of sacred texts rather than faith in inherited structures and traditions. Islamism is therefore not an example of dyed-in-the-wool reaction, bound by the literal meaning of sacred texts, its back turned firmly against modernity and everything it represents. Rather, it is characterized as much by novelty and innovation as it is by tradition and established belief. Scriptural literalism. A belief in the literal truth of sacred texts, which, as the revealed Word of God, have unquestionable authority. Modernity. The condition of being modern, typically characterized by the questioning of established beliefs. The hallmark of Islamism is that it sets out to remake the world by reimagining the past, suggesting that the image of religious revivalism is largely a myth. Islamism may call for a return of Islamic history and glory, but the state to which it seeks to return is, in Eric Hobsbawm's 1983 phrase, an invented tradition. The Islamist utopia, an imagined system of divine governance named Hakimiyat Allah, God's rule, has thus never existed in Islamic history. Tibi, 2012. Similarly, the constitutional structure of Iran's Islamic Republic, discussed later in the chapter, is not based on an Islamic historical model, but rather on theories and ideas developed by Ruhollah Khomeini while in exile in Paris during the 1970s. Adib Moghadam, 2014. The adoption of an essentially modernist view of religion is, moreover, indicative of a wider compatibility between Islamism and modernity. For example, the willingness of Islamists to use the Internet and other new media, as well as the machinery of the modern state, suggests sympathy for the spirit of modernity, respect for this worldly rationalism rather than a descent into otherworldly mysticism. In the same way, early interest in Iran in ideas such as Islamic science and Islamic economics quickly gave way to an acceptance of, respectively, conventional, and therefore Western, science, and market principles derived from economic liberalism. Islamism and Islam. Although Islamism is clearly based on Islamic ideas and principles, the relationship between Islamism and Islam is shrouded in controversy. In one view, Islam and Islamism are starkly different entities. As a faith and ethical framework, Islam implies certain political values, but it does not presuppose a particular form of government. Islamism, by contrast, is centrally concerned with the issue of state order. Tibi, 2012. In this view, Islamism is an ideology with a political agenda that differentiates it from the religion of Islam. Some commentators go as far as to suggest that Islamism has hijacked Islam for its political purposes, effectively redefining Islam as a project for the construction of a Sharia-based state. Barron, 2011. The idea that Islamism can be firmly distinguished from Islam is not ideologically neutral, however. It implies, at the very least, that Islamism is inauthentic, a distortion of true Islam. Indeed, those who take this stance invariably do so as part of a wider critique of Islamism, which is seen, among other things, as implicitly, and possibly explicitly, totalitarian, intrinsically linked to anti-Semitism, CP 211, irreconcilable with democracy, and intolerant and prone to violence. Such a position suggests, furthermore, that any attempt to counter the spread of Islamism must involve a war of ideas, designed to weaken support for Islamist ideas and practices, in part by emphasizing that they do not represent the religion of Islam. A war against Islamism does not, therefore, imply a war against Islam. At least two groups nevertheless dismiss the idea of a clear divide between Islam and Islamism. The first group consists of Islamists themselves, who argue not only that Islam and Islamism are linked, but also that the most basic concern of Islamism is to revive the true religion of Islam. Islamism, indeed, is a term rejected out of hand by Islamists, who see it as demeaning or insulting, an example of Orientalism. In a message echoed by many later Islamists, Jamal ad-Din al-Afghani thus called for a revival of Islam to reverse generations of decline and corruption, brought about by the influence of un-Islamic political leaders and foreign powers. Keddy, 1972. The second group that holds that the roots of Islamism lie within Islam itself are proponents of the clash of civilizations thesis, CP 310. This implies that there is a basic incompatibility between Islamic values and those of the liberal democratic West. In this light, it is Islam, rather than Islamism, that is inherently totalitarian. The fact that Islam prescribes a complete way of life, embracing political and economic behavior as well as moral conduct, implies both stark anti-pluralism and a rejection of the public-private divide. Such thinking was embraced in its most radical form by neoconservative U.S. theorists, who, against a backdrop of the War on Terror, attacked what they called Islamofascism, viewing it not as a perversion of Islam, but as a realization of certain of Islam's core beliefs. An alternative approach to the relationship between Islamism and Islam is to identify contrasting tendencies within Islam, specifically between reformist or moderate Islam and radical or extremist Islam. This distinction underpins attempts to counter Islamism through a strategy of deradicalization, which aims to undermine support for radical or militant forms of Islam by bolstering a form of Islam that is compatible with the standards of a liberal, secular society. In effect, this is to encourage Islam to go through a process of structural reform similar to the Protestant Reformation in the 16th and 17th centuries, which led to a growing acceptance that religion should operate primarily in the private sphere. However, the idea of a distinction between moderate and extremist strains within Islam is fraught with problems. For instance, supporters of radical Islam refuse to accept that their beliefs are extremist, both because the term extremism is nakedly pejorative and because they see themselves as paragons of righteous behavior. Moreover, some of those deemed to support moderate Islam, possibly on the grounds that they condemn terrorism, CP 314, and reject the use of violence, may nevertheless sympathize with views that may be seen as extremist. These include a stark intolerance of other religions or rival forms of Islam and beliefs such as that apostasy, adultery, and possibly homosexuality warrant the death penalty, that blasphemy and the depiction of images of the Prophet Muhammad should be severely punished, and that women and men should be segregated in public events. In view of the difficulties involved in distinguishing between moderate and radical Islam, it is sometimes argued that the distinction can only be sustained when it refers to the choice of political means, and specifically to the use of nonviolent or violent strategies. Tibby, 2012, thus distinguished between institutional and jihadist Islamism on this basis. However, as discussed later in relation to jihadism, the idea of a clear and consistent divide between Islamists over the use of violence may also be an illusion. A deeper problem nevertheless confronts the attempt to distinguish between moderate and radical forms of Islam, or, for that matter, between Islam and Islamism. This is that, like other manifestations of human culture, a religion is a porous and variable thing, forever mutating, a constantly evolving dialogue between the present and the past that is made up of multitudes of voices. Holland, 2015. Any attempt to reduce something as complex and multifarious as a religion to its essential elements, or to outline an authentic interpretation of a religion, is therefore to risk distortion and invite challenge. Orientalism. The theory that Western cultural and political hegemony over the rest of the world, but over the Orient in particular, is maintained through elaborate stereotypical fictions that belittle non-Western people and cultures. Apostasy. The abandonment of one's religious faith, sometimes applied to a cause, a set of principles or a political party. Revolt against the West. Islamism is perhaps most of all characterized by a strident rejection of the West, rooted in the perception that the West poses a threat to Islam that is new in both power and scope. Black, 2011. This applies because Islamism developed not through isolation from the West but through encounters with the West, and these encounters invariably had a bruising character. However, Islamist anti-Westernism has been understood in a number of ways. For example, Paul Berman, 2003, placed militant Islamism within the context of the totalitarian movements that emerged from the apparent failure of liberal society in the aftermath of World War I. The significance of World War I was that it exploded the optimistic belief in progress and the advance of reason, fueling support for darker, anti-liberal movements. In this light, Islamism shares much in common with fascism and communism, in that each promises to rid society of corruption and immorality and to make society anew in a single block-like structure, solid and eternal. Buruma and Margalit, 2004. Islamism can therefore be portrayed as a form of Occidentalism. From this perspective, Western society is characterized by individualism, secularism, and relativism. It is a mechanical civilization organized around greed and materialism. Occidentalism, in contrast, offers the prospect of organic unity, moral certainty, and politico-spiritual renewal. Such ideas were first developed in the writings of counter-Enlightenment thinkers in Germany in the early 19th century, and helped to fuel the growth of European fascism and Japanese imperialism in the interwar period. However, in the modern world they are most clearly articulated through political Islam. Islamism's revolt against the West was starkly expressed by figures such as Abul Ala Maududi, CP 317, and Sayyid Qutb, CP 317. Maududi's scathing criticism of the West focused on its supposed moral bankruptcy and preoccupation with sex. Qutb, who was radicalized during a 2-year study visit to the USA, expressed a profound distaste for the materialism, immorality, and sexual licentiousness he claimed to have encountered there. Qutb's worldview, or Qutbism, as it is sometimes called, highlighted the barbarism and corruption that Westernization had inflicted on the world, with a return to strict Islamic practice in all aspects of life offering the only possibility of salvation. In Milestones, 1962-2007, Qutb portrayed a world divided into the Dar al-Islam, home or territory of Islam, and Dar al-Harb, home or territory of war, with Islam being confronted with two possible relations with the rest of the world, peace with a contractual agreement, or war. This Islamist conception of a global civilizational struggle between Islam and the non-Islamic world, not just the West, was later taken up by groups such as Al-Qaeda and ISIS, especially once, during the 1990s, the object of Islamist hostility shifted beyond the near enemy, corrupt or apostate Muslim regimes, and came to encompass the far enemy, the USA and the West in general. In due course, some Western analysts were also converted to the idea of a civilizational struggle between Islam and the West, particularly as the clash of civilizations thesis gained growing support in the aftermath of the September 11 attacks. Occidentalism. A rejection of the cultural and political inheritance of the West, particularly as shaped by the Reformation and the Enlightenment. Key concept: Clash of Civilizations. The Clash of Civilizations thesis suggests that the 21st century global order will be characterized by growing tension and conflict, but that this conflict will be cultural in character, rather than ideological, political, or economic. According to Huntington, 1996, the rise of culture as the key factor in world politics has occurred as ideology has faded in significance in the post-Cold War world and globalization has weakened the state's ability to generate a sense of civic belonging. Civilizations inevitably clash because they are based on incommensurate values and meanings, with tension between China and the USA and between Islam and the West being particularly likely. The thesis may nevertheless underestimate both the complex and fluid nature of civilizations and their capacity for peaceful coexistence. Radical or leftist theorists have nevertheless developed an account of Islamism that acknowledges tension between Islam and the West but without explaining it in civilizational terms. In this view, the rise of Islamism is best understood in the context of the USA's bid to establish and maintain global hegemony and the implications of this for the Muslim, and more specifically Arab, world. What has been called the American Empire is an empire of a new kind. For Hart and Negri, 2000, the empire is a decentered empire governed by a multiplicity of powerful agents, including the USA, the G8 and various transnational corporations. For Harvey, 2003, it is an example of capitalist imperialism, linked to the spread of global neoliberalism, CP 83. The impact of neo-imperialism on the Muslim world has been especially damaging because the desire to control the flow of oil has led to widespread Western interference across the Middle East and beyond. This has taken various forms, including steadfast support for the State of Israel, the provision of political, diplomatic, and military aid to bolster repressive, pro-Western regimes, and direct military intervention in Afghanistan and Iraq in particular. In this light, Islamism can be seen as a counter-hegemonic force, a source of resistance to Western, and, more narrowly, U.S., domination. Western interference has, moreover, been legitimized by the systematic use of Islamophobia, fostering demeaning or hateful images of Muslim people and/or their religion. Islamophobia. Negative or insulting representations of Islam or Muslim people in general, portraying them variously as inferior, violent, aggressive, or threatening. The Islamic State. Political Islam is political largely in the sense that it is centrally concerned with the issue of political order and the construction of an Islamic state. Although a clear and developed theory of the Islamic State only emerged during the second half of the 20th century, the question of political authority and its location has been of vital importance within Islam since the death of Muhammad in 632. Thinking on this matter focused squarely on the caliphate, the term caliph meaning substitute or stand-in. The first four caliphs acted as imams of the Muslim world, but in 680 the caliphate became hereditary when Muawiyah passed it on to his son Yazid I, founding the Umayyad line which lasted until 750. The title caliph was revived by the Ottoman sultans, who ruled always as successors to the Prophet, but it was abolished by the Turkish National Assembly in 1924. Although the Islamic State is often portrayed as the restoration of the caliphate, significant differences exist between traditional forms of Islamic administration and the Islamic State as conceived by modern Islamists. Feldman, 2012. As the caliphs possessed Muhammad's authority, but not his direct access to divine revelation, they were inclined to consult and consider the views of the scholars, a group of people who claimed legal expertise and came to be regarded as the guardians of the law. This created a constitutional balance of power, in which executive power, represented by the caliph, could be restrained by the scholars' ability to interpret and administer the Sharia. The position of the scholars in this respect was bolstered by the influence they could exert over succession. This constitutional balance was nevertheless destroyed under Ottoman rule, resulting in unchecked executive dominance, the Ottoman Caliphate effectively becoming a system of divinely ordained personal rule. Islamist notions of the Islamic State emerged from the 1920s onwards, often through debates within the Muslim Brotherhood. Key figures in these disputes included Rashid Rida, in many ways the founding theoretician of the Islamic State in its modern sense, and Ali Abdel Razak, 1888 to 1966, who rejected the belief that in Islam, religion and politics form a unified whole, on the grounds that it associates politics primarily with the caliphate, and thus with despotic rule. Nevertheless, in Rida's conception, the Islamic State was far from being a system of regulation whose authority extended over every detail of social, political, and cultural life, in A.A., 1982. Over time, however, the Islamic State has been defined increasingly by the predominance given to the enforcement of the Sharia, so much so that the Islamic State has come, in effect, to be a Sharia state. This development has effectively involved the reinvention of the Sharia itself. Instead of being a system of interpretive law, mostly restricted to civil law and the penal code, and largely based on an accumulated body of individual judgments in particular cases, the Sharia has come to be seen as the constitutional foundation of the Islamic State. Tibi, 2012. However, insofar as this implies that the purpose of the state is to uphold a single, authoritative set of values, it makes it difficult to reconcile the Islamic State with ideas such as party competition and ideological pluralism, CP 290, conventionally seen as core features of democratic governance. This may be particularly the case because most calls for the restoration of Sharia are not accompanied by calls for the restoration of the scholars to their former position of influence, thus implying that constitutional balances are absent from the Islamic State. Feldman, 2012. Caliphate. A system of government by which, under the original custom of Islam, the faithful were ruled by a Khalifa, Caliph, who stood in the Prophet's stead. Imam. The prayer leader in a mosque or the leader of the Muslim community. Key concept. Sharia. The Sharia, literally the way or the path, is divine Islamic law. The Sharia is based on the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad as revealed in the Quran, supplemented by the Sunnah, or beaten path, the traditional customs observed by devout Muslims and said to be based on the Prophet's own life, and the Hadith, reports of the statements and actions of Muhammad. The Sharia lays down a code for legal and righteous behavior, including a system of punishment for most crimes, as well as rules of personal conduct for both women and men. Although it is widely believed to constitute broad principles and guidance from which responses to particular situations may be derived, Islamists attempt to transform the Sharia into a set of fixed laws. However, the Islamic State is not merely a theory, it has also existed in practice. Although Saudi Arabia has been a fundamentalist Islamic state since the 18th century, and Islamic republics have been set up in, for example, Pakistan in 1956, Mauritania in 1958, and Afghanistan, both during the Taliban period, 1996 to 2001, and since, the most systematic and elaborate attempt to establish an Islamist form of government has occurred in Iran since the 1979 revolution. The Iranian system of government is a complex mix of theocracy, CP 313, and democracy. The supreme leader, currently Ali Khomeini, presides over a system of institutionalized clerical rule that operates through the Islamic Revolutionary Council, a body of 15 senior clerics. While a popularly elected president and parliament have been established, all legislation is ratified by the Council for the Protection of the Constitution, which ensures conformity to Islamic principles, with the Sharia being strictly enforced throughout Iran as both a legal and moral code. However, although the Iranian model of the Islamic State has clearly brought about the revival of the scholarly class, it has, arguably, created a new form of autocracy through the construction of an unfettered, supreme scholarly executive. Feldman, 2012. Key concept. Theocracy. Theocracy, literally rule by God, is the principle that religious authority should prevail over political authority. A theocracy is therefore a regime in which government posts are filled on the basis of people's position in the religious hierarchy. Theocratic rule is illiberal in two senses. First, it violates the public/private divide, in that it takes religious rules and precepts to be the guiding principles of both personal life and political conduct. Second, it invests political authority with potentially unlimited power because, as temporal power derived from spiritual wisdom, it cannot be based on popular consent, or be properly constrained within a constitutional framework. Strict theocratic rule is therefore a form of autocracy, while limited theocratic rule may coexist with democracy and constitutionalism. CP 37. Jihadism. The most controversial aspect of Islamism is its association with militancy and violence in general, and with terrorism, CP 314, in particular. Groups such as Hezbollah, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Al-Qaeda, in its various manifestations, ISIS and Boko Haram have been viewed as exponents of Islamist terrorism, a distinctive form of terrorism characterized by both its religious motivation and the use of suicide tactics. Although the vast majority of Islamist parties are engaged in democratic or at least electoral politics, in South and Southeast Asia in particular, and many of those who subscribe to Islamist beliefs, even in their radical guise, eschew the use of violence in principle, militant Islamism is a prominent tendency within the larger Islamist movement. The chief doctrinal basis for Islamist militancy lies in the notion of jihad. Jihad literally means to struggle or strive, it is used to refer to the religious duty of Muslims. However, the term has been used in at least two contrasting ways. In the form of the greater jihad, struggle is understood as an inner spiritual quest to overcome one's sinful nature. In the form of the lesser jihad, it is understood more as an outer or physical struggle against the enemies of Islam. This is the sense in which jihad is translated, often unhelpfully, as holy war. Bernard Lewis, 2004, argued that jihad has a military meaning in the large majority of cases, although other scholars stress the importance of nonviolent ways of struggling against the enemies of Islam. The notion of military jihad, or jihad by the sword, jihad bis-saif, has gained particular prominence since the 1970s. Religiously inspired guerrillas fighting the Russian occupation of Afghanistan in the 1980s portrayed themselves as the mujahideen, sometimes translated as holy warriors, denoting that they were engaged in a jihad. Jihad may nevertheless have either a defensive or an offensive character. Defensive jihad refers to the individual obligation to defend the home of Islam whenever it is threatened by aggression from the home of war. As it focuses on the protection of Muslim communities and the expulsion of foreign invaders from Muslim lands, figures such as Yusuf al-Qaradawi, CP 317, who oppose the wider use of violence, see defensive jihad as a legitimate basis for the use of force. Such a position may be bolstered by the claim that jihad, in its defensive sense, is compatible with modern international law and just war theory, Hashmi, 2012. Militancy. Extreme commitment, that is the level of zeal and passion typically associated with struggle or war. Key concept. Terrorism. Terrorism is a controversial and contested term. Conventionally, it refers to the use of violence to further a political end by creating a climate of fear, anxiety, and apprehension. Terrorism is therefore clandestine violence, its most common forms including assassinations, bombings, hostage seizures, and plane hijacks. However, as all forms of violence or warfare aim, at some level, to strike fear into the wider population, it may be difficult to distinguish between terrorism and other forms of political violence. Moreover, as the term is deeply pejorative, it may be used to delegitimize a group and its cause, terrorists being enemies of civilized society. Finally, although terrorism is usually associated only with non-state actors, the notion of state terrorism is sometimes used. In contrast, offensive jihad means a struggle, by fighting if necessary, to establish Islamic order over all unbelievers, a goal that Maududi upheld on the grounds that Islam constitutes a program of well-being for all humanity. As the number of jihadi groups started to proliferate during the 1990s, offensive jihad came to stand for a global struggle for supremacy. For militant Salaf Muslims in particular, jihadism, the waging of global jihad, became the core feature of their ideology, a development especially evident in relation to figures such as Abdullah Azzam, CP 317, and the Saudi al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden, 1957 to 2011. Some advocates of offensive jihad nevertheless cast it in nonviolent terms, portraying it not as a justification for expansionism, terror campaigns, and forcible conversion, but as waging war with tongues and pens. The doctrine of jihad may not be the only link between Islamism and violence, however. An alternative, or additional, explanation for Islamist militancy may be the unusual emphasis that Islam places on the afterlife. Not only does this perhaps suggest that bodily life and death is a matter of lesser importance, but also the nature of the afterlife, in which, according to the Hadith, reports of the statements and actions of Muhammad, 70 virgin maidens await each young man who has sacrificed himself for his religion, may encourage this view. However, Islamist terrorism may be better understood less in terms of the doctrine of jihad or expectations relating to the afterlife, and more as part of a broader tendency for terrorism to become entangled with religious motivations and justifications. This tendency can be found not just in Islam but, arguably, in all religions and religious cults. Examples of this include the 1994 assassination of the Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi by militant Sikhs, the 1995 Aum Shinrikyo attack on the Tokyo subway system, and the bombing of abortion centers in the USA by fundamentalist Christians. In this view, the inclination towards violence and terrorism may be a feature of fundamentalist religion generally. This applies because, as a form of identity politics, fundamentalist religion tends to be associated with the idea of a hostile and threatening other, which serves both to create a heightened sense of collective identity and to strengthen its oppositional or combative character. This demonized other may take various guises, from secularism and permissiveness to rival religions, westernization, the USA and so forth. Fundamentalist religion therefore tends to be based on a Manichaean worldview, which emphasizes conflict between light and darkness, or good and evil. If we are a chosen people acting according to the will of God, they are not merely people with whom we disagree, but a body actively subverting God's purpose on earth. This not only makes violence against them easier to justify, it may suggest that such violence amounts to a religious duty. Salafism. A Sunni school of thought that is associated with a literalist, strict and puritanical approach to Islam. Islamist terrorism may, alternatively, be understood as an example of subaltern violence. The idea of subaltern violence, subalterns being the economically dispossessed, was developed in Frantz Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth, 1965. For Fanon, CP 185, decolonization pits two incompatible forces and two mutually exclusive worldviews against one another. As successful decolonization requires that these forces and worldviews should be reversed, so that the last shall be first and the first shall be last, it requires nothing less than the creation of new men. Violence plays a crucial role in this process. Violence serves both a political and a strategic function, in that the violence that sustains colonial rule has to be turned against the settlers themselves, and, in ridding the native of his sense of powerlessness and inferiority, it plays an equally important psychotherapeutic role. Such thinking may go some way to explaining the inclination within Islamist politics toward violence, its source being the desire, among at least sections of Muslim society, to rid themselves of their sense of injustice and humiliation. Types of Islamism. Not all Islamists think alike, however. In particular, contrasting forms of Islamism have developed within Islam's two main sects, the Sunni and the Shia. This division in Islam developed within 50 years of Muhammad's death and stemmed from a disagreement over succession. Whereas Sunnis regarded the first four caliphs as the rightly guided caliphs, Shias treated Muhammad's cousin and son-in-law, Ali ibn Abi Talib, as the rightful successor to Muhammad. The Sunni sect represents the large majority of Muslims, including 90% or more of the populations of Egypt, Jordan and Saudi Arabia, while the Shia sect contains just over 1/10 of Muslims, mainly living in Iran and Iraq. The Sunni-Shia divide within Islam has sharpened significantly in recent years. This occurred as the 2003-11 US-led occupation of Iraq left an inheritance of bitter sectarian rivalry, which then spread to Syria thanks to the civil war, in which pro-Assad forces, generally linked to Iran, have been pitted against anti-Assad fighters mainly supported by Saudi Arabia and other Gulf states. However, in addition to Sunni and Shia versions of Islamism, a third type can be identified, in the form of conservative or moderate Islamism. Sunni Islamism. Sunni Islamism is rooted in the linked ideas of Wahhabism and Salafism. Wahhabis are Salafi, but not all Salafi are Wahhabis. Wahhabism, a term often considered to be derogatory by its adherents, is the official version of Islam in Saudi Arabia, the world's first fundamentalist Islamic state. The Wahhabi movement was started by Muhammad ibn Wahhab, 1703-92, who championed a militant and puritanical form of Islam, which, unlike later forms of Islamism, was entirely a movement for internal reform and not in any sense a response to foreign intervention. In a pact agreed in 1744 between Ibn Wahhab and Muhammad ibn Saud, then a minor tribal chief, an alliance was established between Wahhabism and the House of Saud, which has continued until the present day. Wahhabism advocates a return to the Islam of the first generation and opposes everything that has been added since. In that sense, there are parallels between Wahhabism and ultra-Orthodox religious groups such as the Amish in the USA and the Haredim in Israel. Among other things, Wahhabis ban pictures, photographs, musical instruments, singing, videos and television, celebrations of Muhammad's birthday, and the cult of Mohammed as the perfect man. Any deviation from the Sharia is treated by Wahhabis as an innovation, and therefore classified as un-Islamic. And any Muslim who disagrees with the Wahhabi interpretation of Islam is regarded as an unbelieving apostate who deserves severe punishment. The origins of Salafism are different from those of Wahhabism. Salafism emerged as a school of Islamic thought in the second half of the 19th century, largely in reaction to the spread of European ideas and influences. Salafism advocates a return to the traditions of the devout ancestors, Salaf, guided by the most literal, traditional interpretation of the sacred texts. In the process, it seeks to expose the roots of modernity within Muslim civilization, with a view to eradicating them. Initially, the Salaf mission of a return to primeval Islam was entirely in harmony with the Puritanism of the Wahhabi movement, both of them embracing a purification creed that was consistent with a quietist political stance. However, these two faces of Sunni Islamism later drifted apart. Although reformist trends could still be found in Salafism, associated with figures such as the Egyptian jurist Muhammad Abduh, 1849–1905, the more prominent tendency within Salafism was drawn in an increasingly activist and revolutionary direction. Wahhabism, in contrast, continued to represent staunch conservatism. The jihadi groups that emerged out of, or drew inspiration from, the Afghan War in the 1980s transformed Salafism into an ideology of global anti-Western struggle, giving rise to jihadist Salafism, or Salaf jihadism, Capel, 2006. The most influential militant Salaf groups have been Al-Qaeda and ISIS. However, only after the outbreak of the Arab Spring in 2011 did openly Salafist parties and groups enter the political arena, usually offering a radical alternative to Muslim Brotherhood-linked groups in North Africa and elsewhere. Orthodoxy. Strict adherence to an established or traditional view, usually enjoying official sanction or support. Puritanism. Scrupulous moral vigor, especially reflected in the shunning of physical pleasures and luxury. Key figures in Islamism. Ruhollah Khomeini, 1902–89, an Iranian cleric and political leader. Khomeini was the architect of the Iranian Revolution and leader of Iran from 1979 to 1989. Khomeini's worldview was rooted in a clear division between the oppressed, understood largely as the poor and excluded of the developing world, and the oppressors, seen as the twin Satans, the USA and the Soviet Union, capitalism and communism. In Khomeini's Shia Islamism, Islam is a theopolitical project aimed at regenerating the Islamic world by ridding it of occupation and corruption from outside. Abul Ala Maududi, 1903–79, an Indian-Pakistani scholar, philosopher, jurist, and early exponent of Islamism, Maududi founded, in 1941, Jamaat-e-Islami, the Islamic Party, which has developed into the most influential Islamist organization in modern Pakistan and Bangladesh. Committed to the spread of Islamic values in the subcontinent, Maududi viewed Islam as a revolutionary ideology and program which seeks to alter the social order of the whole world and rebuild it in conformity with its own tenets and ideals. Maududi rejected any identification of Islam with modern creeds, such as capitalism, communism, and democracy. Sayyid Qutb, 1906–66, an Egyptian writer and religious leader, Qutb is sometimes seen as the father of modern political Islam. A leading member of the Muslim Brotherhood, Qutb recoiled from what he saw as the moral and sexual corruption of the West, but, influenced by Maududi, highlighted the condition of jahiliyah, ignorance of divine guidance, into which the Muslim world had fallen. In the face of this, Qutb advocated Islam as a comprehensive political and social system that would both ensure social justice and sweep away corruption, oppression, and luxury. Yusuf al-Qaradawi, born 1926, an Egyptian Islamic theologian based in Doha, Qatar, Qaradawi is a leading exponent of new or moderate Islamism. While aiming to demonstrate Islamist support for such things as democracy, pluralism, and human rights, Qaradawi has opposed the assimilation of Western values and insisted that Islam should be treated as a complete code of life. Qaradawi supports military jihad in its defensive form, especially in relation to the Palestinian cause, but argues that offensive jihad is best pursued through the use of non-military means. Abdullah Azzam, 1941–89, a Palestinian Sunni theologian, scholar, and founding member of Al-Qaeda, Azzam played a leading role in developing, during the 1980s, a more radical ideological movement within Islamism dedicated to global jihad. Azzam implored Muslims to rally in defense of Muslim victims of aggression, to liberate Muslim lands from foreign domination, and to uphold the Muslim faith. Azzam was the mentor of Osama bin Laden, 1957–2011, under whose leadership Al-Qaeda extended Azzam's thinking by sanctioning struggle by all means and in all places, justifying attacks against the USA and its allies. Muhammad Abd al-Salam Faraj, 1954–82, an Egyptian radical Islamist, Faraj was the leader of the Cairo branch of the Islamist group Al-Jihad. Building on Qutb's belief that jihad is an individual duty incumbent on all Muslims, Faraj emphasized the role of armed combat and portrayed jihad as the sixth, forgotten or neglected pillar of Islam. Although for Faraj the primary target of the struggle was apostate Muslim rulers, the near enemy, in the neglected duty, probably written in 1979, he maintained that jihad would enable Muslims to rule the world and to re-establish the caliphate. The Muslim Brotherhood has been the most enduringly important Sunni Islamist organization. Initially focused on building up a network of schools, hospitals, and social services, the Brotherhood turned to politics during the 1930s, although its concern with social welfare continued to be important. The Brotherhood was at first committed to the use of peaceful and democratic means, but, when these failed, turned to violence, operating in and out of the shadows until it was banned in the 1950s by President Nasser. By this time, it had developed into a transnational organization, having spread from Egypt into Jordan, Syria, Palestine, Libya, Sudan, and elsewhere. Although it remained outlawed in Egypt under President Mubarak, 1981–2011, the Brotherhood fielded independent candidates in the 2005 parliamentary elections, winning 88 seats and becoming, in effect, the first legitimate opposition force in modern Egypt. Following the overthrow of Mubarak in 2011, the Brotherhood formally entered politics under the banner of the Freedom and Justice Party. When parliamentary elections were held in Tunisia, Egypt, and Morocco in late 2011 and early 2012, in each case, parties set up, or inspired, by the Muslim Brotherhood were brought to power. Mohamed Morsi, the Brotherhood-backed candidate, became Egypt's president in 2012. However, Morsi was removed by the military in July 2013, after mass protests provoked by what many Egyptians saw as a power grab by Morsi. The Egyptian courts later outlawing the Muslim Brotherhood and any organization or activity associated with it. These events nevertheless raise questions about the extent to which the Brotherhood can adjust to a pluralist and constitutional political environment given its Islamist orientation. Shia Islamism. While Sunnis tend to see Islamic history as a gradual movement away from the ideal community which existed during the life of Muhammad and his immediate successors, Shias have believed that divine guidance is always available in the teachings of the infallible Imam, or that divine wisdom is about to re-emerge into the world with the return of the hidden Imam, or the arrival of the Mahdi. Shias thus see history as a movement towards the goal of an ideal community, not away from it. Such ideas of revival and imminent salvation have given the Shia sect a messianic and emotional quality not enjoyed by the traditionally more sober Sunnis. Mahdi. Literally, one rightly guided, a prophesied spiritual and temporal leader who is destined to be the Redeemer of Islam. The religious temper of the Shia sect is also different from that of the Sunnis. Shias believe that it is possible for an individual to remove the stains of sin through the experience of suffering and by leading a devout and simple life. The prospect of spiritual salvation has given the Shia sect its characteristic intensity and emotional strength. When such religious zeal has been harnessed to a political goal, it has generated fierce commitment and devotion. The Shia sect has, at least since the 16th century, sometimes been seen as more political than the Sunni sect. This has been because it is especially attractive to the poor and the downtrodden, for whom the re-emergence of divine wisdom in the world has represented the purification of society, the overthrow of injustice, and liberation from oppression. Nevertheless, there continues to be a tradition within Shia Islam that is reluctant to engage fully in politics, as represented, for instance, by Ali al-Sistani, born 1930, the spiritual leader of the Iraqi Shias. However, the politico-religious propensities of Shia Islam were clearly illustrated by the popular demonstrations that in Iran precipitated the overthrow of the Shah and prepared the way for the creation of an Islamic republic under Ayatollah Khomeini. The revolutionary enthusiasm generated by the Islamic Revolution reached new heights during the Iran-Iraq War, 1980–88, sustained as it also was by the continuing messianic influence of Khomeini himself. The end of the war and the death of Khomeini in 1989 nevertheless laid the foundations for more moderate forces to surface within Iran. The Iranian economy had been devastated by the massive cost of the 8-year war and a lack of foreign trade and investment. There was a growing recognition that economic revival would be impossible unless Iran's diplomatic isolation from the industrialized West was brought to an end. This was reflected in the emergence of Hashemi Rafsanjani, Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, the Islamic Consultative Assembly, and his election as president in 1989 marked a more pragmatic and less ideological turn in Iranian politics. Nevertheless, the election of Mahmoud Ahmadinejad as president in 2005 signaled a return to conservative politics and the emergence of a form of explicit Khomeinism. The brutal suppression of popular protests against Ahmadinejad's disputed re-election in 2009 intensified the polarized nature of Iranian politics and emphasized the extent to which the continued ascendancy of radical Islamism is dependent on the support of paramilitary forces. However, deepening concern about the economy, linked to the impact of the US-led sanctions regime, and a widening divide between Ahmadinejad and the clerical elite, and especially the supreme leader, Ali Khomeini, led in 2013 to the election as president of the pragmatic conservative, Hassan Rouhani. This laid the ground for the historic 2015 deal between Iran and the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council plus Germany and the EU, under which economic sanctions were lifted in return for Iran accepting restrictions on its pursuit of nuclear technology. For some, this development underlined the fact that exclusive and militant Islamism is unworkable in an increasingly globalized world. It is notable, however, that greater pragmatism, CP9, in political and economic life in Iran has not so far been matched by a decline in religious observance or commitment, or by an end to Iran's links to, and support for, radical Islamist groups in Palestine and elsewhere. Moderate or conservative Islamism. Not all forms of Islamism are militant and revolutionary. Although, as discussed earlier, much confusion surrounds the idea of moderate, as opposed to radical, Islamism, there is a school of Islamist thought that is distinguished by the attempt to reconcile political Islam with democratic elections and party pluralism. The issue of democracy has been particularly problematic in this respect, since it appears to place popular sovereignty ahead of the will of God. Rashid Riden nevertheless saw no threat to Islam in the principle of popular sovereignty. For Rida, democracy for Muslims is ensured by both the implementation of the principle of shura, or consultation, between the rulers and the ruled, and the predominance of the ulama, who he argued are ideally placed to act as the natural and genuine representatives of the people. Yusuf al-Qaradawi, 1990, for his part, argued that democracy can be reconciled with the rule of God providing that democracy is put on an Islamic basis. This, he suggested, could be achieved through the introduction of a single constitutional provision stipulating that any legislation contradicting the incontestable provisions of Islam shall be null and void. By rectifying what Islamists see as the normative shortcomings of secular democracy, this would create a system of true, not false democracy. In line with such thinking, Both the Afghan Constitution of 2004 and the Iraqi Constitution of 2005 contain what is sometimes called a repugnancy clause, under which the judiciary is authorized to overturn laws that are repugnant to Islam. Political developments in modern Turkey provide a particularly telling example of the relationship between Islamism and democracy in the sphere of practical politics. This is because tensions have existed between the military, committed to the strict secular principles on which the state of Turkey was established, and a growing Islamist movement. The Justice and Development Party, AKP, has been in power since 2003, advancing a form of constitutional Islamism. The AKP has attempted to balance moderate conservative politics based on Islamic values with an acceptance of Turkey's secular democratic framework. Rather than choosing between East and West, it has tried to establish a Turkish identity that is confident in being part of both. A key aspect of this compromise is continuing attempts by Turkey to gain membership of the EU. Critics have nevertheless warned that the AKP plans to overturn the secular nature of the Turkish state, possibly establishing an Iranian-style Islamic Republic through a process of Islamification. The ban on the wearing of the Islamic headscarf in Turkish universities, which had been enforced only since the 1980s, was lifted in 2010, and restrictions on the sale of alcohol have been imposed in some parts of the country. Turkey has also increasingly looked to build ties with the Arab world and has become more critical of Israel. In July 2016, deepening tension between elements in the military, possibly supported by wider forces, and the AKP government headed by President Tayyip Erdogan resulted in a failed coup. In the aftermath of the coup, over 4,000 institutions were shut down and tens of thousands of public servants, teachers, academics, and others were sacked or suspended in a purge through which the Erdogan government solidified its control over the police, the military, the judiciary, the media and the education system. These events sparked intensified concerns about the fate of political pluralism in Turkey. Turkey may thus be facing a predicament that is the opposite of Iran's. While in Turkey democracy may be under threat from invigorated Islamism, in Iran radical Islamism may be under threat from the pressures generated by democracy. Ulama, a body of Muslim scholars who are recognized as having specialist knowledge of Islamic sacred law and theology. Islamism in a global age. Islam, like Christianity, has had a global orientation from its earliest days. This has been the case for two reasons. First, Islam often served as the cultural dimension of imperial expansion, reflecting, in broad terms, the fact that conquerors and colonists have frequently used religion as both a moral justification for expansionism and as a means of consolidating political rule. Islam thus spread across Central and Western Asia and into North Africa and parts of Europe through the activities of successive Mughal, Safavid, and Ottoman empires, in the same way that Christianity was spread throughout Europe and into Asia Minor by the Roman Empire, and later arrived in the Americas thanks to the Spanish and Portuguese conquistadores. Second, Islam, once again in common with Christianity, has exhibited a strong global orientation by virtue of its doctrinal character, and especially its tendency towards evangelicalism. This reflects the tendency within both Islam and Christianity to claim to be the one, true religion, and to preach that salvation in the afterlife will be restricted to believers, non-believers, in effect, being damned. Converting others to Islamic or Christian beliefs can therefore be seen as nothing less than a religious duty, inspired by the need to counter false religions and gods, as well as to save people's immortal souls. Such globalizing tendencies have nevertheless become more pronounced due to the rise of Islamism. During the 1970s and 1980s, domestic jihad predominated over global jihad, as hostility to the USA and the idea that Islam was engaged in a larger struggle against the West provided merely a backdrop to attempts to achieve power at the national level. This nevertheless changed from the 1990s onwards, and did so, according to Capel, 2006, largely through the failure of political Islam to achieve its domestic goals. Apostate regimes often proved to be more stable and enduring than anticipated, and, in cases such as Egypt and Algeria, military repression was used successfully to quell Islamist insurgents. In this context, jihad went global, as growing elements within the Islamist movement realigned their strategies around the far enemy. This process was significantly assisted by the war in Afghanistan against the Soviet invasion, which served to forge a corporate sense of belonging among Islamist groups that often had different backgrounds and sometimes different doctrinal beliefs. Evangelicalism. The theory and practice of spreading, in origin, Christian, religious beliefs, usually through missionary campaigns. This shift to a global strategy was facilitated, in part, by the process of globalization, CP 20. Global jihadism could, indeed, be portrayed as a byproduct of globalization, Gray, 2003. This can be seen in at least two senses. In the first place, increased cross-border flows of people, goods, money, technology, and ideas have generally benefited non-state actors, and there is no doubt that Islamist groups have been particularly adept at exploiting this hypermobility. For example, new media, and especially the internet and mobile phones, have been widely used by jihadi groups, both for recruitment purposes and to increase their operational effectiveness. Similarly, increased international migration flows and the growth in the West of substantial Muslim communities have helped to sustain and extend Islamist terrorist campaigns, in part through the phenomenon of homegrown terrorism. Second, globalization has generated pressures that have contributed to the growth in Islamist militancy generally. This has occurred either as a backlash against cultural globalization and the spread of Western goods, ideas, and values, portrayed by Barber, 2003, as the clash between Macworld and jihad, or as a consequence of imbalances in the global capitalist system that have impoverished and destabilized much of the Middle East, and especially the Arab world. The global character of the modern Islamist or jihadist movement should not be overstated, however. For example, the Islamist movement is by no means a single, cohesive entity, rather, it encompasses groups with often very different beliefs and goals, many of them being better classified as religious nationalists, or perhaps pan-Islamic nationalists, than as global revolutionaries. Thus to treat attacks such as September 11, the 2002 and 2005 Bali bombings, the 2002 Moscow theater hostage crisis and the 2008 Mumbai bombings as manifestations of the single phenomenon of jihadist terrorism, implying that they had a common inspiration and purpose, may be seriously to misunderstand them. Ideology without end? Preview. Endism. The resilience of ideology. Questions for discussion. Further reading. Preview. Political ideology has been an essential component of world history for over 200 years. Ideology sprang out of the upheavals, economic, social, and political, through which the modern world took shape, and has been intimately involved in the continuing process of social transformation and political development. Although ideology emerged first in the industrializing West, it has subsequently appeared throughout the globe, creating a worldwide language of political discourse. However, opinion has been deeply divided about the role that ideology has played in human history. Has ideology served the cause of truth, progress, and justice, or has it generated distorted and blinkered worldviews, resulting in intolerance and oppression? This debate has often been carried out in negative terms, highlighting criticisms of ideology, often by predicting its imminent demise. However, what is remarkable is how many and how varied the obituaries for political ideology have been. The various obituaries have been viewed as different forms of endism. The idea of the end of ideology became fashionable in the 1950s and early 1960s, and suggested that politics was no longer concerned with larger normative issues, as technical questions about how to deliver affluence had come to dominate political debate. In the aftermath of the collapse of communism, so-called end of history theorists argued that ideological disagreement had ended in the final victory of Western liberal democracy. Alternative forms of endism have highlighted the alleged redundancy of the left-right divide, on which the classical ideological traditions depended, and held that the triumph of rationalism and modern technology has fatally undermined the ideological style of thought. Ideological politics, however, remains stubbornly resistant to being disinvented. Indeed, as the principal source of meaning and idealism in politics, ideology is destined to be a continuing and unending process. Endism. End of ideology. The idea of the end of ideology became fashionable in the 1950s and 1960s. The most influential statement of this position was advanced by Daniel Bell, 1960. Bell, CP 329, was impressed by the fact that, after World War II, politics in the West was characterized by broad agreement among major political parties and the absence of ideological division or debate. Fascism and communism had both lost their appeal, while the remaining parties disagreed only about which of them could best be relied on to deliver economic growth and material prosperity. In effect, economics had triumphed over politics. Politics had been reduced to technical questions about how to deliver affluence, and had ceased to address moral or philosophical questions about the nature of the good society. To all intents and purposes, ideology had become an irrelevance. However, the process to which Bell drew attention was not the end of ideology so much as the emergence of a broad ideological consensus among major parties, and therefore the suspension of ideological debate. In the immediate post-war period, representatives of the three major Western ideologies, liberalism, socialism, and conservatism, came to accept the common goal of managed capitalism. This goal, however, was itself ideological. For example, it reflected an enduring faith in market economics, private property, and material incentives, tempered by a belief in social welfare and economic intervention. In effect, an ideology of welfare capitalism or social democracy had triumphed over its rivals, although this triumph proved to be only temporary. The 1960s witnessed the rise of more radical New Left ideas, reflected in a revival of interest in Marxist and anarchist thought and the growth of modern ideologies such as feminism and ecologism. The onset of economic recession in the 1970s provoked renewed interest in long-neglected, free market doctrines and stimulated the development of new right theories, which also challenged the post-war consensus. Finally, the end of ideology thesis focused attention exclusively on developments in the industrialized West and ignored the fact that in the 1950s and 1960s communism remained firmly entrenched in the Soviet Union, Eastern Europe, China, and elsewhere, and that revolutionary political movements were operating in Asia, Africa, and parts of Latin America. End of history. A broader perspective was adopted by Francis Fukuyama, CP 329, in his essay The End of History, 1989, later developed into The End of History and the Last Man, 1992. Unlike Bell, Fukuyama did not suggest that political ideas had become irrelevant, but that one particular set of ideas, Western liberalism, had triumphed over all its rivals. Fascism had been defeated in 1945, and Fukuyama clearly believed that the collapse of communist rule in Eastern Europe in 1989 marked the passing of Marxism-Leninism as an ideology of world significance. By the end of history, Fukuyama meant that the history of ideas had ended, and with it, fundamental ideological debate. Throughout the world there was, he argued, an emerging agreement about the desirability of liberal democracy, CP 40, in the form of a market or capitalist economy and an open, competitive political system. Perspectives on history. Liberals see history as progress, brought about as each generation advances further than the last through the accumulation of knowledge and understanding. Liberals generally believe that this will happen through gradual or incremental reform, not through revolution. Conservatives understand history in terms of tradition and continuity, allowing little scope for progress. The lessons of the past provide guidance for present and future conduct. Reactionary conservatives believe that history is marked by decline, and wish to return to an earlier and preferred time. Socialists are committed to a progressive view of history, which places heavy emphasis on the scope for social and personal development. Marxists believe that class conflict is the motor of history and that a classless, communist society is history's determinant endpoint. Fascists generally view history as a process of degeneration and decay, a decline from a past golden age. They nevertheless subscribe to a cyclical theory of history that holds out the possibility of national rebirth and regeneration, usually through violent struggle and war. Islamists have an ambivalent attitude towards history. Although they are strongly inclined to see the present as morally and spiritually corrupt in comparison with an idealized past, they conceive of social regeneration in modernist terms, thus rejecting conservative traditionalism. Without doubt, the Eastern European revolutions of 1989–91 and the dramatic reform of surviving communist regimes such as China profoundly altered the worldwide balance of ideological debate. However, it is far less certain that this process amounted to the end of history. One difficulty with the end of history thesis is that no sooner had it been proclaimed than new ideological forces rose to the surface. While liberal democracy may have made impressive progress during the 20th century, as the century drew to a close there was undoubted evidence of the revival of very different ideologies, notably Islamism, whose influence has come to extend from the Muslim countries of Asia and Africa into the former Soviet Union and the industrialized West. It is possible, for example, that the death of communism in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe prepared the way for the revival of nationalism, racism, CP 210, or religious fundamentalism, CP 188, rather than led to the final victory of liberal democracy. Underlying Fukuyama's thesis was the optimistic belief, inherited from classical liberalism, that industrial capitalism offers all members of society the prospect of social mobility and material security, encouraging every citizen to regard it as reasonable and attractive. In other words, it is possible for a broad, even universal, agreement to be achieved about the nature of the good society. This can nevertheless only be achieved if a society can be constructed that is capable both of satisfying the interests of all major social groups and of fulfilling the aspirations of at least a substantial majority of individual citizens. Despite the undoubted vigor and efficiency that the capitalist market has demonstrated, it certainly cannot be said that capitalism has treated all social classes or all individuals alike. Ideological conflict and debate are thus unlikely to have ended in the late 20th century with the ultimate worldwide triumph of liberalism, any more than they did with the inevitable victory of socialism so widely predicted at the end of the 19th century. Beyond left and right? Yet another form of endism is the belief that, as the established features of modern society have crumbled, the political creeds and doctrines it threw up have been rendered irrelevant. This notion is usually advanced through the idea of postmodernity. Not only have the major ideologies, both left-wing and right-wing, been adapted to the postmodern condition, giving rise to post-isms such as post-liberalism, post-Marxism, and post-feminism, but, according to postmodern theorists, our way of understanding and interpreting the world has changed, or needs to change. This reflects a shift from modernism to postmodernism, CP 59. Modernism stemmed largely from Enlightenment ideas and theories, and was expressed politically in ideological traditions that offer rival conceptions of the good life. The clearest examples are liberalism and Marxism. Modernist thought is characterized by foundationalism. In contrast, postmodernism is anti-foundationalist. The central theme of postmodernism was summed up by Jean-François Lyotard, 1984, as incredulity towards meta-narratives being universal theories of history that view society as a coherent totality. However, such tendencies also provide evidence of the decline of the left/right divide, see pages 15 to 17, which marks an important transition in ideological politics. The left/right divide helped to structure ideological debate in the 19th and 20th centuries, in that, to a large extent, competing ideological positions and arguments offered different solutions to essentially the same problem. The problem was the destiny of industrial society, and the various solutions offered ranged from free market capitalism, on the one hand, to central planning and state collectivization on the other. Ideological debate, then, tended to focus on the desirable balance between the market and the state. Since the 1960s, however, politics has certainly not become less ideological, but ideological developments have become increasingly fragmented. The new ideologies, feminism, green ideology, religious fundamentalism, and multiculturalism, have each, in their different ways, opened up new directions for ideological thinking. However, because each, in a sense, has thrown up its own ideological discourse, based on gender, nature, religion, culture, and so on, they are not part of a larger discourse, as applied in the case of the clash between capitalism and socialism. Foundationalism. The belief that it is possible to establish objective truths and universal values, usually associated with a strong faith in progress. Nevertheless, various explanations have been offered for the declining salience of the left/right divide. Samuel Huntington's, CP 329, Vision of a Clash of Civilizations, CP 310, linked it to changes in global politics that have occurred because of the end of the Cold War. A world divided along ideological lines, with the USA and the Soviet Union respectively representing the forces of capitalism and communism, had faded and eventually disappeared, leaving politics to be structured by issues of identity and, in particular, culture. In this view, developments such as the growth of Islamism and the rise of China and India constitute civilizational, rather than an ideological, threats to the West. Anthony Giddens, 1994, in contrast, linked the exhaustion of both left-wing and right-wing ideological traditions to sociological developments associated with the emergence of so-called high modernity. Giddens, CP 329, placed a particular emphasis on the impact of globalization, CP 20, and the tendency for people's lives to be shaped increasingly by developments that occur, and events that happen, at a great distance from them. This, together with the emergence of a post-traditional social order and the expansion of social reflexivity, has created societies that are so fluid and complex that they have, effectively, outgrown the major ideological traditions. Politics, therefore, has gone beyond left and right, a development that has been particularly evident in the hollowing out of parliamentary socialism since the 1990s. In an alternative analysis of the implications of an interconnected or interdependent world, Sill and Katzenstein, 2010, have argued that it is necessary to go beyond paradigms, including academic disciplines as well as theoretical or ideological systems, in order to understand political realities that are increasingly multifaceted and multidimensional. In this view, no paradigm, ideological or otherwise, is capable, on its own, of fully explaining the almost infinitely complex realities it purports to disclose. Social reflexivity. Interaction between people who enjoy a high level of autonomy within a context of reciprocity and interdependence. Triumph of reason. The debate about the replacement of ideology by rationalism, CP 31, goes back to the 19th century and the firm distinction that Marx, CP 124, drew between ideology and science. For Marx, ideology was intrinsically false because it serves as a vehicle for advancing class interests. In contrast, he portrayed his own ideas as a form of scientific socialism. Science, in this view, provides an objective and value-free method of advancing human knowledge, so releasing humanity from enslavement to irrational beliefs, which include superstitions, prejudices and, in this case, political ideologies. This, indeed, has proved to be one of the enduring myths of modern times. It has recurred, for instance, in relation to the cultural and intellectual implications of globalization, one of the chief features of the emerging global age being an acceptance of a Western model of rationality, reflected, most obviously, in the value placed on technology and technological development. In this sense, ideology may be in the process of being displaced by scientism. Key figures in Endism. Daniel Bell, 1919 to 2011, a U.S. academic and essayist, Bell drew attention, in The End of Ideology, 1960, to the exhaustion of rationalist approaches to social and political issues, also warning, in the afterword to the 1988 edition, against the tyranny of utopian end states. He helped to popularize the idea of post-industrialism, highlighting the emergence of information societies dominated by a new knowledge class. In The Cultural Contradictions of Capitalism, 1976, Bell analyzed the tension between capitalism's productivist and consumerist values and tendencies. Samuel P. Huntington, 1927–2008, a U.S. academic and political commentator, Huntington's most widely discussed work, The Clash of Civilizations and the Remaking of World Order, 1996, advanced the controversial thesis that, in the 21st century, conflict between the world's major civilizations would lead to warfare and international disorder. In Who Are We? 2004, Huntington discussed the challenges posed to the USA's national identity by large-scale Latino immigration and the unwillingness of Latino communities to assimilate into the language and culture of majority societies. Anthony Giddens, born 1938, a UK social theorist, Giddens was an advisor to Tony Blair in the early years of New Labour. His theory of structuration reinvigorated social theory by setting out to transcend the conventional dualism of structure and agency. In works including Beyond Left and Right, 1994, The Third Way, 1998, and The Runaway World, 1999, Giddens sought to remodel social democracy in the light of the advent of late modernity, taking into account developments such as globalization, detraditionalization and increased social reflexivity. Francis Fukuyama, born 1952, a U.S. social analyst and political commentator, Fukuyama's essay, The End of History, 1989, argued that the Eastern European revolutions indicated that the history of ideas had ended with the recognition of liberal democracy as the final form of human government. In Trust, 1996, and The Great Disruption, 1999, he discussed the relationship between economic development and social cohesion, highlighting contrasting forms of capitalist development. In After the Neocons, 2006, Fukuyama developed a post-9/11 critique of U.S. foreign policy. Science. A method of acquiring knowledge through a process of careful observation and the testing of hypotheses by reproducible experiments. However, science is not the antithesis of ideology, but can perhaps be seen as an ideology in its own right. For example, science has been linked to powerful social forces, in particular those represented by industry and technology. Scientism could therefore be viewed as the ideology of the technocratic elite, its main beneficiary being the transnational corporations that are increasingly responsible for funding scientific and technological developments. Moreover, significant ideological controversy has surrounded the advance of science. This can be seen in the case of some ecologists, who view science and technology as the source of the environmental crisis. Multiculturalists and religious fundamentalists, for their part, have sometimes interpreted rationalism as a form of cultural imperialism, on the grounds that it undermines faith-based belief systems and helps to strengthen Western and often materialist modes of understanding. The resilience of ideology. However, each of these versions of endism has one thing in common: they are conducted within an ongoing framework of ideological thinking. In different ways, each of them heralds the demise of ideology by highlighting the triumph of a particular ideological tradition, be it welfare capitalism, liberal democracy, postmodernism, or scientism. Rather than demonstrating the weakened grasp of ideology, endism in fact shows its remarkable resilience and robustness. Once invented, ideological politics has proved stubbornly resistant to being disinvented. What, nevertheless, is the source of ideology's survival and success? The first answer to this question is undoubtedly its flexibility, the fact that ideological traditions and forms go through a seemingly endless process of redefinition and renewal, and, if necessary, new ideologies emerge as old ones fade or fail. The world of ideologies thus does not stand still, but changes in response to changing social and historical circumstances. The second and deeper explanation is that, as the principal source of meaning and idealism in politics, ideology touches those aspects of politics that other political form cannot reach. In effect, ideology gives people a reason to believe in something larger than themselves, because people's personal narratives only make sense when they are situated within a broader historical narrative. A post-ideological age would therefore be an age without hope, without vision. This is evident in modern, de-ideologized party politics, in which, as parties of both left and right become detached from their ideological roots, they lose their sense of purpose and direction, failing to provide members and supporters alike with a basis for emotional attachment. As parties come to sell products, leaders or policies, rather than hopes or dreams, party membership and voter turnout both fall, and politicians become increasingly desperate to re-engage with the vision thing. By creating an appetite for the resurgence of ideology, post-ideological politics contains the seeds of its own undoing, a tendency that helps to explain, for instance, the rise of both right and left-wing populism, CP 85, in the period since the 2007-9 global financial crisis. For this, if for no other reason, political ideology is destined to be a continuing and unending process.